bakal dia kuat.
Oke. Dan kita akan lihat bagaimana debut dari Ramichi juga ya. Kayak di series ini kan mainnya assassin terus. Nanti tiba-tiba udah banting setir nih ke tank jungler. Dan apakah Nathan bisa menjadi jawaban? Karena main front to back agak susah juga sih untuk menjangkau Nathannya nanti.
Dan itu dia permainan dari duality yang akan bermain di depan. Kalau ngomongin karena Nathan, oke. Kita tahu early gamenya bisa dibilang salah satu hero yang agak cukup berat bertahan di laning, ya kan? Karena lembeknya luar biasa, skill escape-nya nggak punya, dan biasanya harus pakai purify kalau ada musuh-musuh yang punya sisi.
Iya, dan untuk Emlyn sendiri dari sini ya, Breast Smite dan Tana City ini ngebuat dia memang lebih pengen maksimalin utility-nya dibandingkan output damage yang bisa dia berikan, karena untuk output damage ya jelas tangan Chell ini udah cukup membantu, apalagi dari Vival juga, tapi harus hati-hati di bagian bawah sih untuk Fumieko yang mungkin udah mulai terancam. Waduh.
Wah, Vivian juga terancam sih. Lihat kali ini dia coba untuk menghindari damage yang diberikan. Bukan begitu, Nevin?
Iya, dan Nevinnya is missing in action ya. Tapi
Nevin is missing ya.
Swift buat Nathannya juga ya, dia mau coba ngandelin ke arah attack speed-nya. Tapi kalau ngeliat dari early game, tim Liquid ini bener-bener
agresif ya.
tabrak semua loh. Kuasain dia.
Mereka tahu, mereka tinggal tutup gimana caranya Cini ini bakal bisa memberikan damage. Selama Cininya nggak ada, mereka nggak punya early damage. Tapi jangan lupakan juga, Hayabusa tidak boleh dapetin point kill di awal.
Oke.
Itu nggak boleh sama sekali.
Wah, dan ini keadaan yang cukup berbeda ya. Wop.
Oh, langsung saja first goal didapatkan. Baru saja diomongin, Hayabusa nggak boleh dapetin keuntungan di early. Karena kalau untungan di early dan dia bakal lebih snowballing dengan cepat, itu problemnya ada di tim Liquid nanti.
Iya. Walaupun pemandangan berbeda di Gauntlet ya, yang biasanya Chell galak banget buat ngasih pressure, tapi ini agak sedikit harus tertahan.
Oke, tapi lihat harus tertahan. Apakah retribution akan keluar? Tapi itu dia, Fredrin! Satu retribution, Viva memilih untuk mundur ke arah belakang. Damage terlalu kuat dan Fumieko belum mampu dengan damage yang dia berikan.
Iya, dan tadi ada shadow kill ya kalau nggak salah.
Ada.
Kebuka juga di saat Cicinya lagi vengeance.
Iya, sebenarnya Cicinya vengeance ketika ada shadow kill. Karena Vival tadi kedetek. Dan gue liat Vival lebih memilih shadow kill ketimbang buat shadow.
Iya, dan lihat ini level ketiga loh ditahan.
Halo guys,
buat
selamat datang.
juga dia benar-benar harus bersabar dulu, dan apakah
streaming BOG
dari tim Liquid mereka
gaming
akan bisa
kita
memberikan
mau
pressure
Legend
lebih lagi untuk memenangkan
MP
game ini
kalau
secepat-cepatnya, karena kalau dibawa ke late game
masih
ini bakal susah banget buat mereka.
pelan guys.
Buat Liquid,
Iya.
waduh dilenyapin sih. Depannya gak nyampe 5 detik itu bakal udah selesai. Tapi lihat di depan Sun Traction Pulse, mundur ke belakang Vival masih mau lebih shadow kill. Gagal untuk mendapatkan Soju. One last hit. Berhasil mendapatkan satu defensif dengan Avatar of Guardian-nya. Tapi kembali lagi, Fredrin kali ini belum berhasil mendapatkan sosok serem Baxia. Masih terlalu keras untuk kedua belahnya.
Tebal banget ya.
Iya,
Tapi tadi bagus banget sih Avatar of Guardian untuk bisa melepaskan dirinya terhadap satu buah shadow kill. On point sekali dari sosok Soju. Sementara untuk tim Liquid dengan perolehan gold yang cukup tinggi nih sekarang di angka 1200. Setiap lininya juga sekarang lagi coba untuk dimenangkan. Dan bahkan kayak ngeliat dari Fumieko agak sedikit tertahan nih. Satu level tertinggal di bawah dari Daiki.
Gimana kalau menurut Devin Tifa? Kenapa kok ketawa?
Iya, aku menurutku ya Tifa tadi memang jadi satu
Yang krusialis
keuntungan
siapa?
ya buat
Yang mana?
tim Liquid tadi ya. Dengan
Ini PH Nevin bukan ID.
Oh,
PH ya. Dengan posisi ya Ramichi dapetin satu poin eliminasi juga ya. Iya.
Oh gitu. Tadi berarti krusialnya hero yang mana tadi di tim Fight?
Iya. Cukup banyak ya. Yang krusial tadi ya.
Karena yang Fight cuma 2 ya. Oke.
Tadi turtle-nya dapet siapa ya kok? Yang dapet sama Liquid Filipin kan ya?
Oke,
Turtle
balik
ya?
kita ini ya. Oke, kali ini kita akan coba di take over dan pakar retribution dengan point kembali lagi di tangan seorang Fredrin. Tidak ada teleport di Nevin nampaknya, Nevin.
Iya, masih belum ada teleportation yang bakal dibuka. Tapi memang dari tim Vitality dengan Thunderbelt di tangan Idit, ini udah mulai ngebuat dia lebih strong lagi.
Nyayur!
Wah, enak banget.
Nyayur!
Abis kah? Enggak sih.
Ape habis, Nyayur!
Habis
Ape
sih.
pecah turretnya dan bakal lihat di depan sana.
Wah.
Cel! Berhasil kembali lagi mengungguli dari gold, sedangkan sebelumnya dia tertahan di stagnan level 3.
Iya, dan ini jadi boostingan banget pastinya buat Chell sebagai asuransi di late game-nya juga ya. Yang pastinya juga item dependent banget untuk Chell ini sendiri. Sementara Fumieko sudah mulai ketempelan oleh Daiki, Avatar Guardian.
Oke, for defensive dari Cini, tapi di depan sana lihat Fumieko Berhasil melakukan clear dan itu dia Cel. Terperangkap dengan Purify tapi untuk menyelamatkan dirinya. Tapi Rawice masuk lebih dalam. Cel tidak bisa memberikan damage dan Vivian kayaknya tenggelam ke dalam rumput yang seharusnya dia tidak bisa masuk.
Iya, dan ada space ya untuk Vival yang bergerak ke arah bawah. Dia dapetin turret juga, dia dapetin satu splitnya lagi yang akhirnya ngebuat dari tim Liquid mereka justru mengalami kerugian karena threat-nya adalah roamer dan juga turret. Tapi ya seenggaknya sekarang outer top turretnya bakal coba untuk dibayarkan kembali oleh tim Liquid.
Oh kan, ini baru satu item aja dia udah bisa langsung team fight. 2 item akan sangat lebih memaksakan satu point kill didapatkan. Dengan ada Vival di sana membalaskan keadaan di mana dia sempat gagal untuk mendapatkan point kill, tapi dengan Chidi tidak ada flicker kembali membuat dia terperangkap action pulse yang on point.
Wah, ini 2 DPS dari tim Liquid ini kalau misalkan ada lane yang bolong aja.
Wah, hancur ya langsung
Hancur itu rata dengan tanah turret-turret tuh. Oke, tapi Vivian sudah mulai dipegangin terus-terusan nih oleh Ramichi. Gak akan dikasih ampun sih, tapi walaupun gak ada follow up damage ya, jadi gak banyak juga selain ya ngedelay aja waktu kepulangan dari Vivian itu sendiri. Sementara Turtle sudah spawn. Menjadi Turtle yang ketiga, akankah menjadi perfect untuk sosok Fredrin? Ataukah ada kontes paksa dari Vival?
Saran gua sih para pasukan dari tim Vitality gak usah kontes turtle tapi tim fight-nya dihajar. Paksa tim fight-nya. Paksa tim fight-nya kenapa? Supaya dia bisa dapetin objektif-objektif nantinya karena retribution udah pasti keluar.
Oke. Dan sekarang udah mulai berbondong-bondong ya dari tim Liquidnya. Mereka bergerak bersama-sama juga. Tapi ya again, split push ini akan menjadi sebuah jawaban dari tim Vitality untuk jadi sebuah keunggulan di saat ya tim Liquid kan mereka stick together. Nah, udah main 5 dan tim Vitality pun gak bisa berbuat banyak ya. Baik lagi, ini bakal cepat banget dan ada satu pulse.
Oke, tapi nampaknya tim fight dari bottom lane masih coba ditahan dan Chell di depan sana bakal coba dilindungi seorang Fumieko, tapi lihat Chell damage-nya masih bisa terdeliver, bahkan Vivian ke arah padat lagi. Fumieko tenggelam dan para pasukan dari tim Vitality mereka masih punya shadow kill. Satu buat point shadow kill tapi Vival gak bisa kuat melawan celah. Terlalu sakit damage yang diberikan. Apakah ada squad shadow yang bisa menyelamatkan dirinya? Tapi memilih untuk mundur. Chell, one man situation dengan seorang Kimi. Contoh dapatkan satu buah point kill tapi Vival masih mau lebih. Vival terkena knock up. Dan shuttle terjadi. Traction pulse dikeluarkan dan Chell tenggelam ketika 1 lawan 1 di bottom lane.
Oke.
Oh, Fredrinnya hilang pasti, damage turret terlalu besar dan itu dia. Itu di dalam turret
Dia
selama itu
ketinggalan
loh.
ya, ketinggalan.
Itu tapi di dalam turret tuh selama itu, bayangkan.
Iya, lumayan sih ini tebel banget dari Ramichi-nya memang di level yang ke-11. Mereka benar-benar imbang tapi secara gold sekarang udah mulai dikejar lagi. Tim Liquid menjauhkan lagi perbedaan yang terjadi. Ya. Sedangkan dari tim Vitality agak susah ya buat mereka melakukan pengejaran. Dan kalaupun mereka pengen mainin diversion, ini jadi pertanyaan karena tim Liquid sekarang udah main solid, main 5. Iya, dan juga diversionnya gak kelihatan dari tadi aktif ya. Jadi dalam keadaan tertinggal agak sedikit serba salah tentunya untuk tim Vitality itu sendiri. Apalagi kalau misalkan bicara memang asuransi late game di tim Vitality ada Nathan juga. Tapi jangan lupa kan tim Liquid mereka punya sosok Hari, Kimi, yang dimana punya damage konstan. Bener. Dan di saat gak ada Purify untuk Chell itu kena traction pulse aja nih sulit gitu loh untuk dihindari kayak tadi kan. Iya, itu repotnya. Kaget.
Kita lihat tim fight terjadi, lihat di sana dengan avatar Guardian. Berhasil dihindari dengan adanya para pasukan dari tim Liquid. Kali ini memaksa untuk tim fight terpakai, mereka kehilangan 2 pemain. Vival mendengar belakang, shutdown kembali terjadi dengan adanya Chini. Menjadi poin kill tambahan tapi last man standing. Red Rain. Kali ini masih bisa bertahan, tapi jangan lupakan Chell. Mau Lord menit berapapun nantinya akan bisa diselesaikan sama Chell.
Betul, dan itu dia sebuah diversion yang baru aja kita pertanyakan ya. Akhirnya sekalinya aktif on point, ini bukan tentang kuantitas. Iya kan, gak perlu banyak-banyak.
Lihat tuh. Itu dia, Nathan yang tidak bisa dibendung. Dan ini kita lihat dalam kondisi yang under ya.
Karena memang kalau misalnya ngeliat tim fight tadi di area objektif ya, tim Liquid juga agak kebingungan nih dari targetingnya. Mereka pengen dapetin objektif floor-nya terlebih dahulu, tapi di satu sisi mereka nggak mau mundur juga gitu. Ngebuat tim fight tetap bisa dipaksakan sama tim Vitality dan agak sulit memang tadi untuk escape. Ya balik lagi ya, Kari dengan range-nya yang cukup pendek gitu, tapi tetap harus hati-hati. Tim Vitality, mereka udah mulai bisa maksimalin diversion dari Yowi ini. Ya, dan ini floor-nya juga nggak di-clear loh. Dimana Super Wave Minion,
Traction pulse Vivian di depan sana, maka coba diselamatkan dengan Adisona Cheni. Terpasukan dari tim Vitality. Mereka jangan lupakan, seorang Chell walaupun kuat masih butuh badan. Ketika di depan sana langsung ada Vengeance, masih terlalu sakit dan tidak bisa dipendung, kill istri yang kita didapatkan. Lord masih mampu untuk ditahan oleh pasukan dari tim Vitality.
Iya, masih ada satu wave dari super minionnya juga sekarang. Tapi tim Vitality mereka bermain dari tadi berempat terus ya, karena Vivalnya lagi ngedistract di lini yang lain.
Oke, dan secara itemizations ya, ini balik lagi untuk Nathan 2 item pertamanya udah jadi.
Oh, tim fight kembali terjadi dengan Fumieko. Shutdown. Double attraction pulse membuat seorang Chini kali ini hampir saja termakan. Tidak ada Chell, tidak bisa tim fight. Jangan lupakan itu. Tidak ada Chell, tidak ada tim fight. Kan Chini, memang dia punya damage yang besar. Cuma kalau Chininya nggak punya badan, inilah problemnya Vitality. Dia nggak punya badan, dia nggak bisa deal damage antara Chini dan juga Chell.
Ya, dan sisi dari tim Liquid ini terlalu banyak sih. Ini chain sisinya sangat-sangat mengerikan, tapi ya itu dia permainan diversion hanya untuk bisa ngecek area rumputan aja terlebih dahulu. Dan Chell sekarang udah punya Holy Crystal, ini akan semakin kuat lagi.
Atlet nih baru.
Ini udah mulai bisa terlihat asuransinya ini jangka panjang.
Iya, ini atlet anak damage yang bakal diberikan dari front to back-nya nih. Nepin.
Iya, atlet banget ya.
Anak.
Tapi memang seru banget sih untuk Chell sendiri selama dia bisa dapetin posisinya. Karena kalau nggak dapetin posisinya ini bakal percuma. Harus ada sisi frontliner dulu yang bisa nge-kill termasuk Fumieko.
Oh, Shadow Kill berhasil mendapatkan Keme. Mundur ke arah belakang menjadi semua jawaban dan tim fight akan coba dibuka. Berpasukan dari tim Vitality mereka tidak kenal kendor. Dan jangan lupakan, dalam kondisi seperti ini mereka akan kehilangan Lord tanpa adanya Holy Defense Turret.
Iya, ini di tengahnya udah ke trigger juga ya, apalagi udah mau menit ke-12. Magic Sentry telah diaktifkan dan akankah ada satu paksa untuk nge-delay lagi eksekusi terhadap Lord yang bisa dilakukan oleh tim Liquid, karena ya ngeliat dari Vival ya dia nggak bisa megangin Lord selama itu.
Oke. Tapi jangan lupakan juga kita lihat di depan sana. Dari seorang Vivian bakal coba untuk membuka badan karena itu dia yang dibutuhkan Chell. Purify berhasil memecahkan curtain calls, tapi informasi yang cukup mahal untuk dari seorang Chell tanpa adanya Purify. Lihat ke atas kaca. Dengan damage yang terlalu sakit, bakal coba dipukul mundur. Damage tidak bisa diberi attraction pulse tanpa ada following up damage. Akan sia-sia, tapi nampaknya retribution yang gak on point dari kedua belah tim berhasil didapatkan oleh Kari. Save the day for Team Liquid Philippines.
Iya, 2 tukar 1 tapi seenggaknya dapetin Lord yang sudah ter-enhance. Ini ngebuat keuntungan kembali menjadi milik dari tim Liquid.
Ya, satu inisiasi tadi sempat dibuka juga sebenarnya sama Fumieko ya. Tapi memang ketika Shadow Kill dibuka, ada output damage yang ngebawa Hayabusa jauh banget dari area Lord, sehingga retribution juga agak sulit didapatkan. Tapi balik lagi ke arah itemization. Hero-hero frontline seperti Frederian yang udah memegang Radiant Armor ini mungkin bakal sedikit menutup ya damage, tapi bukan berarti gak bisa tembus karena kita tahu ada penetrasi yang cukup maksimal dari seorang Chell. Dan berlaku sebaliknya juga karena dari Karinya udah punya Malefic Gun, jadi range-nya ini udah mulai bisa dijauhkan lagi, nggak seperti biasanya dengan tambahan range yang dimiliki.
Ya, ada penetration juga ya pastinya, ini buat Baxianya tidak akan semakin leluasa begitu pun dari Idit. Tapi ya itu dia satu asuransi yang diberikan juga oleh tim Vitality. Oh, inisiasi.
Oke, dan Chell! Tanpa adanya Chell, mereka nggak bisa melakukan defense terhadap turret mereka. Fokus dengan ada Kari, berpasukan dari tim Vitality. Mereka para poranda, dan Vivian langsung rontok begitu saja. Dan ini bencana. Free dari seorang selamu membuat pasukan dari tim Vitality. Mereka tidak bisa membendung damage yang diberikan. Lihat, ada Vival. Sekali masuk dan jangan lupakan catatan pun terjadi dengan Shadow Kill depan sana. Clark masih bisa dipertahankan. Satu kuat Shadow dan Vival berhasil membuat nafas tambahan untuk para pasukan dari tim Vitality.
Iya, mengandalkan satu wave aja atau satu lane aja ya dari tim Liquid ini masih belum mampu juga untuk bisa mengakhiri game ketiga ini. Dan thanks to Vival yang akhirnya selalu bisa mendapatkan pertukaran terutama.
Gila,
Ini
Vival.
Kiminya loh yang ditarget.
Ya, ini nggak sehat buat jantung kita ya.
Iya, ini winternya belum ada soalnya.
Aduh, dari tim Vitality mereka kehilangan 2 player yang sangat krusial untuk melakukan defensif dan 1 base turret yang sangat krusial juga. Karena ini bakal jadi lane jauh mereka selanjutnya di objektif Lord selanjutnya. Tapi balik lagi ya, ketika kita ngomongin satu inisiasi,
Gila.
bagus
banget ya.
ya.
Traction pulse ya sih.
2 langsung kena.
Gatotnya tinggal tutup belakang. Udah gak ada jalan untuk pulang. Fight kembali terjadi. Tapi kali ini lihat Sakaratal Motus seorang Fredrin. Bakal coba dikejar oleh seorang Vivian. Retribution telah dikeluarkan tapi tidak bisa terlalu lama. Dan Fumieko berhasil menutup seorang Rameche. Thanks to Fumieko, flicker, initiate power yang diberikan oleh seorang Fumieko membalikkan kembali keadaan yang sudah dirontokkan oleh tim Liquid.
Iya, dan seenggaknya sekarang dari tim Vitality mereka dalam keadaan yang offense dan harusnya akan ada trade base turret yang bisa
Wajib,
mereka ambil.
wajib. Kalau nggak ada trade, ini bahaya. Minimal Vivian korbanin 1 badannya dia. Tukar 2 badan dari tim Liquid, itu it's okay, no problem.
Oke. Harusnya di base turret tengah bakal hancur sih.
Oke, langsung ke arah belakang dengan Shadow Kill. Masih bisa dihindari. Vival mundur ke arah belakang, coba dikejar. Coach Shadow masih menyelamatkan dirinya menuju ke arah mid. Jadi diperhitungkan para pasukan dari tim Liquid kali ini mereka sudah kembali lagi ke lane of down. Jadi untuk menuju ke arah Lord yang selanjutnya harus mulai dipikirkan oleh tim Vitality.
Yes, dan ya memang bermain disiplin ya itu sangat-sangat wajib juga tentunya karena tim Vitality mereka nggak paksa lagi untuk melanjutkan segi tim fightnya. Mereka hancurin base turret tengah dan mereka tarik mundur untuk setup ke area dari Lord yang sekarang sudah mulai dipok duluan sama tim Liquid.
Alright, terlepas ada traction pulse kembali menang karena counter attack masih bisa dihindari secara Chell. Free hit, Vivian, tapi nampaknya Shadow Kill masih bisa diselamatkan dengan berbagai poin. Kini tidak akan meninggalkan begitu saja. Fumi Eko jangan dilupakan, ini edit bukan sembarang edit. Damage-nya terlalu sakit dan bahkan satu poin kill didapatkan untuk seorang Soju. No front laner membuat tim Liquid harus melepaskan Lord kali ini karena mereka punya carry. Kalau mereka kontes gak wise.
Iya, dan ini harusnya bakal di zoning out si Ramichi.
Clendrin! What are you doing? Oh my god, untung dia nggak tumbang. Kalau dia tumbang, kasusnya berbeda. Nggak ada badan lagi untuk seorang Kimi dan juga seorang Kari.
So ya, oke, dan Lord bisa didapatkan tim Vitality ini menjadi sebuah angin segar juga untuk mereka dan di saat kayak tadi kumpul berlima, akhirnya Shadow Kill nggak maksimal.
Iya, itu ya akhirnya cara jawabannya. Dan sebenarnya wave atas tadi hampir banget bisa kedorong, tapi nggak ada gangguan yang ngedistract ke arah Lui-nya. Karena memang udah cukup berbahaya nih dari Kimi menuju ke arah full item. Sky Pierce bahkan yang diambil dengan 6 total point kill, tapi 3 death ya, itu yang mungkin akan mengurangi stacknya. Sekarang waktunya untuk fokus ke arah defensif dengan Winter Crown yang harus sudah mulai dikoleksi, salah satunya ada di Ramichi juga. Jadi mungkin untuk Lord yang berjalan kali ini akan coba untuk dimaksimalkan.
Kalau gua jadi Fumi, gua bakal initiate. Pasti gua akan lempar badan gua. Karena ini adalah satu kesempatan untuk Chell bisa nge-clear dengan cepat. Lihat Chell depan sana, petaraf Guardian-nya, for nothing. Shadow Kill telah terbagi dengan Winter Crown, tidak bisa terlalu lama membuat terpaksa dari tim Vitality. Berhasil meng-clear dengan sangat cepat, Daiki depan sana. Double kill dari seorang Chell, dan base-nya menjadi tujuan utama. Vitality still take the series.
Dan upper bracket berarti telah diamankan juga harusnya ya untuk tim Vitality.
Yes.
2-1 walaupun memang sempat tersandung di game yang kedua tapi wow ini dia sebuah jawaban yang dimana ada asuransi legendnya, initiator juga ada dan yang masih belum terkalahkan sejauh ini untuk segi matchnya ya.
Betul, tapi
When being at the bottom, at least from season 10, naigapang nila as soon as they became part of that national team. And ever since, they have never looked back. But it didn't take a while, or it took a while for Teasy para ma-develop niya yung kumpiyansa na meron siya ngayon. Because during that time, and specifically season 13 of MPL Philippines, they got swept by the eventual champions, Team Liquid Philippines. At kung maaalala natin, nung mga pagkakataon na yon, Teasy was already encountering an illness. He needed to go through a serious operation and on medications para malabanan niya yung pain na nararamdaman niya sa kanyang katawan while that is happening immediately after the grand finals. Flap then knew na para makapagtuloy-tuloy siya sa paglarga dito mismo sa MPL Philippines, he did not only need to train para sa laro, but he also need his health to be at peak and condition. So with that being said, he began his journey towards fitness and health. Nakikita naman natin all over social media, Teasy definitely taking care of himself, not only with his mental state, but also on his physical one, to build his confidence, but to also continue playing more. Dahil masaya nga siya. So kung nasan siya ngayon together with his teammates, he aims not only for another shot at MSC, but it's also a title that they haven't gotten last year. Kaya gustong-gusto niya talagang bumawi. Ang kanyang pangarap ay maging parte ng isang team na patuloy ang pagkuha ng napakaraming international titles all across different tournaments as well as repeating championships. Just like how the roster from before, back in his old days, were achieving 2 M-Series World Championships, he wants to be part of something more and something even greater. And that is what makes Teasy legendary. Throwing it over to Jane.
If that is what makes Teasy legendary, well, let me talk about this next MPL legend. There is no MPL Filipino fan that does not know who Yowi is. With local and international championships under his belt, he has always been destined for greatness. Now, with that in mind, it pushed him to test his abilities in a different country. He joined MPL Indonesia for 2 seasons. And during our talk, he talked about how he transitioned and adjusted from being a Filipino player here at MPL Philippines to being a foreign player in MPL Indonesia. In just a month, he was able to master the language and adjusted well. He was able to find ways to keep himself satisfied and happy over there, but it just wasn't the same. The Philippines was calling his name, and here he is. When he got the call to come back to the Philippines, sabi nga ni Yowi, napasigaw siya, yes, sa Pinas na ako next season. And aren't we all happy that he is here? I asked him what's next. He says he wants to prove that he has the potential. And with this being TNC's first appearance in the playoffs in years, he is more motivated than ever. He's really riding on the desire to beat champions once again. Sabi ni Yowi, namimiss niya yung feeling na nasa stage siya with his teammates being declared as the champions. Is this the season for them to do that? Will the Phoenix rise to the very... that? Will the Phoenix rise to the very top once again?
Isita natin kung bakit nga ba legendary si Teasy at si Yowi. At grabe na rin pala talaga ang naging journey ng dalawang manlalaro na to. Parang nakaka-inspire at nakakalungkot na rin na isa sa kanila ay kailangan tumigil ang journey for playoffs after this playoffs.
Oh, tsaka parang ano to, kung nakita natin yung mga photos nila, sobrang iba pa yung itsura. Si Teasy, pag ganun ka ba?
Oo,
Kasi grabe
payat
siya
na flop
mag-flex
pa.
ngayon eh. Grabe siya mag-flex ngayon. Pero parang ang saya na nakikita natin na lumalaki yung mga players natin. Not just physically, pero lumalaki din yung pangarap nila. Merong iba nakakapagtayo na ng bahay. I'm sure nakaka-relate dun si Tupe. Na ng bahay. I'm sure nakaka-relate dun si
Ngayon kumbaga parang dating ego na nagdagdagan ng Lancy, pero parang iba yung aura, iba yung dating nila ngayon.
oh, parang ramdam mo na parang anytime bigla sila magda-dive. Parang magugulat ka na, pwede palang gumawa ng play doon. Pwede palang mag-set up bigla. Ganun yung vibe mo pag nanonood ka ng laban ng TNC. And very contrast sa as to how Team Falcons play. Kasi for Team Falcons naman, very systematic. Parang alam mo na, 1, 2, 3, okay, next. 1, 2, 3, next. Something like that.
Oo, pag napanood naman natin yung Falcons mamaya, sana meron ng konting pitik, yung tipong hindi naman super disiplinado lang. And may expect natin yan, dahil mukhang marami namang nailuto ang Team Falcons. Bisitahin natin ang ating mga co-casters. Kamusta ba ang ating mga casters dyan? Okay naman ba kayo? Rinig ba mga bossing?
Ngayon, ready na kami kung sakaling tanungin nyo kami.
Ay, ayun ready na nga pa talaga. O sige total, inangat nyo na rin naman. It's TNC kontra Team Falcons. Mamaya na ang ating mga predictions, no? Kitang-kita naman yung mga emotes, excited na nga. Ilang games muna sa tingin nyo? Ilang games muna?
5 games!
5
Games ulit.
Kayo.
Nakatrongkot naman ako eh.
5 games ka din, ikaw.
5 games din, sige.
Dito na rin naman tayo, guys. Might as well sulitin na natin ang ticket para kung may stats man, siguro
maliban lang yung araw na yung dalawang play-ins natin ay mag 5 games each. So why not let's make history para sa FPLPH Season 15, no? Hindi na malayong mangyari yan. Quick predictions na rin, no? Total, pinag-usapan na natin yung mga number of games. Sino ba ang prediction nyo? Meron tayong mga battle emotes dyan. Pakiangat po ng inyong predictions kung kaya nyo na.
Ay,
Wait lang.
mamili ka na isa burrito. Isa lang. Alam
Isa
mo,
lang.
dalawang hawak mo, pero isa lang. Sino
Ito.
pipiliin mo?
Wow.
Consistent Kanina din game, Series 1, ganun sila.
Siya ulit alay, nahuli.
Uy, bakit?
Wala, nahuli.
Ayan na naman. Burrito, pwede bang paki-explain muli kung bakit yan ang naging desisyon ng ating casting desk?
Sige, napag-usapan kasi namin at napagbasihan namin no, yung mga performances ng regular season. Again, wala pa pong na ipapanalong serye or match ang TNC sa top 4 na teams natin sa FPL Philippines. So I think maaari talaga at malaki ang chance ng Falcons.
Maganda explanation.
Maganda naman talaga ang maganda doon, chance sa tupi, ay very stats-based yung galaw na yon. Again, ang numero po dito ay 2-1 ang unang pagkikita, 2-0 naman yung huling pagkikita, and that was all in favor of Team Falcons. Kaya naman para sa mga taong gustong mag-predict din po dyan, ay pwede nyo pong i-comment o pag-usapan yan sa ating mga social media pages. And of course, may battle emotes po tayo na available hanggang August 5 for 109 diamonds only.
So, syempre, meron tayong bago emotes for Aurora, TLPH, and Twisted Minds. At kung hindi nyo pa nakukuha, syempre, nagbabalik ang battle emotes ng Onyx, Omega, at the TNC.
Gusto ko dyan yung yung sa TNC. Makulit eh.
Oh, makulit yan.
Napakulit. Oo, napakulit talaga. Pakita nyo na, by the way, ang suporta nyo at bilhin nyo na ang battle emotes sa in-game shop. Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters dyan. Mag-ready na kayo sa 5 games. Hiningi nyo yan. Hiningi nyo na yan at ibibigay natin yan. Hopefully, dahil gusto rin nating masulit at ticket. Thank you, casters. Thank you, casters. At ito na, Tupi, grabe. Saktong-sakto yung dating mo. Kasi kanina nung dalawa lang kami dito ni Chantel, umabot ng 5 games na wibindang na kami.
Feeling ko siya yung pinaka ngayon. Siya muna ang pinaka mag-a-analyze ngayon.
Ikaw na muna, Tupi.
Oh,
Okay.
tara na.
Tara na.
Bigla umalis. Well, kasi ang hirap naman talaga kasi nga ihumayin yung mga laban kanina. Lalo na bukod sa nasagad talaga ng Game 5, ang hahaba. And yung mga Lord Dance pa lang, ang dami nang nangyayari. Kaya, hindi ko alam. Ang hirap ng trabaho ni Chantel kanina.
Hindi. Tsaka
Sa kanya
hindi lang yun eh.
nating lahat.
Bantu like,
subscribe,
dan komen-komen ya guys. Ini kita lagi menyaksikan MPL Filipina
Ako na yung nagtataka bilang panelist dito na
babak
nakakarinig ng sigaw
playoff.
nila. Paanong hindi napapaos? Paanong hindi nauubos yung energy?
Kanina sa Onyx, kwento natin, yung sumigaw na, yung narinig mo na, and ball. Kasi hinito niya,
Ganun sila ka-coordinated sa ating mga community at sobrang nakakatuwa na lumalaki pa po mas lalo ang ating mga MPL super communities. Sa ngayon, syempre, malapit na magsimula ang ating laban. Once again, it's TNC Pro Teams kontra sa Team Falcons. Punta na tayo sa ating mga players.
Champions Arena. Please welcome our marshals for this match. Joshua, Juvin, JJ, and David. The final battle for the skies. It's Team Falcons versus the Phoenix. TNC Pro Team. In the EXP lane, Flop Teasy and 3 more Teasy. In the jungle, Kyle Teasy and Saita. In the mid lane, Few and Lancy. the gold lane, Super Marco and Benny Cutie! And welcome their coaches, Coach Trevor for Team Falcons Philippines and Coach Imba DJ for TNC Pro Team. Falcon or Phoenix, who will soar higher and whose wings will clip and fall? This is the epic conclusion for the beasts in the clouds of the land of dawn, Champions Arena. It's game time!
Sisimulan na nga natin ang laban sa himpapawid. I-welcome na natin ang Team Falcons. We have Flap Teasy, Kyle Teasy, Few, Oakwood, and Super Marco.
Alam mo, ang Team Falcons ay isa sa mga teams na sanay na rin talaga na halos pumapasok sa butas ng karayom. Pagdating sa mga playoffs, may mga games din na nakaka-reverse sweep. Yung 10 games na probably nasa history ng MPL Philippines, isa sila sa mga team na yan. At isa rin sa kailangang bantayan ng kanilang kalaban, or specifically ni Yowi, ay si Master Owen. Naging mainit ang kanilang titigan kanina. And I think yun yung pwede nating pang moral boost for Owen dito. Dahil nakita naman natin that for the rest of the Falcons, na they are a very systematic team as long as Master Owen leads the whole squad with the help of the captain, of course, Idol Makits Yu. Napakadali para sa kanila na paliitin ang apoy ng TNC.
At ang kanilang makakalabang ay ang Rising Phoenix na TNC Pro Team. We have 3 Martisi, Saida, Lancy, Yowi, and Benny Cutie. Para dito sa TNC Pro Team, nakita na natin ang kanilang pag-rise all the way back dito sa ating playoffs. For 3 years, Chantel, ganong katagal ang hinintay ng TNC Army para hintayin ang pagbalik nila dito sa ating playoffs. And for the first time ever, makikita natin silang maglaro muli dito sa playoffs. Ang tanong na lamang ay makakalusot ba ng play-ins? Dahil dito na nga papasok yung mga pressure na nanggagaling sa mga fans, na nanggagaling sa mga supporters alike. Malalaglag pa agad sa first round ng playoffs ang lipat ng TNC. Tignan natin ang ating team head-to-head. Ano bang pwede nating mapansin dito?
Specifically for the first blood, actually 55% para sa ng TNC. So ito yung mga klase ng team na very aggressive on the early game. Very sakto din on sabihin na nating pinaka-playstyle ng team nila. So ang pinaka-magiging problema na lang nila dito is how they will translate it to actually win the game. Kasi game win rate nakaangat dito ang Team Falcons. Average game time, 18 minutes versus 16 minutes. Kalimutan na natin yan. Kanina kasi average game time ng dalawang teams natin. Almost ganun din. Pero inabot tayo ng mga 20 plus. So I think for this one, ang pinakakailangan lang ng dalawang teams natin dahil ganun yun ang head-to-head stats nila is more on yung pag-maintain ng energy.
Well, speaking of energy, is nakita naman natin sa pagmarcha pa nga lang ni Yowi at Sean Owen. Lalo na roamers tong dalawa na to. Kaya sila yung magsiset talaga ng tempo. Napakataas when it comes to percentage ng first blood ng TNC. So expect them to be more aggressive. Kilala natin si Yowi, si Idolo, sa mga ganong klaseng playstyle.
Oo, at yung gigil na nakita natin sa titigan ng ating dalawang roamer, no? Parang may something eh. Parang may gigil na nandito sa loob ng ating serye. Pero bago natin puntahan yung mga gigil, pigilan muna natin yan. Dahil bibisitahin muna natin yung mga vibes nila bago magsimula ang laban sa Smart Pages.
Di ko na alam kung dapat bang ihinto. Di alam ang sasabihin, di alam ang aking gagawin. Kung mananatili sa'yo, minamahal kong estranghero. Kaboses ko yung, top of June. Teka mo. Uwi pa ka na naman, umiiwas ng tingin. Nababalot ng hiwag at humalina sa akin kahit na ika'y hindi ko maintindihan. Di pipigil ang ganap ko ng dakilang iyong ngiti. Misteryoso. Ayos ba yung mga Songer skills ko yan. Goods. Bigay nyo na sa amin doon, dami nyo na awards eh. Receivable pa nga kayo, mga goods eh. Okay, doon, pakarburan ng season na to, mga Lodi Falcon. Kulit no, dati niyayabang mo yung meron. Sunod. Wala! Ngayon wala kang nagawa. Nabaliktad ang sitwasyon, ikaw naman ang niyabang. Wala. Dala. Do or die. Siyempre do tayo do.
Tignan nga natin no, kung sa 2 nga ba mapupunta. That's our smart ping test, bringing you low latency gaming with smart sulit promos.
Subscribe to Only 5G with non-stop data for non-stop gaming on your favorite loading platforms or at the smart booth right outside our MPL venue.
Parang tradisyon na ata sa mga ibang players natin, no, bago magsimula yung laro, parang kumakanta, nagra-rap, may mga ibang nag-iiwan pa ng bars. At dito natin nakikita talaga yung personality ng mga ating mga lalaro. Pero bukod sa personality, ay kailangan na rin nating tignan ang ating Infinix keys to victory. Para sa Team Falcons, challenge TNC's late game and long series endurance. Para naman sa TNC Pro Team, polish to late game decision making. Para naman sa parehas sa kupunan, fight for the early game momentum. Ano ba yung kailangan natin tutukan dito?
Actually for TNC dito, sumaktong-sakto talaga yung polish mid to late game. Kasi sabi nga natin, first flat, ang layo ng difference nila versus Team Falcons kanina sa statistics natin. So, ibig sabihin na there's something wrong kung paano nila tinatry tapusin yung laban. And if I'm not mistaken, majority ng mga laban ng TNC, kung babalikan natin since week 1 of MPL Season 15, majority talaga ay sila yung lamang early game, pero nag-e-end up na sometimes nasa sweep pa nga sila ng kalaban nila.
Yeah, may mga chances na nababaliktad pa nga yung sitwasyon. And fight for the early game momentum, sa tingin ko, napaka-akma talaga para sa dalawang team na to ang keys to victory na yan dahil nga aggressive ang dalawang roamers natin. At pag nakuha nila yung early momentum na yan, kagaya ng last series, kung sino yung nakakakuha ng turtle, nakakakuha ng first blood, majority sila yung nananalo. So ganun din sa laban na to dahil napaka-fast pace ng ilang mga laban, it's really needed for you to control the early game and the momentum.
Oo, tignan natin kung sino nga ba makakapag-control ng early game. Napaka-importante nito. Ang katulad na lamang ng mga nabanggit natin kanina. Usually, kung sino yung nakakalamang ng early ay siyang nananalo ng larong iyon. This time for game number 1, blue side ang pipiliin ng Team Falcons. The last time na nagtapat ng blue side ang Team Falcons ay nanalo naman sila against TNC Pro Team. Pero hindi na natin masasabi kasi ngayon dito sa ating playoffs. Katulad na lang nung serye kanina. Isang side lang ang nilaro at hindi nagpalit ng buong serye ang Twisted Minds and Onyx Philippines at nagpalit-palit din ang ating mga resulta that series. Let's see if it's the same story para dito sa ating pangalawang serye. Once again, play-ins po ang ating pinapanood. Kung sino ang matatalo dito sa seryeng ito ay matatapos na agad ang ating journey. Pasok na sa drafting phase. It's game 1 of this best of 5 series. Aabot na naman ba tayo ng 5 laro? Dito na natin malalaman yan sa game 1 pa lamang.
Pinakaabangan ko is kung same ba yung magiging pattern dito ng ating dalawang kupunan in terms of the drafting. Kanina kasi Kalea was being prioritized for the previous series. So pwedeng ganun din ang mangyari para dito sa side ng Team Falcons or baka Kimi naman ang ating pinakamakita para dito sa ating laban. Kasi kanina yung Kimi parang given na siya eh. Open siya pero hindi siya kinukuha ng mga team. So dito natin pwede nang makita kung ano ba yung sabihin na natin pinakagustong gawin ng mga teams pagdating doon sa rotation ng heroes nila.
Well, dun sa naging draft pattern kanina, parang naging solido rin aside from getting the red side for Onyx Philippines, yung pag-ban din sa Matilda, di ba? So, kagaya rin siguro ng gagawin dito, may mga expected heroes tayo na pwedeng tanggalin all throughout the series. Just like the Kimi you said, Chantel, ito na, tinanggal nga ni Coach Imba DJ yan.
Pero open sila Matilda, pero I'm not
potential responses. Midnight, ano ba yung mga madalas na sagot dito sa isang Zushin?
Mga TNC, pwede lumabas dyan yung mga Granger. So there's definitely a lot of options here for TNC. Pero depende na rin kung anong school of thought yung kanilang lalaroin. Kasi so far, marami tayong nakitang iba't ibang meta na nanggaling dito sa TNC.
And just like that, 1-1 locked in. Kasabayan na rin ng isang Kalea. Ano bang, bakit ganun ang reaction na naatim mo?
Oh, parang sobrang aga kasi di ba normally magpapalitan mo na yan, open nga si Harin, open din si Moscow. So pwede kasing secret sana na hero para dito sa side ng TNC. So mataas ang chance na meron pa silang isa pa na tinatago na hero. Hindi na ako magulat kung baka maghanso ulit dito si Zaida para sa ating game. For Team Falcons naman, sila yung nagban ng Phobius. Okay.
Yeah.
So dahil pinagka nila yung Phobius, medyo mahihirapan dito kuhanin yung 1-1 at unless kumuha sila ng mga Johead, pero madali lang din naman. Johead, Cho, yung mga single target para ma-force agad na magamit dito yung second skill. But it's gonna be Granger plus Baksha.
Tumaas talaga yung pick rate ng Baksha. And napaka-flexible pa rin ito dahil nga kanina, nakita natin yan as a roamer. Tapos is Finlex siya sa XP nung game number 5. Harith is still available pero hindi talaga pinili sa series na to.
Oo, and yung Harit na to, no, ay talagang kayang-kaya namang laruin ng ating mga gold laners. Pero ang tapatan na makikita natin ngayon ay Granger and 1-1. Let's talk about the 1-1. Nightmate, pagka tumitingin tayo sa mga 1-1 lanes, kadalasan ba, nakakalamang ba ito against the Granger kung hindi magawa yung level 1 Inspire play? Pero mukhang mamaya na lang natin makakapanayam, no? At when we look at this gold lane matchup, no, para sa akin talaga kaya namang lumamang ng Granger as long as tumama yung mga ilang pokes na yun.
Oo, kailangan tumama talaga. Pero Hayabusa, parang pwede na yata natin makompleto yung dito yung mga heroes natin for the collaboration. So with the Hayabusa dito, kailangan mabantayan agad ng Team Falcons kung saan yung kanya magiging pattern kasi mataas ang chance since 1-1 kaya nasa top lane nila, and Granger yung katapat, baka ang ikot is gonna be on the gold lane. But the lane is gonna be banned here by TNC. So parang dito sa side ng Team Falcons, medyo lumiliit yung heroes for Kyle Teasy. Pero pwede kasi nila i-shift So artillery mage ang ibaban dito na side ng Team Falcons, which is the Farsa. Kailangan nila na pang range din. Actually, okay lang din yung Eve para dito sa TNC. Although yun nga lang, ang magiging struggle dito is normally pag may Kalaya ka, gusto mo ang kasama mo na mage is somehow kaya din mag-burst agad para finisher mo yung Hayabusa.
And so far, no, mukhang makikita talaga natin na ang isang Granger na hawak dito ni Super Marco ay talagang napakataas ng kanilang win rate. Almost 10 on the KDA. Talagang napaka-bulletproof at napakasakit at napakahirap patayin dito ni Super Marco. Kung babalikan ko yung regular season stats ng taong ito, ng player na ito, ay talagang ilap patayin. Number 1 in the least average hits per game. Tupi, ngayon napapasok na tayo sa ating second picking phase. Naghahanap pa rin naman ang TNC Pro Team ng kanilang potential mage, pati na rin XP laner. Ano ba ang magandang i-pick if you're TNC Pro Team?
Well, for TNC Pro Team, kanina nga yung Eve potential Eve dito, pero yun nga, cost 4 na ang inuna kagad nila Lancy. Range artillery, yan ang magandang kuhanin if you are against the Zushin. Dahil nga sa limited range ng Zushin, sa kanyang spammable capability, madali or mas madali para sa TNC na makalamang sa mga harapang bakbakan, especially for the first objective or like first turtle na dominant talaga ang Zushin.
To be fair, para dito sa hindi na ako magugulat kung biglang magkaroon ng Vexana. Para dito sa Vexana, Valentina, para yung mga good options din para sa TNC. And good si Lancy kasi there's high shots yung mga heroes.
Ay!
Sabi ko kasi hindi ako magugulat ng Vexana. Nagulat tuloy ako sa Zaz.
Oo, hindi naman kasi si Vexana yan. And sa totoo lang, no, Chantel, napakatalino nito mula sa side ng TNC Pro Team dahil yung Sasuke isa rin sa mga naging early counter picks against that Zushin, mas lalo na nung bagong release ang hero na ito.
At saka may time talaga na nilabas nila to.
Oo.
Isa to sa mga unique heroes ng TNC, if I'm not mistaken. Tapos ang ganda kasi nito, kaya palang tapang agad nila kumuha ng 1-1 kasi meron kang pang front with a Nigmatic spawn at masasona yung iba. So maganda dito na may sagot naman na Badang at Team Falcons and also kinuha nila si Suyo. So kung kanina hindi na nakakita ng Suyo this time around, it's gonna be on Kyle Teasy's hand. So the usual pa rin naman na pattern para sa hero composition ng side ng Team Falcons. But the most probably is gonna be on the post 5. Pero pwede mag-interchange
Pwede.
Pero kung zone at zone lang din, maganda siya na pang post 5, para yung baksa mo, pwedeng yung pangpigil mo naman kung ano yung magiging expel ni Team RTC kasi brusko-brusko.
Or pwede rin naman i-roam nila para matapatan nila yung Surge of Life ng Kalea para medyo manigate na konti yung healing potential. And Glue. Well, tumataas din ang pick rate ng Glue pero kaninang series hindi natin to masyadong napansin at hindi talaga sila na-spam ng mga teams.
Parang kanya-kanya talaga ang timpla ng ating mga teams dito. No? May mga teams na nagpaprioritize ng Sushin, may mga teams na nagpaprioritize ng Baksha, pero kanya-kanyang preparasyon para dito sa 3 weeks na inantay natin sa pagbabalik dito sa MPL Philippines Season 15. At ngayon sa second round ng play-ins, isang team na ang bumagsak at isang team ang susunod. For this time around, it's Team Falcons kontra TNC Pro Team. Tapatan ni Teasy at ni Yowi. Yung kikil ni Ogwen at ni Yowi kanina ay makikita na natin dito sa game number 1. Pero excited rin ako sa pagbabalik naman ng 1-1 ni Benny QT. Isa sa mga most played ni Benny QT for his very long career dito sa ating liga. It's game number 1 of the Battle of the Skies. Malapit na nga magsimula, kaya naman pupunta na tayo sa Land of Dawn kasama ang ating mga casters.
Ano nga ba ang una nating makikita? Is it going to be the soaring of the Falcons or rise of the Phoenix Army? Muli, magbabalik tayo dito sa laban ng TNC Pro Team at ng Team Falcons.
Medyo matagal-tagal na huli nating nakita ang isang Zaska. Pero gusto ko lang sabihin yung Nightmaric Spawn kasi, nakukonsume niya yung mana ng Lanterns player. So malaking impact talaga mabibigay nito.
Oo.
Kumbaga, nag-exist na yung matchup dito ng napinili ng TNC. And it also works decently against the Baksha para at least pag bumangga dito yung Baksha, no, may slow effect na kailangan intindihin, di ba sa makakalabas si Ogwen. And ano din siya, parang attention seeker din, no? Hindi naman sa papansin si Lance. Yung hero niya papansin. Kasi hindi pwedeng hindi mo pansinin yung ultimate ni Lance dito.
Para malina, parang showstopper siya dun sa gustong gawing pabida ng isang Baksha dito for Team Falcons. But as we've mentioned nga kahit nung panel, somehow ito talaga yung nagiging palitan dati nung hindi pa na-nerf, na-adjust yung Jazz. Yung Jushin Zaz talaga na tapatan.
And speaking of tapatan, may tapatan kagad nagaganap. Yowi at Ogwen, nabibit-bit. Then, si Lancy at first blood kagad kay Ogwen. Habang si Zayda naman nakabawi din ng kill. Ngayon si Flapa ay lalayo na. Ngayon, Trimar and Yowi ay nakamatsyag. Si Kyle Teasy yata magiging target nila. Zayda, sumisilip-silip lamang. Nandun yung pagharang. At may konting pokes lamang. At tanong, itutuloy ba to ng TNC? Medyo mahaba yung naging skirmish. Pero pipigilan nila kasi ilang segundo na lang, pabuhay na rin yung unang pagong.
Hindi pa tapos yung laban.
Hindi pa rin,
Suntukan. Unlihil kasi yun yung dalawa sa babae. Yung Kalea tsaka yung Glue.
Tsaka kung mapapansin mo rin, for TNC Pro Team nga, sabi nga natin kanina, kailangan nila ng another side of aggressiveness din laban sa Team Falcons. Kaya ngayon, tignan mo naman yung mga jump in na Trimar. Grabe rin yung mga ganitong pang-box out.
Wait lang, si Zayda ay dito at ang buong kupunan ng TNC ay kukunin yung unang pagong nilaban. Napakabilis nito para sa kanila.
Yeah, very decisive dito yung movements from both sides. Actually, sa haba-haba ng action, no, nagulat ako na yung dalawang angat ay nagkasya mula kay Few kanina. Ang aga niya palang tinapos yung Elegant Gem. So laki nung mana na meron siya rito and also gives him little form of durability laban sa TNC. Pero pagdating sa mga objectives, medyo mahirap nga lang naman kalaban yung Hayabusa. Pero pagdating sa late game, isa to sa pinakamahirap kalaban na marksman.
Ayan yung kailangan nila bantayan and they need to an answer to that. Huwag na nilang hantayin pa, di ba, na mag-snowball ito or mag-scale up. Speaking of which, dito man tayo sa may bandang mid lane, where we could see talaga na malaking pang-i-stall sa Jushin yung mga ganong spawn ng Zaz.
Nakakairita din kasi yan. Alam mo, akala mo walang damage yan. Pero meron yan na hindi mo lang namamalayan. Tapos ang malapit doon, pag nilapag yung Dominator's Descent, hindi mo alam kung i-burst nyo ba yung alien o hahayaan nyo lang siya na bumanat kasi hindi rin biro damage nung continuous damage doon.
Tsaka ang masakit dyan, yun nga wala silang pump burst.
nung alien. Kumbaga, may isang hero na kailangan mong pagtuunan ng pansin, which is yung 1-1 ni Benecutie. May isang hero naman na papansin, pero ayaw mo namang bigyan ng pansin. Pero pag di mo binigyan ng pansin, ang hapde.
Wala na, hindi ko alam kung papansinin mo ba or hindi. Basta doon na naglaro sa mga pansinan yan.
Basta nag-i-exist.
Oh, yun na, wait na, nag-i-exist din.
Pinansin.
Okay, si Few, binitbit. Itong si Zayd, walang takas.
Yawi.
Pero nakakuha din si Yawi ng isa. 1-for-1 na magiging palitan. Flicker ay na-force. Habang si Ogwen ay talagang napakunat. Ito yung prowess talaga pag may backshot. No?
Parang sabi, wag nyo na kasi pansinin iba. Ito yung pansinin natin, yung mga kaya nilang abutin. And with that, nakakuha nga ng kill din doon ng TNC. Trade-off lang, kumbaga. Strange lang.
Yeah. Ang medyo, medyo, to be fair, maganda sana yung move dito ng TNC. Yung nga lang na elegant gem, si Zyda. And medyo mahihirapan sila dito kasi knowing na may suyo din yung Team Falcons, medyo nagra-ramp up yung aggression kapag nakakuha ng momentum. Although, medyo passive yung laro ni Teasy.
Oo nga medyo nagtataka nga ako, medyo mabagal Pero sabi na, sige, bilisan kaya natin. Yawi pumasok. Ngayon, nagsasapak na dito si Teasy. Wala nga lang tinamaan. Andun yung dominator si Sen na gamit. At Zyda ay makukuha yung ikalawang pagaw ng laban. Pero sabi ni Teasy, sige, laban natin. At ngayon ay nakulong si Yawi. Teasy ay makakakuha finally ng kanyang kill.
Pero still, a turtle here for TNC Pro Team. But this time, for Team Falcons, mukhang ang bilis ng conversion. Transition agad sa mid lane.
Uri ko agad.
Op.
Nagmamadali dito ang Team Falcons ha. Parang yung slow start nila, sabi nila ito na ata. Nakasigunda ako ngayon Ngayon, i-ano natin, i-tarsera.
Tarsera na. Tarsera, baka nga nag-ano pa baka tawag doon. Basta yun, alam niyo na yun. Max, yung pinakauling gear. And siguro ang iniiwasan dito ni Kyle Teasy is lalong mabagal yung kanyang pag-ramp up kapag na-shotdown yung early game niya. And nga dito ang ginawa niya is inunan niya tapusin yung Counter-Strike para mas mabilis yung kanyang mobility sa mga team fights kapag natapos yung casting ng Soul Saber. Medyo greedy kasi yung Fury Hammer into War Axe.
Yeah.
And feeling ko that's one way of solving yung issues ni Suyo ngayon na medyo hirap siya lumaban. Especially around the timings ng second turtle kasi ang daming magic damage na kailangan niyang i-dodge since wala na nga yung damage reduction sa immortal form.
And ngayon hindi lang yan yung kailangan nila i-dodge. The Blowing One actually activated na dito para kay Few. And aside from that, kung greediness lang naman pag-uusapan, actually 2/3 na-destroy dito ng Team Falcons.
Oo, parang sabihin natin na ginagawa ng Falcons ito. Binabagalan lang nila, nagagawa naman nila ng tama yung mga kagustuhan nila. And makikita natin ng TNC. Parang si TNC pa nga nagre-react sa bawat ikot ng Falcons
Nililito lang nila. Akala nyo nandito kami pero ang daming gumagalaw dun sa mga sides din dito ng Team Falcons. And which is why isa sa pinaka-importanting linya, nabutas agad nila. And with that, sakto, in 15 seconds, magre-respond na pangatlo or panghuling pagong para sa laban na to.
And ngayon, si Trimar ay chinecheck na nga niya. Baka may mga nakapwesto na.
Kailangan niya i-check
Diyan
talaga.
sa mga damuhan. Few, nauna na. Sabi niya, medyo naiinip ako Kailangan na natin simulan kagad ito.
Saka nararamdaman natin ngayon, Super Marco also here. Paligid na Turtle Pit ang binabatayan ng Team Falcons.
Yawi,
5-on-5 ba to?
Yawi, nagamit yung Tsunami Slam. Pasok din si Few. Side na nakuha ng pagong. Ngayon ay nabitawan na ang Shadow Kill. And this time, po! Si Super Marco ay lumalayo na nakalipad. Si Benecutie at Maniac para sa bagyo.
4 men down for the side of Falcons. TNC eliminating them with the use of Benecutie.
Sa sobrang laki ng impact ni Benecutie ron, dalawang Benedict Gonzalez na picture yung lumabas. And ganun kalaki yung presensya nung 1-1. Dito sa game na to, isang team fight lang. Nag-shift yung momentum, nag-shift yung tempo. Also, napakaganda nung huli ni Yowi at pati na rin ni Teasy na pagtripan.
Ayan.
Yung suyo, dito natin makikita sa replay, instant take, very decisive. Yung naging laro dito ng TNC na force out yung dalawang dash mula kay Kyle Teasy. And Trimar with that flicker. And again, dito mo mararamdaman na nasaktan talaga yung suyo nung tinanggal yung magic damage reduction sa immortal form. Kayang-kaya siya ng suyo mag-isa. So, yung Team Falcons, medyo nagtakbuhan sila since wala silang protection para sa isa't isa. Hindi na nila nabigyan ng sagot dito yung problema na dala ng bagyo.
Tsaka babalik tayo dun sa kailangan mo talaga tignan kung nasan yung mata ng bagyo kasi baka mamaya nakatingin na pala sa inyo, di ba?
Oo nga
Maniac, burrito.
Ibang klase, Actually, di ko nga napansin. Yung pagong kasi gumanon Umangat yung pagong
tapos dalawang picture ni Benedict na nangangiti lumabas
At nakangiti yun si
Benedict sabi niya, oy, makakalipad na, crossbow, tangis
Nga
taki.
Ang tindi nun and napakagandang pag-switch ng momentum para sa TNC ang naganap noon. At pumunto na rin actually si Benny dito, ang pangatlong core niya.
Oo, ang malupit doon, naalala ko nung unang sabak ni Benny QT nung regular season, maniac kagad.
Oo nga
Yung pinamalas niya. Ito, unang game ng TNC sa playoffs
Playoffs.
for a long time. Maniac na naman.
And still, nararamdaman natin, that was just not a... Hindi yun basta space lang na na-create That was a destruction created by TNC na ngayon hindi lang sila basta nakahabol. Unti-unti lumalamang, nakakalabas at nangunguna na nga lang din sa mga pwesto, lalo't buhay na nga yung unang Lord.
And isa siguro to sa sa mga problema ng Team Falcons, even though meron silang backshot rito, meron silang revitalize, some would say na parang pwede naman nila tangkihin yung crossbow lang dito ni Benny QT. Ang problema kasi hindi lang siya yung damage dealer eh.
O yun na nga, inuna nga kagad, flat TC namatay. Yun naman ibabasa si Zaida, gagamitin ba niya sa Shadow King, tumama yung stun, pero atras muna dito si Zaida. Diretso pa rin sila, dominated sila, nagamit, pinurish na kagad ang mabilisan ng Team Falcons. Ngayon lalaban, Benny QT dito. Iniiwas-iwasan din ng Team Falcons kasi naramdaman na nila nakita na nila yung sakit
Nadaan sa pitas din, no? Dali agad si Flap Teasy.
Ayan yung sinasabi ko kanina na hindi lang si Benny QT kasi yung damage dealer Marami kang kailangan intindihin. Ang daming source ng potential pick-off dito from TNC. Ang daming katulong ni Yowi.
Ang sakit nung pas
May sumalo Pagkaabot ni Yowi doon kila Flap Teasy, meron na nga lang din
Three more!
power.
Three more!
Pumasok na, and yung fist break ay fist back! Zaida ay namatay, nakalipad na
Lumipad na
naman!
naman!
Ang bagyo! Tasa ng mata! Hindi nila mahanap Nagamit na rin dito yung Wind of Nature! At tatlong napatumba ng Phoenix Army!
Grabe, 3-4-1. Pero kahit namatay si Zaido na nakakuha sila ng Lord.
Oo, tsaka even though ang ganda ng sagot ni Flap TC, na knockdown niya rito si Zaida, nilagay niya sa pader, nakalaya yung 1-1 and free hit kasi stacking mechanism niya si Flap TC. Nakangiti na naman si Benedict.
Grabe yung timing ng second ng Didescent Flower din talaga dito. Yung awareness na meron dito. Kaya napapangiti pag napipik yung 1-1 niya
Oo.
Nakoy, alam mo naman, hindi ipapangalan kay
Tama.
1-1, yung pangalan na 1-1, yung hindi 1-1, ang paborito niyang hero.
Yan yung literal, itong game na to, para sa'yo to, 1-1.
May legacy. Yung 1-1 na to at ngayon nakikreate na nga unti-unti yung prophecy na gusto dito ng TNC Phoenix Army right now. Marching toward the base. Yowi na naman. Kaso wala siyang makukuha, wala madadamay.
Okay, naka-purify doon si Few. Ngayon, atras muna dito ang Phoenix Army. Conceal actually. Ang ginamit din nila. Sabi ni Sada, ano, lalaban ba natin?
Oo, nakabatong.
Nasa yung grab. Pero si Benedict kailangan umatras. Napasapak na rin. Face breaking face back. Pero godlike na. Ang bagyo. Ngayon, atras mo muna dito ang TNC. Yes, sir. Kasi mamamatay. Itong si Yowi. Grabe yung nagiging palitan.
Oo, pero nawalan ng purified dito si Pew, nakakuha pa ng bonus skill. Yung TNC, napalalim ng konti si Flap TZ. Now they have to reset the map. Hawak ng TNC rito yung jungle area ng Team Falcons. Lumiit yung gold lead because of the recent trades na nakukuha dito ng Team Falcons. Pero again yung 1-1 ngayon yung malaking problema na wala sila nung long range nuke. Meron sila mga long range pokes like yung mga Death Sonata, yung mga Queller ni Kyle Teasy. Pero in terms of long term or medyo yung duration based na laruan, lalo pagdating sa Lord, no, yung nag-aambahan ng pwestuhan, lamang na lamang dyan ng TNC kasi hindi lang yung 1-1 yung kaya mag-zone. Meron pang glue, meron pang initiation na pwede manggaling kay Yowi. And ang kinaganda sa kanilang lineup, may mga burst damage na talagang magsusupplement sa mga... Ayan na!
Ayun na, jungle kagad. Pero makakatakas ata si Kyle TC ngayon. Ay mapupuruan si Obi. Makakasama shadow kill na gamit na rin ni Zaida. Si Pew ay makakaligtas. Pero si Kyle ay hindi. Dalawa kagad ang napuruhan. Team Falcons si kailangan umatras.
Sinugod siya nung alien.
Tsaka,
Okay.
ang ganda ng targeting lagi ng TNC dito, no? And all in all, kung kanina nga si Flap TZ na bibigyan ngayon, yung isang TZ naman, Kyle TZ down.
Pre, iba, alien invasion, pre.
Diba? Si Clue, si Ip na lang kulang dito Alien versus Alien versus Falcons. Hindi Phoenix yung kalaban ng TNC, puro alien
Alien
Ay,
talaga.
ng Falcons
At pa-alien na sila ngayon. Kasi ngayon, they have the advantage to take down another Lord. Sisimulan
pwedeng i-reset. At dyan na ang Tsunami Slam.
Okay, nabitawan kagad ni Yowi yun. Pero nagamit kagad yung Winter Crown mula kay Flat Teasy. Pero nakalipad na naman ng bagyo. Nagamit din ng Winter Crown. Pero si Oakwen ay mamamatay pa rin. Shadow King sa may bandang likod. Hindi nila kasama si Kyle at si Super Marco. At si Pew naman ay pasilip-silip lang. Alam nila, nandun sa may L-push. At mabilisan ng pag-burst ang gagawin ng Phoenix Army.
Grabe yung pag-rise up nila dito. And not only that, targeting Flap Teasy again and again, gana.
Sa dinami-dami ng setup dito ng TNC, si Chantel pwede mainggit kay Benny Cutie.
Bakit?
Kasi siya nais lang lumipad. Si Benedict lipad ng lipad.
Oo nga pala, Lon. Alam mo naman si Chorus Queen eh.
Oo.
Alam na natin yan.
Nais lang eh.
Nais lumipad.
Eto, lumilipad na
Oo.
talaga.
Kailangan ata ni Chantel, TNC eh. Kasi pre, yung ginagawa ni Trima Teasy tsaka ni Yowi, kita mo kanina kahit si Flap Teasy, willing gamitan ng Tsunami Slam. Pagbaba ni Flap Teasy, sisim yun ka, oo. Pero kailangan mo mag-Winter Crown.
Oo,
So, kailangan
naman.
mo stacking mechanism.
Hop.
Okay, na-force yung Purify ni Super Macmac. Ngayon, may idea na sila Shadow.
Aray ko!
Ang sakit, baba na buhay ni Pew dito. Pero makakaligtas pa rin
May
siya.
Lord,
Lima pa
taas.
rin ang available para sa Team Falcons at naatasan dig dumipensa.
And now, TNC Pro Team taking flight. Eyes on the prize and turret dito sa may bandang gitna. May Lord pa nakakarapay na kailangan tunawin dito ang Team Falcons. At katulad nga sinabi natin kanina, Flap Teasy na target. Pero kahit sabihin mo yan yung pinaka-center, yan man yung isa sa pinakamakunat, gumagana eh. Yung ibang mga defenses ng Team Falcons nag-falter pag nawawala siya.
Yeah, kumaga talagang yan nabibigyan ng function dito, ng functionality yung 1-1. Ganyan talaga yung mga anti-tank marksman, yung mga archetype nila carry. And ngayon talaga na-amplify yung performance dito ni yung labanan to ng paglipad. Pues lumipad tayo, sabi ng TNC.
Ayan ay sinaman sila sa paglipad. Si Oakwen ngayon nakakuha rin ang kill at nakabawi ang Team Falcon Shadow Kill. Napuntaan sa likod si Oakwen. Ladies and gentlemen, kailangan umatras ng TNC Pro Team. Alam nila na babawi ang Falcons. Pero matagumpay naman ang kanilang naging plano doon na makakuha ng kill. And linis na lang siguro sa farm ng Falcons ang magiging next na focus nila.
Sobrang daming 1-1 answer. Sa side ng Team Falcons, may dalawang Undercrown, isang Wind of Nature. Pero so far, parang hindi sapat.
Oo nga
Yung
eh.
sagot dito ng Team Falcons, hindi sapat yung paglipad nila. Laban dito sa TNC.
Kahit sa draft eh, di ba? Kahit yung reaction nila to nila Chantel nung pinili yung 1-1.
Ang
Yung
aga
first two
kasi.
picks sila, di ba? And that's how advanced na nga lang din yung sabi natin mechanical skills na meron talaga si Benny Cutie.
Oo.
And for Team Falcons, sa items talaga muna yung kanila magiging depensa kung sa mga setup hindi pa nila magawa.
Yeah, ito yung matatawag mong hero-player synergy talaga. Minsan may mga player na walang meta-meta. Basta maganda yung laro nung pinapaggamit ng kanilang hero, nagper-perform pa rin. And yan ang isang maganda example na pinapakita sa atin ngayon ni Benny Cutie. Pero nakita naman natin doon sa BPI Gold Leaders, nangunguna pa rin si Kyle Teasy. So hindi nagpapabaya ang Team Falcons dito pagdating sa resource control on their jungle. So, meron pa silang pagbawing factor dito, pero
TNC, pero hindi nila napapansin. Katulad nga sa Gold Leaders, hindi naman nai-stop dito si Kyle Teasy basta-basta sa pagpa-farm. Nakakagawa ng push. Pero ngayon, Yowi, nakita si Oakwen.
Okay, kung sila ay na-force na rin at nagamit dito ni Yowi. Ngayon, hinahanap ni View kung may mga tao bang nakamatsyag doon sa left mid bush.
pinabago nila yung setup kasi hindi pwede ipakita yung Team Falcon sa heart ng Lord. So ginagawa nila, nagbibiline si Kyle Teasy, naghahanap siya magandang angulo.
They need someone na pang sorpresa talaga dito sa
Oh,
malilikot
no,
na heroes
don't tell
ng
me, don't tell
TNC.
me.
Benny,
Don't tell me!
Op. Wait lang, nag-aabang pa rin ang magkakataon dito si Kyle.
Wala alam.
Wala ata silang idea na nasa likod si Kyle Teasy,
Binabantayan lang ni Pew yung bawat posisyon na pwede panggalingan ng ibang mga members ng TNC. Ngayon, nakikita nila, andito naman si Zayda dito sa 3 Martisi. Katisi, parang pwede ka lumipat. Nakita or napansin kaya nila Zayda, ramdam kaya ito, the pressure is building up. Especially the minion building up. Dahil doon sa may bandang baba, mapapawi si Super Macmac.
Yun yung tanong
Habang yung Lord, sinisimulan, kalahati na yung buhay.
Ako'y tutuloy na nga. Hindi lang agad ito! Ngayon naman ay si Zayda at makakalipad ang bagyo. Ngayon nakahabulin niya si Flap Teasy at nakadepensa at nakuha na yung Lord. Ngayon naman Tsunami Slam ay sasagot. Ibinalik si Flap Teasy. Ladies and gentlemen, dalawa kagad na napatumpa at nakuha ng maigi ng Phoenix Army ang Lord.
Teasy Brothers down, tapos sa Lord onto TNC.
Ang ganda sana ng setup na nakuha nila, kaso hindi sapat
nag-inspire si Benny Cutie na wala kaagad si Kyle Teasy. Yun yung yun yung parang maganda yung sana yung setup ng Team Falcons. Ang tanong, may pake ba yung TNC?
Si Benny Cutie sabi niya, wala akong pake, kahit umikot kayo.
Ito yung mga line na parang kailangan mo pag-isipan yung macro kasi hindi mo pwedeng daanin sa Lord Dance. Kahit anong Lord Dance nyo, lamang yung 1-1.
At lamang din sa damage. And with that said, kita mo naman, for TNC Pro Team, maximizing the vision. And of course, yung Lord na dala-dala na namamarcha sa may bandang taas.
Yawi, gagamitin si Namis lang, pero baba na ng buhay na, Papir Vitality. Ngayon, dito yung follow-up mula sa kay 3 more Teasy. Paasa mo with the grab. At ano yung Zaida? Yawi, baba ng buhay, pero mapapatay siya mula sa whoever. Mula dito kay Kyle Teasy. Ngayon, aatras muna ang Phoenix Army dahil kumpleto pa rin naman ang Falcons at wala si Yawi para sa setup.
Okay, that would have been sobrang diluvyo para sa Falcons kung nabawasan sila. Pero that was a very nice defense pa rin kahit papano.
Yeah, na-burn yung Purify ni Few and at least nagamit dito yung Winter Crown to solve the base push mula dito kay Benny Cutie kasi hindi na naman siya pwede mag-tower lock at that point since may mga heroes pa from the Team Falcons na nagde-defend ng mga paparating na minion waves. So this is likely gonna be another Lord fight between Team Falcons and TNC. Pero for Team Falcons, nakakanya sila ng konti kasi naku-close na nila yung gap laban sa TNC. They have enough items to deal with this 1-1. It's just hard because sometimes hindi lang item yung sagot hindi macro yung sagot. Minsan may part ng Mlbb na kailangan microhan yung sagot.
Oo, it's all about the mind games. At hindi lang yun, nakakuha rin ni Yowi yung sagot na puproke niya agad yung mga purify ng mga players dito na Falcons.
Wala, akala ko nagkasa si Flat TC pero nagamit yung Winter Crown. Pwede pumasok si Benny Cutie dito at gawing stack or gawing stackan itong si Flap. Ngayon naman ay susugod ang Team Falcons pero kailangan kasi nila mag-react doon sa mga waves na lamang at TNC.
Laking info nun walang Winter Crown si Flap TZ. So Winter Crown check, magbibilang tayo, wala na yung kay Flap. Wala na rin yung kay Ogwen, Wind of Nature na lang ni Super Marco, and pati na rin yung Purify. So yung checklist ng TNC, kalahati, wala na.
Nakita na nila agad.
Check.
Ay susugod ang Team
Susi man yung tagumpay or paglarga dito. Kasi ngayon, they're still waiting. 20 minutes into the game, 8 to 18 kill score. For TNC, minimal yung nakikita natin ng mga pag-overstay nila.
Ito pa yung isang problema no? Yung alien ni Lancy, mahapdi din yan
Diba? Yun yung malaking pang-istorbo rin sa mga plano sana pagtatago nila Flap Teasy. Kaya lagi rin siya nadadali.
Oh my goodness,
Ayan
the
na.
first.
First na yung call nila dito sa Lord
Bilisan.
Uy, hindi nakita to. Hindi tumano. Nakatawid na libre.
Okay,
Hindi nila kita kung nasaan.
Wait lang, si Ogwen dito napabili ng immortality ngayon. Ipapasok din si
Saida.
Saida. Aray ko po, buhay pa rin si Ogwen.
May immortality pa yan.
Yeah, meron pa rin. And si Kyle TC, sabi niya, focus muna ako din sa Purple Bre. Angat lang natin ang mabilis yung minion wave. Doon sa gitna ay kailangan may mag-react. Same with the top wave. Pero hawak muna nila to
Maganda na napansin mo yung Midnight na nakakaba yung tawid.
Classic to for Benny Cutie. Ganito yung laruan niya nung M4. Nung nanalo sila ng Worlds, hindi nagpapakita yung marksman kapag naglo-lord dance. Hayaan lang nila muna yung mga junglers mag-clear ng side lanes, fix the opposite lane. Once na may magre-react na dyan, alam ng TNC yan, may pupunta ng baba to make sure na naka-slow push yan. And babalik lang din dito yung TNC. Hahatakin na naman nila yung Lord. Paulit-ulit nilang gagawin to hanggat may pagkamali ng pwesto sa Team Falcons.
Yeah, rinse and repeat kumbaga. Pero sa ngayon, repeating of what happened nga ba on to the early parts of the round, mukhang iuwi muna si Benny Cutie.
Wait. Yung 1-1 yung pinadala nila.
Info yan info
Oo.
yan.
So, kakaiba to. Ayaw rin naman kasi nila i-reveal agad muna kung nasa yung Goldeners. Pero tricky part yun kasi malayo si Benny Cutie and you would need that
Saida?
damage.
Wait lang. Lalim ni Saida doon
Kita nila walang shadow.
Ayun na, alam nila na walang shadow at hindi umabot si Saida para kunin yung Lord na yun pero shadow kinala. Okay, yung bibilaw nagamit na yung Winter Crown. Bili ng immortality si Saida.
turn.
Si Fuay mamamatay. Ito na yung turn na tinatawag ng TNC. Pero kailangan na nila isuko si Owen. At ang taas ng timer nito, 57 seconds pre.
Bottom lane yung Lord!
Oh
At
my
ngayon,
gosh.
Putas yung mid!
lalo ngayon, ang mga problema ibang mga members. Pero for TNC Pro Team, acquiring Few and Ogwen is somewhat pang distinguished dun sa nakuhang Lord sa kanila.
May ilipad kailangan ni Kyle Teasy to. Pero pinantayan, sinamahan ng TNC yung minion waves. Kumpleto yung checklist dito ng TNC. Namatay pa naman yung dalawang importanteng hero sa Team Falcons.
Okay,
Aabot si Teasy kaso andito ng 5.
Pinalata nila magdidepensahan pa at tuloy ang paglipad ng TNC para sa game number 1.
First game win for our second match of the day. It's going to be TNC Pro Team taking the first point laban sa Team Falcons.
Sobrang gandang sequence mula sa TNC. The bait was laid out. Even though may punish siya na from Team Falcons, yung pag-turn ng TNC, yung decisive call na patayin yung Team Falcons at tumapos sa Game 1.
And definitely that draft by Coach Imba DJ also helped in a way dun sa Game 1 win. Pero punta muna tayo sa ating panel para himayin ang nangyari sa Game 1.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Nagbabalik kayo dito sa panel para humayin ang game number 1 between TNC and Team Falcons. Muling kasama dito si Tope at si Ate mo Chantel para ibigay sa inyo mga detalye mula sa game 1 victory ng TNC doon. A dominating performance coming in from Benny.
Oo, sobrang naging speechless ako actually because of that game. Parang doon pa lang sa draft, pag-iisipin mo, sobrang risky na maglagay ng mga bagong heroes na hindi natin normally nakikita. Picking 1-1 dun sa first 2 picks for TNC, pero with that performance, pwedeng yun talaga yung kanilang ginawa buong 3 weeks. Kuhanin yung mga heroes na hindi talaga normally nakikita sa tournament.
Well, medyo nalito nga tayo dahil open yung Hare, di ba? Open yung Granger, then inuna nila yung 1-1. Pero nagbigay kagad ng statement doon. Itong si Benny Cutie, maniac kagad. And then after that, nakita rin natin yung dahilan. Bakit nila kinuha yung 1-1? Top 1 pala siya.
Oo. At ayan nga ang ating Game 1 MVP. Walang iba kundi si Benny Cutie. A dominating performance on Game 1 para sa kanyang 1-1. 909 KDA. Perfect game para dito kay Benny Cutie. Ibang klase talaga yung best 1-1 player sa ating stats dito sa Pro League.
Oo, tsaka 100% kill damage dito tower. Bukod dun sa mga kills na nakuha niya, siya din ang may pinakamadami nagawa in terms of, sabihin na natin, other objective. Tapos ang aga niya kasing na-activate dun sa team fight. So damage dealt over dun sa Taken, ibig sabihin wala halos naging damage sa kanya. Yung kalaban nila. So Benny Cutie dito talagang gamay na gamay niya kung paano gamitin yung 1-1. Kanina nga nabanggit ulit ni Tope na siya palang top 1-1 user out of all players in MPL Philippines.
Diba? Kayang-kaya. And sabi mo nga, maagang na-activate. Kaya ang taas din ng KP niya. As a gold leader, 86% KP. That means na talagang every team fight, enough yung damage na binibigay ng TNC.
Oo. Saka yung gusto ko din balikan, no, yung combos na nakita natin. I think both of you mentioned this. Napakaganda talaga yung combo ng TNC dito, especially with Yowi on the front line. Agarang nagkakaroon ng stacks dito yung 1-1. And looking at our MVP highlights, ay makikita talaga natin kung gaano kabilis yung naging execution dito. Before I throw it back to you guys, parang ang sarap din lang i-mention, no? Parang halos wala palang counterplay kung hindi mag-Winter's Crown yung damage na meron dito ang kupunan ng TNC Pro Team.
Kasi yung pagka-pick nila dito ng Baksha is early 10 for Team Falcons. Well, to be fair, nauna muna pala yung 1-1 before yung Baksha, pero hindi siguro na in-expect na ganito kaaga nga ma-activate yung 1-1. And I gotta say for TNC kasi dito, parang yung hero composition nila is meant para madalian lalo si Benny Cutie with the Nightmaric spawn din. Nung asas, parang diba, kung isipin mo, ang dami ko consider ko ikaw yung Team Falcons. Iisipin mo, kung namarkahan na agad lahat ni Benny Cutie, tapos meron ka pang alien na iisipin na nasa harap mo. So, a lot of damages from TNC ay talagang nahirapan dito yung Team Falcons na makontra all throughout. Tapos talon pa ng talon dito sila Yowi and even Fremart.
Diba? Well, kasi parang na-design talaga para tulungan yung 1-1 ni Benny Cutie, yung lineup na meron ng TNC.
Perolehan itemnya akan jauh lebih cepat.
Oke, flicker for defensif kali ini berhasil dikeluarkan oleh sosok Seremiku Inual Rosemary. Dengan ada satu trapping membuat dia berhasil terdeteksi ketika melakukan rotasi ke arah bottom lane.
Ini vision dari Navi Filipin terang benderang ya. Kayaknya tadi rotasi dari Rosemary aja langsung ke detect gitu dengan adanya Abyssal Trap yang dikeluarkan oleh Amore.
Ya, makanya bebas banget. Tapi kalau untuk kontes ke arah turtle, ini harusnya masih bisa dijawab juga sama teman-teman dari Todak Ladies. Secara team fight mereka punya power yang cukup besar, asalkan Miku sih yang lebih dalam bencana atau bahaya ya secara berak.
Oke, bang, coba ditabrak begitu saja Rosemary. Kembali terlihat tebakan perpasukan dari tim Torak Ladies mereka tidak bisa mempertahankan turret mereka di arah bottom lane. Tapi dengan adanya sosok dari seorang Casey, roamer mereka juga tidak terlalu worry. Karena junglernya punya badan yang cukup keras. Tapi depan sana, Freddy mulai masuk. Terpasukan dari tim Torak Ladies, 19 dan retribution. Di tangan dari sosok seorang Tad. Tapi dibalik itu semua, mereka tidak bisa mempertahankan para pasukan dari tim Navi PH. Dengan keuntungan satu yang mereka miliki dari shield dari Turtle udah cukup bombardir.
Tapi tadi kalau kita cek VAR ya, itu ada Numenor Blast yang diinisiasikan ke depan, tapi kok jadi tiba-tiba belok ke kanan ya, kegeser ya?
Iya, dan bahkan Queen langsung hilang. Traction Pulse berhasil mendapatkan si Noah. Nggak ada Higanbana, nggak ada absorb damage dari shield, membuat dia tenggelam di depan sana.
Iya, nggak ada Aegis ya untuk bisa menyelamatkan diri. Dan dari segi itemization-nya juga kita intip memang bikin ke hybrid lagi ya buat Esmeralda-nya. Dia bakal next-nya item ke defense ya.
Ya, nanti kita bakal cek
Bisa.
untuk item selanjutnya juga.
Hah?
Tapi yang jelas Skyface ini udah mulai jadi target ya dari Miku tanpa basa-basi. Sedangkan untuk Hanabinya masih di arah corrosion side saja. Ya mungkin ini bakal
Oke.
jadi sedikit kendala, apalagi ya udah di pressure lagi nih outer
Positif
turretnya.
bisa.
Last of the Assist setidaknya udah ada di tangan Lolita.
Obat-obat yang
Support
lain tuh ada di
sistemnya.
setengah yang.
Lolita.
Lolitanya berarti bisa kita bilang lebih mengamankan
Ada yang cuma setengah
sustain
aja.
fight ya. Karena mereka juga punya dua badan. Ada Lolita dan juga ada Xbox. Tapi dua badan itu sama sekali nggak boleh kenapa-napa. Balik lagi kasusnya sama seperti kayak di match pertama. Dia punya dealer damage di arah backline. Tapi kalau nggak punya badan, kelar.
Yep. Dan ini menandakan bahwa kalau misalkan draft ya yang kayak out of meta, itu selagi memang matang dan siap, itu bisa jadi satu poin penuh yang maksimal tentunya ya. Kayak dia kan gak kebaca juga gitu.
Iya, selama ngerti konsepnya ya.
Iya.
Jadi ketika di dalam gamenya juga mereka tahu apa yang harus dilakukan. Kayak misalnya sekarang dari Not Ayanami juga yang masih cukup jauh, tapi area atasnya berbahaya.
Oh, Nominal Blast! Berhasil melakukan satu point kill traction pulse tanpa ada following up damage membuat terpasukan dari tim Todak Ladies. Mereka kehilangan satu pemain, tapi tidak bisa tinggal diam. Si Noah masih mau lebih. Dengan adanya absorb damage yang tidak bisa dia keluarkan, membuat dirinya harus mundur ke arah belakang. Tidak boleh terlalu terburu-buru, dan Lele belum mengenai siapapun di depan sana membuat terpasukan dari tim Todak Ladies masih ada dalam kondisi yang aman.
Ini nempel banget loh nih lelenya ya. Oke, di sisi lain juga ada kesempatan yang bisa dimanfaatkan oleh Keishi untuk langsung mensecure ke arah satu ekor turtle yang menjadi boostingan lagi atas keunggulan yang sekarang lagi dipegang sama Navi Philippines.
Nggak ada gangguan yang terlalu signifikan dari Todak Ladies karena memang fokus utama mereka tadi masih di area top lane dan posisi Queen juga masih sedikit kewalahan ya dengan dorongan wave minion. Harus ada proteksi yang dipertahankan di bagian bottom lane, tapi nggak masalah karena secara mobilitas Queen juga harusnya cukup tinggi. Yang jadi masalah cuma ini aja sih, Abyssal Trap-nya yang nggak berhenti ngasih info.
Ini kalau misalnya Holy Swift Trinity-nya nyala, sumpah Rosemary nggak boleh ngebuka badan kayak tadi lagi sih. Nah, ini belum nyala aja dia udah begitu, lihat. Udah terkena higar panah, traction pulse terpasang membuat para pasukan dari tim Torak Ladies. Terkena dominant blast, apakah akan ada last sanity duar bebek membuat para pasukan dari tim Torak Ladies kehilangan satu pemainnya. Tapi tidak akan tinggal diam. Sosok seorang Lolita berhasil membuat para pasukan dari tim Torak Ladies mereka sekeratul mautan hilang di depan sana. Kimi nggak punya jawaban bersama dengan seorang Fredin yang hanya tenggelam terkena lele di depan. Membuat para pasukan dari tim Todak Ladies kehilangan 4 pemainnya.
Iya.
Navi Philippines, Cistrat atau Pokestrat.
Iya, itu dia. Ini bukan sesuatu yang baru sebenarnya ya kalau kalian mengintip juga bagaimana match mereka lawan tim Liquid semalam. Ini pernah dibawakan dan ya ini terlihat mereka sudah siap dengan apa yang sudah terlihat juga dengan strateginya yang dibawakan. Karena mereka komit banget loh.
Oh,
Cara
Rosemary,
mainnya.
really? Wah, Rosemary sembarangan untuk masuk dan itu dia ada nominal flash. Untung aja tidak ada ikan pada dikenain, tapi lihat membuat para pasukan dari tim Todak Ladies memilih untuk mundur ke arah belakang. Belum ada last sanity. Lolita masih terlalu kuat. Sinoa, what are you doing Sinoa? Mencoba untuk menukar dengan dirinya itu gak worth it karena Sinoa dalam
Sama dia
kondisi
orang,
tidak
kamu
memiliki Aegis.
Ya mundur dulu ya, lebih baik. Dan
Nggak
ya
tahu
tidak
jam
ada
berapa
pertukaran
ada
nyawa juga yang bisa didapatkan oleh Todak Ladies sejauh ini. Oke, Bloodwing menjadi pilihan untuk sosok dari Kiminya.
Iya, cuman outer turret mid lane aja sih tadi yang mungkin bisa sedikit menetralisir, tapi pada akhirnya tetap menjadi kerugian buat Todak Ladies. Untuk jawaban, jelas masih ada
Apa
chance ya untuk Todak Lady sendiri, mengingat power mereka di arah objektif harusnya masih
Saya
cukup
bawa
kuat, dua
ini
badan di
apa
area
ya?
frontline. Tapi gimana caranya untuk mereka bisa nge-buying time selama mungkin, ngasih waktu supaya damage dealing dari Granger dan juga dari Kiminya ini bisa di-deliver dengan baik, dan pastikan Lolita udah source skill-nya udah habis.
Oke, now man on plus. Lagi dan lagi, hanya traction pulse di depan sana. Tanpa ada following up damage, itu akan menjadi sia-sia.
Hah?
Dan lihat Kiminya.
Hah?
Selama Rosemary tenggelam,
lihat.
Kiminya nggak bisa following up karena ada shield. Golden Bulwark.
Coba loh. lihat.
Luar biasa dari sosok seorang Lolita.
Ini
Di like
ini
dulu.
amorenya sih PR. Dari tadi dia selalu bisa
Laptop dulu.
banyak banget dari awal dia bantu buka visionnya on point banget, rumputan yang dia taruh trapnya.
Gila.
Terus targeting juga aim dari Abyssal Arrow-nya juga on point banget.
Ya, apalagi sekarang udah ada glowing one kan, jadi secara output damage ini lebih sakit lagi dan
Si Halberd.
bisa nguras juga sisi-sisi frontline dari Todak Ladies.
Wah, itu dia. Higan Bana. Dikeluarin tapi gak ada yang kena. It's okay, no problem.
Ya.
Tapi dengan adanya Holy Swift Trinity, berhasil membuat para pasukan dari tim Todak Ladies itu nggak akan ada yang selamat, apalagi Queen-nya. Mungkin terlihat kecil damage-nya, tapi lihat betapa cepat yang dikeluarkan oleh sosok seorang Hanabi. Lihat Hanabinya.
Ya udah
Nggak
selesai kan.
kepegang,
Dia
nggak-
item keempatnya si Albert ya.
Iya, nggak kecongkel, nggak bisa kena energy eruption.
Udah tembus semua.
Ya, sedangkan Queen harus ke belakang itu loh, Nesin,
Iya.
tadi yang gue bilang.
Terus juga kan dari Todak kan nempel ya, terus ada damage pantulan kan dari Hanabi.
Nomen on Flash dibuka kembali lagi dan Rosemary menjadi badan yang akan dilenyapkan oleh para pasukan dari tim Na'Vi Philippines. Lihat, semakin dalam Queen, semakin dalam juga dia tenggelam, membuat para pasukan dari tim Na'Vi Philippines memaksa menuju ke arah top lane. Best turret akan menjadi pilihan tanpa bisa di-defense. Satu dobrakan ini bagaikan tank mereka. Tidak bisa sama sekali dihentikan perjalanannya.
Ini dicekik sekali ya Todak Ladies, mereka tidak bisa berbuat banyak dan again teror, Abyssal Trap, Abyssal Arrow ini harus dihadapi oleh Todak Ladies.
Oke, lihat Joy mencoba untuk bernyanyi di depan sana. Memberikan sedikit distraction. Fokus ke arah T5. Tikan Bana mencoba untuk mengikat dua pemain. Tapi mampu mendapatkan satu point kill dari seorang Joy. Ini tidak bisa dilakukan kembali. Sedangkan Interaction Pulse mengikat seorang sosok Xbox yang tidak bisa berbuat banyak. Dan menuju ke arah best turret menjadi pemaksaan yang akan didapatkan oleh tim Na'Vi Philippines. Selanang boy, tabrak gaming from Philippines.
Itu dia cheese pick yang dibawakan oleh Na'Vi Philippines sehingga cukup sulit untuk bisa dihadapi oleh banyaknya sebenarnya frontlinernya oke.
Iya.
Tapi di saat ya itu mereka nempel, itu akan menjadi zona bermain untuk Hanabi itu sendiri. Plus dengan membawakan sustain team fight bersama dengan Lolita, Clash of the Oasis.
Kuat banget.
Buat begitu.
Kuat banget ya. Dan untuk Todak sendiri memang secara grafik ternyata tidak terlalu menjawab ya ketika mereka memang bawain tipikal melee hero,
Ya.
hero-hero yang harus nempel dulu, dan sedangkan itu adalah hal-hal yang sangat disukai oleh Xbox juga,
Iya.
atau bahkan Joy juga.
Dan
Wah.
juga kayak penggunaan untuk Selenanya memang di awal-awal bukan buat main agresif kayak
Iya.
kita garuk dapat poin kill satu ya, tapi
Vision
lebih ke
aja ya.
buka vision dulu, kasih aja cicil dulu, teror dulu. Dan ini bermula dari first ini ya solo killnya dari Hanabinya si Noah.
Di arah bottom lane.
Itu dari bottom lane akhirnya jadi snowball banget buat Hanabi.
Ternyata snowball dari
Iya.
tim Na'Vi Philippines membuka segalanya. Tapi Todak masih ada kesempatan. Karena Todak sebelumnya juga di match kemarin dia gagal di game pertama. Tapi game 2 dan game 3 dia reverse sweep.
Bener.
Cuma
Dapat hindi ka nawawalan ng tiwala, di ba? Na darating yung panahon, pupunta din tayo doon. So sila yung mga napili namin kasi we believe na sila yung magdadala sa atin sa tagumpay. Ayun.
Sila yung magdadala sa inyo sa tagumpay. Sabi mo nga,
Yes.
huwag kang mawalan ng tiwala.
Huwag kang mawalan din ng pag-asa.
Ng pag-asa also. Boss Eric, we are here. TNC Pro Team is part of the playoffs. They won the first game. What is your message for the players right now, Boss Eric?
Siyempre, hindi ko muna sila i-congratulates kasi wala pa naman tayo doon eh. Pero good luck sa kanila. I know, at saka buo yung paniniwala ko na they're doing their best.
They're doing their best indeed. Kitang-kita sa game 1, di ba, Hans?
That's right.
Now, you mentioned the TNC supporters.
The Phoenix Army right behind you.
All right. Rinig mo ba, Hans? Sige
Rinig
nga.
ko sila.
Rinig!
Phoenix Army. Ayan. rinig na rinig mo ang pagmamahal nila for the team. Now, I heard you gave away 100 tickets.
Give away 100 tickets.
Is this your way of giving back to this amazing support system, Boss Eric?
Yes, syempre kasi hindi kami iniwan. Kahit nasa bottom kami, nandyan pa rin palagi sila. Ayun.
I love it.
Kaya isasama natin sila sa tagumpay, paglipad.
And Sir Eric, just one final message. I know that there are a lot of people here who came over para suportahan ng TNC. Para naman sa lahat ng nanonood sa kanilang mga tahanan, ano ang mensahe mo sa lahat ng Phoenix Army?
Sa lahat ng mga supporters ng TNC, especially sa Phoenix Army, patuloy lang kayong sumuporta sa amin. Darating din tayo sa tagumpay at isasama namin kayo sa mataas na lipad ng Phoenix Army. Yun.
Mataas ang lipad ng Phoenix Army for this playoff. Sir Eric, maraming salamat
you.
po
Thank
for
you sa
being
lahat.
here with us today. And I'm sure the TNC Pro Team is looking to replicate what they did in Game 1. Pero makakabawi kaya ang Team Falcons? Panel, what do you think?
Maraming salamat, Hans and Jamie, at pati na rin kay Sir Eric. Thank you so much sa pagbigay ng pagmamahal sa inyong community. Ang sarap makita yung isa sa mga, sabihin nating high-ranking officials, CEO, kumbaga ng TNC mismo yung nagbibigay ng pagmamahal sa Phoenix Army.
Oh, tsaka sobrang positive lagi ng mindset. Even yung interview before about being always at the top, at the 8th seed. Ayan, at the 8th seed. Parang sinasabi niya nga na okay lang, at least nakasama tayo sa tagumpay ng iba. So, malay natin, baka ngayong araw ay ibang tagumpay naman ang makuha ng TNC.
At hatid ang mas magandang bukas, BPI empowers Pinoy gamers with next-level banking solutions to help you level up in life. Digital deposit accounts, insurance, investments, loans, at iba pa.
So, simulan mo na mag-ipon na para mas epic ang bukas. Mag-open na ng #Save Up Account today via the BPI app. Kailangan nyo lang is 1 ID, 5 minutes. May account ka na, mas epic na bukas, buksan sa BPI.
Ang daming pwedeng mangyari dito sa ating MPL Arena at ang dami na rin pwede pang activities. Balibalita ko sa MPL Playgrounds na ngayon nadagdagan pa ng mga aktibidades na pwedeng gawin doon. Kaya naman mga ka-MPL or mga ka-ML, we have epic news para sa inyo. Sa Vibe app, pwede ka nang magbayad via QR, bayaran ng bills, magpadala ng funds, at mag-claim ng rewards. Lahat yan pwede sa Vibe.
Pero syempre, may epic bonus pa. Kapag nag-sign up ka, may chance ka manalo ng 1,250 Mlbb diamonds.
Ang diamonds yun, men.
Pambili yun ng mga skins, lalo na, ano pa rin, nandyan pa rin, yung Naruto collaborations.
Oh, diamonds din yun, pang skin, pang upgrade, pang flex. So ano pang hinihintay mo? Join Vibe and download na today. Mas epic na bukas, buksan sa BPI at pati na rin, mag-join na rin sa Vibe and download na today. Kakaiba talaga ang galawan ngayon ng dalawang teams na to. And for the side of TNC Pro Team, with a very dominating game number 1, parang ang takas na tuloy ng pressure na bumalik at mag-back-to-back ng ganong klaseng performance. Pero bago natin puntahan yun, puntahan muna natin ang ating assist leaderboard. Fastest players to reach 2,000 assists in MPL. Nangunguna, of course, dyan ang Reyna na si Oh My Venus. Pero si Yowi, number 4 na ngayon.
Oh, dahil din yun sa naging assist niya kanina on that previous game. So, nakaabot na rin siya dito. Actually, 10th na siya. 10th player sa buong MPL history. So, grabe no, napakasaya na yung mga ilan sa players dito ay nakikita pa rin na naglalaro. If not coaching, if hindi naman is a part pa rin ng ecosystem.
At na-delay pa nga yan dahil nga di ba naglaro sa MPL ID, etong si Yowi.
Oo, yun nga yung nasa isip ko rin.
Oh,
Paano
pero-
kaya ako nagstay sa
Baka mas
MPL
mataas
PH?
pa.
O kaya nakapaglaro ng madaming games during that one season na talagang nagkapalitan sila ni JP during that Echo run. I feel like itong 2,000 assists in MPL PH, no? Siguro si Yowi mas maaga ng mga 30, 40 games. If, yun yung what if natin. Pero still, this is a big milestone para dito sa star roamer ng TNC Pro Team. Getting that 2,000 assist mark in MPL Philippines dito sa kanyang opening match in the play-ins. At ngayon, nandito na nga po tayo sa game number 2. Pipiliin naman ng TNC Pro Team ang blue side, which I feel like hindi rin ata nagkaroon. Ay, hindi nagkaroon ng side swap.
Sila yung nasa red side kasi nagulat tayo, first 2 picks yung 1-1. So, ibig sabihin, may iba na naman dito niluluto sila Coach Imba DJ kasi most probably, iba naman yung priority nila dito. So, there's a high chance dahil maganda yung performance sa TNC kanina with Kalea, baka tanggalin siya ng
Oy.
Team Falcons.
Well, sa confidence na paglabas ng 1-1 na alas nila sa game number 1 pa lang, that means malalim talaga yung panghuhugutan dito nila Coach Iba DJ. And, well, first pick, let's see what's gonna happen.
Makikita na nga natin ang continuation ng ating best of 5 series. Play-ins na naman ang ating makikita. Game 2 of TNC Pro Team kontra Team Falcons. This time around, blue side naman para sa TNC Pro Team. At ayun na nga yung sinasabi mo kanina, Chantel, tinanggal na yung Kalea on the side of Coach Trevor.
Pero feeling ko may mga ganyan eh. Parang medyo sinasike mo yung kalaban. Mind games to kila Coach Imba DJ. Sabi, sige pre, mag-blue side tayo. Tinan mo ba nila yung Kalea? So, ibig sabihin, iba muna yung kukuhanin nila. I won't be surprised if makakita tayo dito ng mga Harith. First pick, pero hindi pa naman natin nakikita yun so far. Pero pwede naman yung ganon.
And actually, yung Harith first pick, lalo na ang TNC pa yung nag-ban ng Focus.
Oo. At itong focus na to, wait, grabe to ha, medyo malalim ang nakikita nating banning mula dito kay Coach Imba DJ. Taking away the Fredrin in game number 2, parang may naaamoy, nakakaiba. And for Coach Trevor, sila mismo yung nagtanggal ng Fanny na nilalaro din naman ng parehas na junglers dito sa kamay ni Zaida at pati na rin ni Kyle Teasy. First pick para sa TNC Pro Team. Paano kaya nila sisimula ng drafting phase this time around? Chip! Ayun na.
Ayan na. Sobrang ano siya, sobrang iba from Kalea, yung magiging dynamics naman dito ng TNC. So gaya na sinabi natin, very unpredictable na naman yung kanilang hero composition or kanilang magiging play for this game. Phobius consistently ay nababan para dito para mag-secure na goal lane. Mamili na lang kung Moscow, Granger, or Harith para dito sa Team Falcons or kaya mag-secure na sila ng hero para sa kanilang Jushin is still open pero ayan, Jushin is open for this match. Badang could be an option para may pagpigil just in case na lumabas ang Avengers.
Oo, Sushin pa rin naman to, no? Alam nating napakalakas pa rin in the mid lane. And para naman dito sa side ng ating Falcons, sasabay na rin yung Badang. As you said, Chantel, no? Pasok yung Badang Sushin dito. Reply naman ngayon para sa TNC Pro Team. Ang ganda ng area of effect na meron dito ang Team Falcons. Mukhang handang-handa sila sa pwedeng ipato na chip ultimate o shortcut dito. Ano bang madalas na pinapare sa chip to,
Well, pag pinapares ng mga chip is yung mga aggressor din na heroes. No? Yung iba naman nilalagyan niya ng Faramis para sa mga tower dives. So as much as possible, you want to maximize the chip station, yung mga Y-walks niya. Yung mga panggulat kasi, hindi lang yung shortcut. Kasi minsan, mapapadpad na lang siya sa bot side, mapapadpad na lang siya sa top lane. And then, if you have enough damage heroes, mabilis at mamamaximize mo talaga yung conversion ng shortcut.
Oo, yun nga rin yung inaabangan ko, no? The Joy could have been a great option para dito sa kanila. Pero dahil sa ban na yun na hindi nila makukuha, and the Harith na hindi natin nakita nung game number 1 ay magpapakita na dito sa ating game number 2. Kasabayan na rin ng Suyu. Great burst damage na manggagaling dito sa TNC Pro Team. And so far, may crowd control na, may physical, may magical. Parang 3 pick pa lang ang meron ng TNC Pro Team. Palag na agad to.
Actually, yung dalawang hero mo pa lang eh. Hayaan mo muna si Benning Cutie na mag-ipon muna ulit ng hangin tsaka mag-precipitate bago mag-landfall. But yup, for TNC dito, itong dalawa, instantly pwede na itong makakill early game pa lang pag may nagkamali ng daan sa Riverside as long as makontrol ni Yowi. Pero,
Wow! Yes! I like this.
Sasuke!
Ang ganda. Sasuke, bukod sa Sasuke versus Naruto.
Oo, Sasuke Naruto.
Ang gandang response lang talaga
Yes,
ng
yes.
Lucas against a chip dahil bukod sa area of effect na meron na nga dito ang Sushin, kasabay na rin ang isang Badang. You add a Lucas na mass crowd control and immediately banning out the Valentina. Coach Trevor, locked in para dito sa game number 2.
ano siya, hitting 2 birds with 1 stone kasi out of all the players sa MPL, si Yuwi at si Lancy yung sobrang galing gumamit ng Valentina. So at least tinanggal na nila. And if ever man kasi, kahit walang Lucas, option pa rin siya talaga for TNC. So matilda ang pinag dito ng TNC. Kulang pa kasi ng pampabilis if ever. Tsaka yung concept kasi na lilipad lang yung Lucas. And the glue has been banned also. So feeling ko, pwede pa mag-limit dito ng hero naman for XP lane or another post 5 para ma-force din dito yung Team Falcons na yung Badang na lang as their option bilang post 5 nila.
Pwede. Kasi maganda rin yung Badang pang disrupt nung shortcut sa kanyang face break. And then mabibigyan ng espasyo yung Lucas na talagang ma-maximize din yung gulo ng laban. Kasi siya yung pwedeng mag-disrupt. Yung Lucas na mismo yung pwedeng mag-disrupt habang sumasayaw sa Zaman Force sa Benny Cutie.
Oo, yung Lucas din kasi, no, kahit sabihin natin, basta maka 2 stacks doon sa flash combo, malaki na talaga yung chance na ma-displace na rin ang Harith na to. Pero mukhang tatanggalin nila yung 1-1 na sila mismo yung naglaro yung game number 1. And this time for Team Falcons, parang ang dalang mo din lang makita yung 1-1 kay Super Marco. But I do remember for a few games ay nilaro naman ito ni Super Marco during the regular season. Pero dito na natin malalaman no, kung XP lane or roam or kasi flex pick pa rin talaga yung Lucas pati na rin yung Badang. No? So pwede pa talaga magkaroon ng big mix up dito para sa Team Falcons.
Oo, ano to? Crucial dito kanina next sila nag-pick. Pero against Harith, siguro probably mag-ranger
Match
sila
kedua.
for this. Para medyo secret muna kung saan talaga mapupunta yung ibang heroes nila or specifically yung Badanga na kanina pa natin iniisip kung magiging imposter ba or kanilang EXP lane. So para dito sa TNC, still lacking is kung ano yung magiging mage nila. Yowi is still open. Parang di ba nagkaroon tayo ng game na Luli tsaka Chip magkasama?
Sobrang nakakabaliw ika nga kapag nakikita mo sa mapa. Kaya naman expected natin dito for the side of TNC Pro Team. First mage talaga. May Vexana pa naman. The Eve is also available kung gusto nilang labanan yung Zushin. In fact, yung Zask ay pwede nilang balikan kung
Farsa.
gusto nilang kunin dito.
Tsaka Farsa din pwede rin maging pero Eve. And I think, Esmeralda. Kung kailan natin hindi na masyado nababanggit si Esmeralda dito siya sa game na to lumabas. But yung Esmeralda dito, ang ganda against Team Falcons. Pang-front mo yung Badang, maka-counter lang din ng Esmeralda, hindi na siya as tanky. And sabihin natin, hindi na ganun kadali na mag-zone dito yung Badang. So para dito sa Team Falcons, XP lane nila, could be damage para may pangtapat against Esmeralda. Kasi kung kunat at kunat lang din, medyo mahirap against Esmeralda. Sisi medyo mahirap din, tas English.
Saka ang dami pa talagang options sa Sandel Tupi dahil triple flex ang ating nakikita dito. At dahil dyan, Baksha ang kanilang ilalock in. Now we have to check, is this going to be Kyle Teasy playing this jungle Lucas o jungle Baksha ba to? And I feel like that confirms it. Flap Teasy will be playing XP lane Baksha. Kyle Teasy still on that Lucas. At dito na nga natin makikita no, yung Baksha reply as well against that chip. Nakita na rin natin ito sa mga ibang amateur scene or ibang amateur games kung saan nilulunod lang ng Baksha sa Tortoise Poisons yung mga lumalabas doon sa loob ng kanyang chip ultimate or shortcut. Pero overall, Tupi, sa mga heroes na nakita natin, sino ba yung pwede makalabang sa early game?
Well, dito ang kupunan ng Falcons, they have the Zushin. Alam naman natin na napaka-bully pagdating sa poke set ng Zushin na to. Unless ma-maximize talaga yung mga early damage din. May sakit din kasi yung chip kahit papaano, yung kanyang crash force, yung kanyang mga crowd controls na gano'n. Pwede ma-maximize naman ni Lancy para sa kanyang mga Void Blast.
At makikita natin yan dito sa pagpasok natin sa Land of Dawn for game number 2 of TNC Pro Team kontra Team Falcons. Tuloy ang laban sa Impapawid. Punta na tayo sa ating casters.
The game is set as well as the heroes para sa TNC and Team Falcons. Kaya papasok na tayo sa game number 2.
Ito na, no, mababanggit na natin yun. Naruto! Sasuke! Finally, magbabangggit na rin natin. And kaabang-abang talaga ang harapan ni Naruto at ni Sasuke mamaya.
Walang usap-usap yun Gusto lang talaga natin, no? Although, maganda yung setup ng draft for both sides. I really do like when they picked up the Lucas here on the side of Team Falcons. Nabigay nila yung isa sa deadliest jungler na pwedeng mahawakan ni Kyle Teasy. Pero ang ganda rin ng setup dito ng Esmeralda para kay Trimar. Not only that Trimar is a very good and prolific Esmeralda player, pero mamaya natin pag-usapan yun. Zahitan na Rolyohan.
Okay, ngayon hahabulin pa rin dito ng Team Falcons. Pero nakulong, Yowi ang naging paunang dugo doon. Naku, makagawa mo ng green coms.
Pero ang dami ng Nexus doon. Buhay ni Yowi, pati yung flicker.
Dalawang green pa yung makukuha dito dahil lang namatay
Ay, oo nga.
yung chip. Pero again, no, ito yung parang maganda yung sana yung idea ng TNC nung pinick up nila yung Esmeralda kasi parang iniisip nila pag nag-XP, yung Badang pwedeng sipsipan yung shields. And even if mag-back siya,
meron silang sagot na Eve, tulad ng pinanggit ng panel natin, no, na parang napakadaya kapag ikaw ay isang back siya lamang, tapos nasa loob ka ng RWM, para magtatampo ka na hindi ka makapaglaro. Pero in terms of early game movements, medyo malaki yung kalamangan dito ng Team Falcons kasi sila yung aggressor. For TNC, they need items, they need supplementary items para matulungan yung kanilang power spike. Sa side ng Team Falcons, it's just raw presence, no? Yung Baksha, yung Lucas, kapag may ultimate, napakadaya niyan. And ang kinagandahan doon is yung timing nila mas maaga laban sa TNC.
And we've seen that, no? Lalo na noon sa nakaagaw na nga ng green, nakakuha ka ng turtle, and now even a big objective nga para kay Kyle Teasy.
Magandang simula to para sa Team Falcons, lalo na kay Kyle Teasy na nakakalamang na pagdating sa farm at nakakuha na rin ng kill. So alam naman natin, sobrang sakit talaga ng early game damage, yung mga flash combo at kung ano pa mga elemento para sa isang Lucas. Pero si Yowi ang may ibit dito.
Okay, medyo makakross. Over na nga lang din yan ng slide, yung mga fist break doon manggaling sa Team Falcons. But talking about yung mga base damage sapat na agad for Team Falcons, meanwhile for TNC, sabi nga natin, kailangan pala ng enough na resources para makasabay.
Yeah, kasi yung yung dalawang course lang nila dito, yung Suyu, kailangan ng Warax, yung Harith, kailangan ng Starship Side. Even si 3 Martisi, kailangan yung Libro. Plus one good dominance or Oracle. Para matapatan niya rito yung Team Falcons. Samantalang yung back ni Flap Teasy, yung pipindutin niya lang ultimate percentage base pa, damage reduction.
Tsaka kaya nakikita natin, no, na minamaximize talaga Team Falcons yung early game potential na meron yung mga heroes sila. And which is why nakita natin for TNC, medyo hindi katulad ng game 1 na action kung action agad sila na tumatapat.
Ang cute pala, no, pagka ginagamit yung Flap TC, yung mismong sticker niya. Yung nakagano, di ba sticker yun?
Parang siya yung mismo nangiinis, no? Nai-imagine mo na lumalapit siya sa player.
Oo.
Tapos sumasayaw.
Imagine mo yung mukha mo nandun na agad mismo sa laro.
Kanina nga, naka-Alden Richards, ano yan eh.
Oo nga eh.
Meme post yan eh, di ba?
Magandi lang si Yowi yung gigiling.
Oo.
Si Flap din ay kayang-kayang gumiling.
At sa gilid-gilid din, mamaya makikita natin yung mga paguntog na ganyan. Pero ngayon, sa gilid din, si Yowi na naman makukulong.
Okay, pero lalayo muna siya rito. Ang ganda rin ng ginagawang pagiging agresibo ni Ogwen. At ngayon naman, patungo sa ikalawang pagong ng laban ay pipwesto na rin si Kyle Teasy, even Ogwen. At tatlong miyembro mula sa Team Falcons ay nauna na.
Pero ngayon, makikita rin naman natin for TNC, somehow, capitalizing na lang yung walang taong nagbabatid sa taas. Third at muna.
Ang maganda kasi dito sa lineup ng TNC, you're never too late in the fight kasi may chip. Diba? Pwedeng ipadala ng chip dito yung ibang members ng TNC. So, might as well maximize yung resource na pwede nila makuha sa mapa. Instead of sending the Suyu towards that third pit, i-make sure mo nilang na kontrolado din ng TNC yung top side ng mapa. Team Falcons, meanwhile, they have to contest this bottom side na pinaglalagyan pa ni Benny QT. So, overall, even if nakuha yung turtle, TNC is playing the map in a manner na pabor sa kanila.
And even TNC, no, hindi na problema nga yung attendance, kumbaga. Kasi nga meron kasi teleport. It's all about the endurance later on. So resources pa rin, and as well as, sabihin natin, pagpa-farm ng kanilang mga core heroes.
Tsaka kapansin-pansin din, yung ginagawa ng TNC dito na hindi mo na sila pumipilit ng mga laban. Kasi alam nila yung power spike nila, alam nila yung timings ng mga heroes na meron sila. Pero 5-man rotation kagad ang ilulutuin dito ng Team Falcons. Gamit nga kay Jaman Force para na makaalpas. Pero tinawag na ang tropa. At dito na ang Phoenix sa Army. 5 laban sa 5. Pero aalis na rin muna at babalik sa kanila mga pwesto ang mga miyembro ng TNC.
Ito yung sinasabi natin na hindi problema yung attendance.
Balik YouTube. Literal mga ninja. Pagtapos na yung mission or wala tayo na pala, balik lang.
Diba? Ang bilis din, pwedeng pang reset to action ni ng TNC. Kaya nga sabi natin kanina, hindi sila nagpapanik. Walang pagpipilit, tahimik pa yung mapa. Actually, 5 minutes into game, 0-1 pa rin. Yung first blood pa kanina, yung una nating kill na nakita.
And for TNC, you're happy with the current state of the game kasi even though may existing counter versus the Esmeralda, it's still an Esmeralda. And medyo dependent yung team fight dito ng Team Falcons kapag available yung mga ults, like for example yung Tortoise Poisons, yung Beast Form ni Kyle Teasy, all the while you have TNC na medyo mas mataas ang capability to brawl, even though mataas din yung kanilang reliance doon sa Zaman Force. Ang maganda kasi sa lineup nila is hindi lang din naman si Benny QT, yung reliable damage dealer.
Tsaka ano kasi minsan, di ba, ito yung the calm before the storm. Eh, meron din bagyo dito. And most likely, mixing up something dito, cooking up something para sa TNC. Pero all the while ngayon, for Team Falcons, it's going to be another turtle hill para kila Kyle Teasy.
Trade lang muna ginawa ng CNC dito. At least maganda pa rin para sa kanila, no? Unti-unti man hindi lumulobo yung halamangan ng Team Falcons. Kahit nakikita natin na maganda ang pag-control nila, maganda ang pag-ikot nila. Pag sa team fight ay hindi rin makalaban ng CNC, di ba?
Gets nila eh. Labanan to ng economic efficiency eh. And sa Team Falcons, gets ng TNC na, wala, lamang talaga sila.
Kaya ngayon, ipipilit na magkaroon ng pick-off ba? Makakataas 3 mark, binalibag.
Okay, pinlicker na yun, pero binalik pa rin. Ngayon naman, ay si Lance yung magiging target. Naku, nagalit na si Kurama ba yun? Ito na, kahit easy nakuha ng kill. Ngayon naman ay si Yowi ang magiging next. Nag-stang ng Sky Pierce ni Super Makmak. Ngayon, lalabag yung Salmon Force, pero wala nang reinforcement. Nakasama dito si Benny QD at yung Purple Bomb. Aagawin na!
Magandang pilit mula rin sa Team Falcons. Kamuntiga pa si Zaida, pero this gives them the mid-control. And this breaks the map open for Team Falcons. Lumiliit yung mundo ng PNC. Even though nakakuha sila ng mga constant tower trades sa may side lane, and even though may chips sila, meron silang international bonding experience. Pero yung Team Falcons dito, meron na silang capacity to dictate where the team fight happens on the map.
Oo.
Sinabol na talaga. Lima ka agad eh. Lima yung humahabol dito. Tignan mo, itinripan pa dito ni Black Teasy. At ibibigay na nila kay Makmak. At napakahirap nito kasi pumupondo na sa Sky Piercer si Super Marco.
Gusto niya yon yung mga ganun. Kahit medyo natagalan sila, makunat man chip. But still, an added stack here for Super Marco. And talking about that 301 current KDA niya ngayon.
Malaki talaga yung mid-game power spike dito ng Team Falcons. Yun yung kailangan iwasan ng TNC for now. So medyo buy time yung ginagawa ni Yowi dito para at least maka-gain sila ng konting map control pabalik. Pero so far, Team Falcons, magkakaroon tayo ng next objective dito. And I think this is the last chance for TNC na pahabain yung PC nila or pahabain yung flow ng game. Kasi if manalo dito yung Team Falcons, might just break their their economy and end up being the downfall for their team in this game too.
Kaya baka lalo magkaroon ng scarcity here for TNC. And that's why, as you've mentioned, kailangan nila i-contest to. Lumalapit na contest si Yowi. And kanina, maganda yung ginagawa niya na trying to get their attention. Inili to, baka meron nga naman pwede tawagin. Pero ngayon, yung Lord ang gustong tawagin kunin ng Team Falcons.
Okay, 4v5 magiging laban habang si Yowi tinawag na ang tropa. Pero si Kyle ang magwawagi doon. Nakakuha pa sila ng Yowi. At ngayon ay naipit yung mga miyembro dito ng CNC Pro Team. Habang sila, sino man magiging next target? 3, 4 ang napatong pa nila. Magiging warm pa nga ata. Si Streamer ay kinumita yung kanyang flicker. Pero binababara pa rin ang lanterns mula dito kay Few. Makakaalpas pero 4 ang nataga.
Ubus ata ang base dito ng TNC. 9 minutes in, almost 6,000 gold lead and ang daming naging numero. Sky Piercer dito ni Supermark. Actually, isa lang pala. Isa lang yung nakuha niya pero tuloy-tuloy lang ang pag-snowball ng Lucas and ng Ranger. And alam mo, Burrito, yung ganitong feeling, pag naka-agi tayo, parang unstoppable na. Yung ganitong classic lineup kasi pwede mag-dive dito ang Team Falcons.
Galit na rin Kurama ni Teasy dito, Grabe pag nag-beast form Yung mga shockwave blast also access somehow, hindi man yun yung pang-finishing pero pang-bawas agad na buhay ng TNC Pro Team. At ngayon, babawasan pa ito at pumuntik na doon.
Buti na lang nakapag-teleport pa.
Buti may touch mechanic na yan. Dati wala
Dati kailangan niya pa pumunta dun sa isang isang station para makapunta sa kabila
LRT yan
Pero ngayon, kailangan mag-nilay-nilay muna ng TNC. Kasi as you've mentioned nga, with that first Lord alone, lalong lumobo nga yung gold lead
Ito, kung
ng
sino
Team
rin
Falcons.
lapis lang.
Ano na si Yowi dito. Sinisilip niya na lang yung mga,
pwede.
kasi ang kaso problema, may pwede mag-drive
may drive by
si Black Teasy pwede siyang sunduin
Boss,
Yes, ay buka.
literal na roamer itong si Yowi. Kasi ikot ng ikot, hanap ng hanap.
Road trip sila.
Road trip.
Si Yowi, lumilipad
Pernah dari pagi ni
Papuntang
memang
Indonesia kasi sinusundo siya ni Black Pwede kang sa Pilipinas, pre.
Ay, dito ka muna, pre. Nakaka-achieve mo lang ng 2,000 assists mo
Nag-save sa'yo, sayang
Diba? At ngayon, nakikita din natin yung reflection nga nung maaga na pagkuha dito ng resources for Team Falcons looking at their Infinix in-game equipment.
Malaki na yung gap every skirmish na naipapanalo ng Team Falcons. I wouldn't even call it a team fight kasi hindi makasagot dito yung TNC. Lalo pat ang laki nung presensya nung Lucas kaya nung Baksha. And again, yung sinasabi ko kanina na ang gagawin lang naman ni Flap Teasy is Rorolyo, pipindot ng ulti, flat damage reduction, percentage, hindi pala flat, percentage based. So kahit gano'n kataas ang damage output dito ng TNC, ang dami na na-negate ni Flap Teasy. Dagdag mo pa dyan yung revitalize. Tapos yung sheer damage output ni Kyle Easy, even though kaya na rin naman na lumaban dito ng TNC, it's just that ang laki kasi nung disparity. At this point, 7.5k, pangkaramihan pa dyan nandun para sa Granger. So, yung mga laban na gusto i-take ng TNC, kailangan isang malaking biglaan eh. Kaso, ang nagiging dilemma nila, yung poke battle din ng Team Falcons, ano sila eh, on flick din eh, on point. Kasi may Zushin, may Padang, may Granger, pwede silang kumamba din.
Tsaka nakikita natin yung na-appreciate ng mga people din, yung value talaga ng Baksha. Diba, na nakikita natin yung pang-chase na dun kay Yowi, pero ngayon, conceal play here for Team Falcons. Pero yung Lord, may Yowi sa likod.
Sa likod ata, pero si Teasy nakuha na ng tuluyan ang Lord na ito. Pero si Manico din nasayaw! Kaya lang pinigilan yung kanyang mga indayog doon. Ngayon ay bibitbitin ito si Trimor Teasy. Dalawa ang kanilang nahuli. Habol pa ata, hinahanap pa nila si Zaida kung saan nagtatago. Ikot-ikot lamang, pero hindi na nila ata aabutan.
Naku, may cycle 9. Nakita!
Hindi pa pala, aabutan pala. Pero lumaban na rin si Zaida dito. Saktong dash, saktong rondo sa may super makmak ang nakakuha pa ng kill.
Umabot, 3 ang mapapatay nila sa TNC. Lord on the mid lane.
Grabe, ayaw palaroin. Ayaw magpalaro ni Flap Teasy. Part siya nung 10 kills out of 12 na meron dito ang Team Falcons alongside Super Marco.
Rollout na naman ha.
Okay, sasagasa. Pero other members ngayon ay focus na nga lang din on the clearing out the minion wave na TNC. At andun si McLean again.
Okay, medyo nag-overshoot si Super Makmak doon. Labag isaman for same with river manipulation. Pero ang katanungan ay mapipigilan ba nila?
Next
Yes.
wave pa.
Wala na nga mga unang wave! And Super Makmak ay godlike na. Wala talaga makapigil kay Super Marco dito. Pwede na sila mag-base lang. Kahit di sila buong kumunan ng Team Falcons ay dediretso na sana. Pero eto na yung next wave. May next wave pa pala lamang yung minions pero di sumusuko ang TNC. Kaya bang tapusin ang Team Falcons? Ang kasagutan ay oo. 1-1 ang ating score.
And with that, they will end game on number 2. Also with a maniac kill. It's going to be Super Marco.
Wow.
Ganitong-ganito yung sagutan ni Super Marco at saka ni Benek Uninon. Isa sila ng maniac.
Ayaw talaga magpatay. Parehong game. Yung gold laners natin, parehong may na-achieve na maniac kill. All one na po ang ating current score. And with that, syempre, alam ko marami pang ma-explain na sa nangyayaring draft. And of course, in-game, ang ating mga kasama sa panel. Kaya naman panel, kayo na muna.
Maraming salamat sa ating casters. Nagbabalik nga kayo dito sa panel para himayin ang game number 2 muli. Umi, kasama dito si Tupe at pati na rin si ate mo Chantel. Grabing game to yun. Nakabalik ang Team Falcons. Now at even ang ating game 5, ang ating 5-game series.
O, tsaka ano, sinagot
Tim Navi Philippines, mereka masih marah lagi untuk dapetin Lord. Karena mereka memiliki seorang Kalea dengan adanya lifesteal yang cukup tinggi. Dengan keuntungan 4 pemain yang mereka miliki, harusnya mereka cukup sih sama Kari lagi.
Ya, dan gak enaknya ketemu Kari tuh gitu, mau sejauh apapun kita kabur. Kalau emang udah sempet keluar itu dari basic attack fidget spinner, ngejar.
Dan sebenarnya tadi hampir ada damage dari Lord ya, bisa saja menumbangkan. Tapi sekarang di bagian bawahnya ada satu poin eliminasi.
Oh,
Mereka Notayanami
selamat.
still survive in the bottom lane. Notayanami kembali lagi dan MVP-nya. Kalau menurut gua game ini menang dia sih.
Langsung ya.
Terlalu banyak yang dia lakukan job desk-nya.
Benar.
Dan checklist semua.
Iya, ini kalau info locker dia banyak ya.
Info locker banyak.
Gaji UMR, job desk-nya banyak banget tuh ya.
Ini bisa dibilang gelarnya ST, SE, SM, LE,
Buset
MAD, MKN,
Ramai banget, ramai.
LTD, semuanya ada dia.
Wah, perusahaan LTD. Oke, Lord sudah mulai memasuki inner turret juga ya di arah topnya, tapi konsil terlihat Rosemary.
Oke, tapi lihat di sana Rosemary. Banget coba dipasang damage-nya terlalu tinggi dan tidak bisa dibendung begitu saja. Dan implosion for nothing. Rosemary, what are you doing? Ketika dia mundur dan dia implosion, Natalia tidak ada di depan sana membuat pasukan dari tim Torak Ladies kehilangan badannya.
Nah, ini trigger dari Holy Defense-nya juga udah mulai terlihat ya. Karena memang masih Lord yang belum ter-enhance juga. Tapi seenggaknya pressure-nya udah mulai sangat-sangat bisa dipegang oleh Navi Philippines.
Satu wave lagi sih, Ul.
Ditabrak lagi.
Masih ditabrak lagi harusnya, dan lihat di depan sana. Itu dia kertak-kertak sama untuk seorang Merai, dan langsung ada Federal Attack for Clear Minion. Berhasil menyelamatkan mereka dari kehilangan best turret di arah top lane.
Ya, tapi outer middle yang sekarang udah ke-expose juga, innernya bakal jadi berikutnya Navi Philippines. So far, ya thanks to Farsha sih yang ngebuat dari Todak Ladies bisa secure high ground mereka.
Defense high ground sih yang jadi kunci untuk memperlama. Tapi
Waduh.
Tapi nampaknya Tsunami Slam! Tanpa ada basa-basi, Rosemary, Baxia dari Queen, dia nggak akan ada harganya di depan dari seorang Kari.
Oke, ini udah fleeting time belum ya dari Merainya?
Oke.
Ya ini belum terlihat, belum ya. Tapi dari tadi inisiasinya aktif banget gitu loh.
Itu dia yang gua tadi sempat bahas di match pertama.
Aha.
Harusnya Kalia ini benar-benar bisa dapetin initiate power seperti ini.
Iya, aktif kan kayak pede aja nih, follow up-nya kan siap juga nih dari tadi nempel terus untuk Amorenya, untuk Shinoa-nya juga. Dan tabrakan kembali terjadi yang bisa,
Wah, traction pulse-nya. Itu Tan kalau dipaksa tadi ya. Itu dia pasti kuat shadow. Tapi untungnya Kari lebih fokus menuju ke arah turret dari bottom lane. Ompong telompong.
ya hancur semua 3 base turret ya.
Bahaya sih kalau udah kayak gini. Federal Attack pun nggak bisa terlalu menolong ya. Dan ya ini dia dari segi itemization yang memang belum ada fitting time-nya. Masih ke arah defensif saja yang diutamakan, tapi ya keunggulan satu item lebih unggul itu yang ngebuat Todak Ladies sedikit tertinggal. Rosemary sebenarnya udah sangat sustain ya, satu physical damage reduction dan satu magical damage reduction. Tapi yang jadi masalah adalah tinggal momentumnya aja sih. Jangan sampai ada miss moment seperti tadi yang terulang karena efeknya bisa fatal banget. Malefic Gun setidaknya dari 1-1 ini yang akhirnya ditunggu-tunggu dan dicari dan akhirnya kejawab juga. Range bisa lebih maksimal.
Yap, dan item yang dipilih sama Amore lebih ke Feeder of Heaven ya. Dia mau cari cooldown tentunya, dan ini bakal lebih ngeganggu lagi dengan traction pulse yang sangat-sangat dari tadi sulit juga. Bahkan kayak ngebuang banyak source kan, entahlah dari skillnya, entahlah dari skill-nya juga. Tapi Lord bisa didapatkan tanpa adanya gangguan sama sekali di tangan dari Navi Philippines, dan upaya dari Todak Ladies untuk bisa bagaimana mempertahankan high ground juga ini lagi dipertanyakan. Farsa akan semakin mudah untuk terkena cancellation nantinya dari Hilda yang bisa tabrak belakang, dan gimana caranya juga Miku nih bisa cari momentumnya.
Nah, itu dia. Miku, depannya sekalipun kalau misalnya dia bisa keluar, jangan harap dia bisa selamat tuh. Tapi lihat di depan sana, para pasukan dari tim Navi coba untuk bertahan. Dengan adanya tim fight dari Todak Ladies yang mencoba untuk mengusir mereka dari PS dari tim Todak Ladies di pasar dan Tsunami Slam. Di-cancel itu saja, tidak ada yang berhasil didapatkan. Dan para pasukan dari tim Navi Filipin kehilangan seorang Casey. Mundur adalah sebuah jawaban dengan ada Shadow Kill depan sana terbagi menjadi 3. Tapi Merai still survive. Berhasil dia pukul mundur, kehilangan jungle dan juga Rosemary. Totally worth it, tapi itu dia. Sosok dari seorang Amore yang dari tadi ngeganggu banget dengan traction pulse.
Iya, diteror terus ya.
Tembak,
ditembak troopers kan sebel ya.
Wah, mengerikan sekali ya.
Cuma ini repot banget sih wave minionnya ya. Jadi satu fokus tambahan juga buat Todak Ladies, dan Navi Philippines tidak terlihat ingin mengendorkan pressure tersebut sih.
Ya.
Masih akan ada banyak musuh jungle yang mereka invasi.
Nah, ini fleeting time-nya. Dan tadi sebenarnya juga target dari Merai ini udah lock ke arah dari Miku. Tapi kan balik lagi ada Needles in Flower itu loh yang ngebuat netralisir sisi power.
Nggak ada lagi.
Jadinya malah jadi si Merahnya yang kejebak di area defensif dari Todak.
Jadi kalau bisa kita lihat memang nggak masalah sih mau Queen atau Rosemary, jujur aja ya.
Waduh.
Langsung ada Tsunami Slam. Tapi ternyata following up damage yang nggak berhasil. Rosemary yang diplos tanpa following up damage ke belakang. Satu Federal Attack yang tidak berhasil dengan maksimal membuat seorang Queen tertahan di depan sana. Tapi damage dari seorang Kari, Winter Crown hanya untuk membayang time saja, tapi tidak akan terlalu lama. Jangan lupakan ini Kari. Dia akan melumat siapapun yang ada di depan.
Ya, ini juga Sky Pierce kan buat Amorenya. Dia bisa banget jadi sosok eksekutor. Dan Navi Philippines mereka akan kembali mencoba untuk mengandangi pemain-pemain dari Todak Ladies.
Wah, didobrak.
Iya, menunggu lagi Super Wave Minion berikutnya.
Oh, traction pulse, dan itu dia Quest Shadow dan langsung ada Tsunami Slam! Langsung berhasil menghilangkan seorang Rosemary. Dengan kembali lagi, ingat fleeting time sudah aktif dan bakal membuat para pasukan dari tim Navi Philippines attack the game 2-0 tanpa balas.
Oke.
Baru saja kita saksikan. Wow, ini terlalu banyak keunggulan yang bisa mereka jawab. Mulai dari decision making juga, not Ayanami terutama jadi masalah.
Masalah banget itu.
Masalah.
Tugas dia benar-benar dijalankan dengan begitu baik juga. Wow, sekarang berubah lagi.
Jamu, Mbak.
Bukan.
Bukan, kirain jual jamu.
Temannya Sungokong.
Ini di belakang
Siapa?
bawa apa?
Cepat Kai.
Cepat. Gak tahu dia, gak nonton dia.
Lu nggak tahu?
Gak.
Nggak jadi seru dong.
Gak jadi, gue yang tahu.
Lu tahu
Gue
itu
tahu.
oh, terima kasih
Gue tahu.
lo.
Kejauhan,
Lu menyelamatkan
kejauhan.
hidup gue.
Iya, gue tahu.
Tahu sunggokongnya doang.
Cepat Kai.
Ada pokoknya.
Coba lau. Lu
Ada,
lu lihat dah. 11-12 dah.
Sama siapa?
Lu.
Oke, tapi ya 2-0 ternyata membuat dari Todak harus kehilangan poin ya, berarti min 2.
Nah,
Todak.
Ini berarti Toda kasih 1 poin doang.
Even during that one moment where Yowi unfortunately found himself trapped between the members of Team Falcons, chasing him all the way to the base, and you would think that that could have been some time that TNC was able to capitalize and look for something else, but it didn't happen either way. It was quick for Team Falcons to still look for a way to go back to their individual lanes and to continue whatever they were trying to do all throughout the game. And we mentioned the early Sky Piercer pickup for Super Marco, which probably really did max out the stats towards the end of the game. It was a very clean game that we saw from Team Falcons overall, ending it in less than 14 minutes, getting all the necessary objectives, major objectives in the game, and not allowing for TNC even just the smallest room to breathe in that entire game. Now, to wrap it up, quick meta check for Team Falcons. So you could see here that 64 win rate and that 7-4 standing for the Ranger, which again, Super Marco was able to get hold of in this particular game. And this is just one of the many pieces that have really worked well for Team Falcons.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting that they are first in unique heroes used. That is such, I think that belonged to Twisted Minds
I thought too.
recently.
I thought
Maybe
so
because of the newer heroes that they picked up for the season. And yeah, right there, very, very interesting. They're the only teams that actually use the Terizla and the FAM. So that's as good as it gets. And this Falcons is not afraid to try out new heroes themselves. For example, the Aurora, the Valier, they've been trying out the Bruno, the Angela with their very specific lineups. Obviously, those didn't win, but got them here, you know. So.
It feels like there has to be at least one player who has the tendency to pull off these kinds of surprises, right? Like earlier in Twisted Minds, it was Escalera, and now for Team Falcons, it's Slap. He's Slap, you know? Like he has so many potential pickups that could come out.
He can do that. He's been doing it for years. He's won a world championship in his rookie year. So, you know, that's what's it gonna take, right? To stop Teasy, and I can kind of imagine maybe there's probably more in store here for Teasy.
Yeah, I love how he said, yeah, back then when the XP lane was many things.
The XP lane was an evolving landscape.
But now, oh, you kind of know what it is. I think it was a topic too in like one of the official podcasts that we previously had, that the XP lane feels like a very difficult role to fulfill.
It is.
Right now.
It is.
It's either you just have to go in and die for your team, or it's either you don't get out of your lane and just struggle overall.
You just don't do anything to help out, right? So I get it, and that's why I personally don't feel XP as much as I can.
Aren't you XP?
I'm Rome.
Okay.
I'm Romain now. So yeah, maybe in another life, or maybe another patch, throw it over to our host for another segment.
To our panelists, we need a break from the intensity of the games. You know what? TNC took game 1, Falcons took game 2.
That's right.
We will find out who will win game 3. But for now, we're going to interview somebody who is with us here, enjoying the exciting things we have to offer to our MPL Philippines fans.
That's correct.
Benny Things, can
Ben
you hear
Things.
us?
Ben Things.
Ben Things.
Andiyan ka ba? Hello?
Hello, Ben Things. Naririnig mo ba kami?
Things.
You know,
Ano, at sumusuporta.
That's so true, Hans. You know what? I
like it.
visited the MPL playgrounds earlier. I saw Ben Things over there, and he is right. It is so much fun. So let's talk about the MPL playgrounds, Ben
Okay.
Things. Ano yung may enjoy ng mga MPL fans natin dyan? Ano yung mga ganap?
Oh, pag nandyan sila, ano ba makikita nila?
Sobrang dami makikita rito. Dito kasi yung mga sponsor natin na Infinix, BPI, then may mga passport tayo na pinupuno, tinatatakan nyo, then pag nakompleto nyo, may mga makukuha kayo na gifts or reward din sa mga sponsor natin. Mga t-shirt, and then kahit ng mga anong pamigay, may mga Naruto sticker, then mga Naruto keychain, meron ka rin makukuha dito.
Nag-enjoy ako.
Nag-enjoy ako.
I played there. So, yeah, he's right. We have the sponsor booths there, Infinix, BPI, Smart,
There's a
Time
lot.
Zone, a lot. And then my merch booths din. So if you want to buy t-shirts, jerseys,
Para supportahan yung mga teams nila, right? That's where you can definitely go. Bentings, malayo naman tayo kasi I'm sure you're having lots of fun there at the MPL playgrounds. Ano naman ang tingin mo sa mga teams na nandito ngayon sa playoffs? Who do you think will come out on top in terms of the final two? Sorry, Ben, kasi wala eh. Yun yung nakalagay, Ben eh. Alam mo naman eh.
kailangan pumili, Ben.
Mainit yan, no? Pero nag-predict na kasi ako, ang champion ko, Liquid, then second, Aurora, yan yung MSC represent natin. Pero ang prediction ko ngayong araw, ang makakapasok, Onyx and Falcon, yun. Bias muna tayo, no? Lalo sa TNC. And yun, good luck sa mga, grabe yung mga pinapakita ngayon, especially yung Distant Mind, yung unang laban. Inabot ng Game 5, ngayon naman TNC, sobrang dikitan. 1-1 yung score, hindi natin alam kung sino yung mananalo.
Totoo. Parang ready na tayo for Game 3. Thank you for sharing your prediction. By the way, Ben Things, before we throw it back to our panels, why don't you invite those who are watching from home, especially? Kasi nga, you know what, I don't know if we mentioned it, Ben Things is at the MPL Playgrounds. That is for free. By the way, based on the first come, first serve basis, based on the capacity as well. So, if you want to enjoy that, you can join the watch party with Ben Things dyan sa MPL Playgrounds on the ground floor. So, Ben Things, invite mo naman sila na sumali dito.
Ayan, guys, yung mga timbahay natin dyan, lalo na yung mga naubusan din ng ticket, no? Kung gusto manood ng MPL, meron dito sa MPL Playground, katabi lang mismo ng MPL venue. Nandito kami, syempre may bonus, makikita niya rin yung mga favorite niyo na player, lalo na pag meet and greet na. Kaya pwede nyo kami bisitahin dito, maglaro tayo ng mga games, then may mga rewards din. And yun lang, kita-kits, sobrang saya dito. Buhay na buhay yung mga fan, syempre mapipil nyo yung mga sigawan, ibang-iba pag nasa venue kayo. And yung kita-kits tayo mula bukas hanggang June 1 yung watch party natin dito. First come, first serve, syempre for free lang.
A big thank you, Ben Things,
Thank you,
for
Ben
answering
Things.
our questions and for joining us here. Narinig niyo siya. Join us here at the venue. At dahil may prediction siya, let's see if he is right. I think we're ready for Game 3 to start. Panelists, over to you.
Always a pleasure to see Mr. Ben Things in the arena. Also one of a very, he's also an MPL veteran. You know, he's been the ins and outs, and you'll also find a lot of very helpful videos on his social
He
media.
is probably one of the biggest reasons why it is so hard to play ranked games in the Philippines right now.
Yeah, that's why he's so good, yo.
Because he just keeps sharing all those secrets, all those tips to everyone out there. So it's publicly available on all his social media accounts if you do want to check it out. And he's been inviting those guys who might be nearby to come watch with us because again, the MPL Playground is actually for free. It's for first come, first serve.
It's free of charge. At the same time, it's a very fun time. You can also win a lot of prizes. You can meet so many, you know, big MLBB
Yeah, there are meet and
streamers.
greets.
There are so many meet and greets happening there. You can also get to meet some pro players that hang out there. Earlier there was a Beyblade tournament, and on the 31st there's a big performance by MNL48.
Oh my.
That's just one of the few things that are happening right there. So join us here at Green Sun Hotel. Drop by the MPL playground.
Wow.
And here on your screens is the first. Apparently he reached 1,000 kills in MPL Philippines.
Yeah.
The Super Marco.
Super Marco apparently is the 9th player to get 1,000 kills in MPL history after he got 3 kills this game. And he got 3 kills like in the first how many minutes, because if you were to look at the 12-minute mark, the 13th-minute mark, he was on 10 kills already on that Granger with a maxed out Sky Piercer stack. So he's been having the time of his life on the Granger, even though they lost the first game because he was the VP Irish guy. Let's see what happens in game number 3 if TNC still wants that to happen or to get into Super Marco's hands.
Yeah, Super Marco, he is so consistent. Even in the games they lose, he's actually such a high, what do you call that? He's such a high stat player.
Yep.
Not just in kills, not just in those those stats that we are tracking, but also in gold, also in damage dealt, basically everything.
And just look at his face, right? Like
Yeah.
he always looks like that, and
He
that's
always
probably his
looks like that.
default. That's his default. Like you don't know if he's locked in or he's just like too chill about everything. but-
Basically born to play MLBB. He's like a robot.
Yeah, he's just
In a good way.
programmed to play this level of MLBB for some reason. And so that poses like a couple of questions, especially heading into the draft for game number 3. They were able to successfully even out the series, so we're seeing a minimum of 4 games at least for the
Minimum
series
4
now.
So strap in, ladies and gents. We are going to the draft for game number 3. Of course, joining us is Remar Santa Cruz from the analyst desk.
Okay, that's a different kind of introduction now.
Yeah. All
I'm
right.
gonna change it up as much as I can.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, thought it's going to be on the blue side. Last time we saw this happen, it was a low-key focus chip priority ban for them. While similar to their game with them, Teasy Pro Team took out the Fanny Joy. So let's see if it's going to be a chip and Kippy ban coming in from the 2 teams, similar to what happened in game number 1. If I'm Team Falcons PH, and the Kalea is open, please first pick the Kalea.
Yeah, probably not the Jushin, right?
He's so good.
It was such a... Or I feel like if we do see the Kalea again in the Master Open's hand, it'll be really a great performance for them. Pair it up with those other things that have been performing really well for Team Falcon so far. There goes the chip. So this is likely going to be the kitty for TNC as their last match. Kalea?
Kalea.
No? There you go.
There you go. Beautiful. I'm sure Teasy Pro Team though has something up their sleeves in terms of responding to this. It went so much more in their favor in game number 1 that I'm pretty sure they've prepared something. Now they go ahead and rush pick the juice in. Still makes sense, a lot of sense as well in terms of the lineup. At the same time, the juice in blocks off any possibilities of Falcons going for a lineup that is slow front to back, and especially with this pickup, with getting the 1-1, yo, if I'm Falcons, you pick up either the Eve or the far side now.
Yeah, something to
And the
burst
Aya.
this down, right? Like, that was something they were lacking earlier, the burst damage to deal with the 1-1. And earlier, it was alongside the Kalea, so they had a reliable way to set things up, which I'm thinking if Yowi wants to still consider, like those standard Yowi picks such as the Cho or the Draw, since playing those into the Kalea, right, you might want to think twice on whether or not you still want to go that route.
Well, you know, there's also a way where you can, if you fight with a Kalea, a lot of you are gonna pick a Purify, but you know, you don't want to do that as much as possible. There's the Hayabusa.
Ooh, all right. Go for the 1-1. Crazy amount of damage. I think the Farsa bans are going to be coming in, though, from the side of TNC Pro Team.
100%, yeah. You need something to protect that 1-1. And historically, that has been the biggest weakness of 1-1s, right?
Yeah, well,
the long-range mains.
And earlier, the laning phase was already difficult in itself. It was up against a Granger, but in the long run, when there was no one to reach the 1-1, especially during prolonged team fights, I feel like the Harris might be the better pickup now. That's magic damage that could most probably deal enough against the 1-1.
Yeah, close range though. I want to see more range here inside of Falcon, especially in the hands of few.
They might even consider a Selena later on, but if they want to go all dive, up against the Ling, great pickup, yeah, because with the even Farsa being some of the best options in the mid lane right now for Falcons, the Ling would decimate the formation really quickly alongside the Juicin. So I like the first three picks here of TNC Pro Team again because of what Falcons need to pick up to respond to this 1-1. They've responded to those future picks very well already.
So this is like a bit of a challenge. Like, all right, go ahead, pick up that Farsa. I dare you.
It could be an option for TNC to fan out those other tankier heroes, which could be harder to deal with, considering the lineup that they have so far. Because right now, you could say the same for them. Like, there's no outright burst damage that you consider for TNC right now. It's more on that slowly trying to shred and deal the damage against the enemy's kind of composition that we're seeing. But they still ban the Farsa either way, so...
Just to be safe.
Yeah. I mean, it did happen earlier too. We're not going to ban the Farsa any time, but it still happened.
Yeah.
Alright. I thought the Falcons would consider opening up the glue, but considering like what it did very well up against the 1-1 lineup in game number 1, yeah, it was safe because one of the options I thought the Falcons might consider is go for the Faramis if they are committing in the full dive idea and they're gonna accept the fate that, yeah, we're probably gonna lose some of the best long-range mages anyway. But with them banning glue, it seems like the Faramis is out of the table in consideration for Falcons.
Right now it's mostly like the only ones that are still out there possibly the Sicilian.
The Zas?
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned the Sicilian. Whoa, Teasy still banned out the Faramis.
Ini si Fungsi ya.
Alright.
Okay, that's a historically really good hero for Feud.
Yeah.
So I kind of get it.
Yeah, and okay, so they didn't fall for the bait. I think Falcons banned out the glue to make TNC think that, oh yeah, they're not gonna pick up the Faramis. We're not gonna pick up the Faramis, but then TNC called the bluff, it seems like. You mentioned the Sicilian, Brigida. That would actually be great, considering that you are gonna end up having two magic damage dealers that are gonna be very farm dependent, that if you lose the early game, it's gonna be so tough to crawl back from. But it's a good substitute if ever you don't get your hands into something like the Farsa. However, as you mentioned, League is still open and would still be a good pick. That will be difficult to pull off up against Juicin late game.
Yeah, I feel like that could like provide much more follow-up, however, though. So now they pan out the Cho as well, limiting the options for Yowi. And the opts go for the Gato Tasha.
All right, from what I remember, I can recall, Gato Tasha doesn't really work as well as Yowi compared to like the other picks. So we'll have to wait and see.
They've been through a 3-week break, though.
Yeah, that was a 3-week break, so hopefully they've been able to fix those. I mean, TNC did fix a lot after that game 1. We did see that they were able to really adjust their early game as well as their mid to late. So
Let's see. Is it gonna be the Sicilian indeed? There are other options too, like the Selena doesn't feel like it's gonna.
Yeah, might be tough to pull it off here, actually.
I think there's a lot of purifies for sure on
The
this side.
Valentina's too lacking in range.
Yeah,
so.
TNC Pro Team turned off the idea of an Eve, unless they still want to try and play with it. Oh, they do pick up the Zask there. You called it earlier, Rockhard.
Okay.
I actually don't like the Zask. It feels like a band-aid right now.
This is few though. Like he's pulled off the Nana. And
Oh, that's true. That's true.
so I feel like he's really confident in doing this. So, but 3 Marteezy. Okay.
Famous joke. I don't know.
He's going up against the Baksha, so you have to take that into consideration.
Maybe this might be that game where we were talking about the export earlier.
Or the CC still? Like,
Hylos is also the better one, but Hilda is option. So.
Yeah. Okay. A lot of pressure from the EXP lane into the jungle of the Hayabusa. That's going to be your main guy to just dish out some quick crowd control and damage onto the Harith to force out dashes. I'm liking the lineups for both, honestly. Good answers here and there. Yeah, it's going to be one of those down to execution type of deals.
yeah, it is. I'm liking how prepared these two teams really look like.
Yeah.
Heading into this playoff. This is the reason why we go all the way in as early as day number 1.
That's right. And here in day number 1, it's one of the closest we've had so far. Again, minimum of 4 games for this one. So So we'll find out who executes better. Obviously, a lot more pickoffs possibly happening for Falcons because of that Kalea pick. And a lot of scaling on the other side. Let's throw it over to Land of Dawn this time around with our cast.
Thank you very much, Brigada Rockart, and also, of course, Brent Marks on the desk with us right now. Welcome back to the English desk. We're going to have to wait just a second while they get things situated over on stage. Not sure which side that's going to be on, but yeah, you know, we got, I want to say I like what TNC brought here because there was such a big contrast between game 1 and game 2 for them. And I think the highlight for me on that was it took a little bit too long for Benny Cutie to get online in game 2. So why not give him the hero that he popped off on in game 1? Yeah. Give him the 1-1 again.
He was bulletproof during game number 1. Well executed there, and at the same time, Zaida also has one of his signature heroes even back in MPL, the Link.
With the Link and 1-1 getting paired up together, you get good options there for if ever the 1-1 doesn't do well, you have the Link to cover and vice versa. They're not the burst damage style of lineup, and I'm waiting to see if revitalize. Yeah, no, only one revitalize per side. Is a flicker on the side of the Hilda. So yeah, actually, if you look at their lineups, they're quite similar. You have 2 assassins in the jungle, 2 roamers that can both dive, gold laners who, well, Harith is a little bit more up in your face, but it's a race against time of can you get the Harith down quick enough, or can you get the 1-1 down quick enough? And then if you look at the EX lane, both of them are just going to be diving to the back line, throwing their bodies, and hoping for the best.
If we're going to recall back to game number 2, it was a very, very good start for Team Falcons, even forcing Zaid to actually change his jungling pattern because of the presence of Teasy. But that actually, that was traded actually for an XP lane tier 1 turn takedown. So if TNC decides to go for that again, capitalize on the fact that they can speed things up, even if they're up against a Harith, things should go well for the Phoenix Army.
We're going to take a look at this too. Regional 4th seed in jungle rankings. Average kills your constants there, 3.97. And wow, Romero, Hazel there.
Yeah, Hazel.
1-8 Hazel. 5.1, man.
Yeah, it's a high average amount of kills there. Of course, a lot of action going down in MPL Malaysia.
He's a fanny guy.
Yeah. All for the Super League in Myanmar. There's PS, Annabelle, of course, for Bigatron ID, and Bulldog.
7 Hoda. I remember when we were all like pronouncing his name the first time when we first saw him.
Yeah, it was 7 Hoda.
We had to ask, like, yo, is it 7 Hoda or is it? Yeah. We're like, no, it's Hoda.
Yeah, I remember that meeting for the M6 World Championship. It was a talent.
Oh! Where'd her hands go, though? Where's her gun? No guns allowed in the Champions Arena, man.
He's taking the rule very seriously. No weapons.
No weapons allowed.
That was an M4 figurine. The F5 was Yuzong, right?
Yeah, Yuzong, yeah.
He just got it, by the way, because I heard some people had to wait a while to get their statues. What was the M6 one again?
Claude. Because it was a 2-1. I remember we always said that, man, during the M6 World Championship. You're getting 2-1. You're getting Claude and Dexter.
Did you get it? Did you finish the pass?
No, I didn't have enough diamonds.
The M6 pack?
Yeah, I didn't. In M5, I had hella diamonds. I just dumped everything there to get the Yuzong one.
For me, I saved everything for the Naruto skin.
So you were predicting it from M6, huh?
No, you didn't.
That's a different level.
You threw all your diamonds in the Alpha.
The Gothic. What do you call it again? Nice, sir.
Guys, don't be like Ingan, by the way. He dumped all his diamonds in the Gothic skin.
Acid Gothic
skin of Alpha, and then he forgot to do the last roll. So he never even got it. Don't be like Ingan.
And he didn't have enough diamonds for the Naruto collab.
Hey, I got 3 already. I completed Team 7.
Alright, good for you. Regional 5th seed gold lane rankings, this time average skills. Benny Cutie at 3rd. Arfi of Alter Ego, another team making a lot of noise there in MPL Indonesia. Nest Presk.
I wonder how you get that name.
Well, what a evolved name.
Nest Presk.
He was Nets, now he's Nest Presk.
Imagine like the play-by-play in the middle of that. Like, that's kind of a tongue twister.
Yeah, it's a tongue twister, definitely.
So his hair is black now. From was it blue last year?
I think, maybe.
All right, that's our stats god. Is that Buck?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's our stats god Buck.
Well, this is the guy to bring us back in the game. He had the side look just to make sure. And here we are, jumping into game number 3. Again, it's 1-1 for these two teams. The battle of the sky is going on here. The Falcons and TNC, a pro team. Wow.
Nice try.
Was that yeah, that was a little bit louder than I expected, but yeah, Zaida on a signature pick for himself, and I think you can even look at Falcons' lineup, and you know, these are all heroes that we've seen them play time and time again.
Yep.
Flap looking to emulate what he did in game 2. He was so proactive on this XP lane Baksha, and it's going to work really well with the Kalea in the hands of Ogwin.
Yeah.
And maybe it was few that I was thinking of. Was one of the only, like maybe 2 or 3 of the players in the MPL Philippines that likes to play the Zaz opposite of Lancy like we saw earlier on. So
Yeah.
I would say it's pretty balanced for both compositions for both teams here.
Yeah, before this playoffs, played it once and got a win with it. Don't recall exactly when, but it's in the numbers here that, yeah, he did play it once. Oh, 3 more.
Oh, we shadow kill onto 3 more. Teasy paired up with a shield unity as Kyle Teasy picks up the first blood.
This time there, spent a little bit too long, wasn't able to flicker out to safety, and he gives a kill early on. Not good, especially you're going up against a Baksha who will love that because that gives him so much room to just be more of a nuisance in the map. And that's the duel between these two in the EXP lane, who has the more map presence.
More map presence. That's kind of been the story though, right? Of just maybe XP lane in general, the way that it's been developing in the meta.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like that's been a big thing, and that's why we were saying earlier on, it's kind of like you turn into almost the roamer, or at least kind of like the roamer sidekick, you know, and that's what you're going around doing. But ultimately, I think it's a fun place to be in if you are an XP laner. You can be proactive, or you can also sit in the lane and just focus on that if you want to. We've seen that with some of the heroes popped up. Oh, Benny Cutie. Oh, Marco. He's not over 4 yet.
Oh, we shadow kill onto Benny Cutie. Fortunately for Benny, there were minions, but still, the damage from Super Marco was more than enough as TNC tries to work on the turtle. Ogwin jumps in as well as Teasy, and they get down Zaida. Lancy with a Crimson Beacon out. And still, Lancy will secure the turtle, but Yowi AOG casted it right on time. 1 more hit away, and Yowi escapes.
Okay, he's not going.
Yeah, that's a massive consolation prize. Oh, in the middle, Lancy in trouble.
Okay, Lancy pops his Purified. Oh, and pew. With a Nightmaric Spawn brings him down.
That was so cool from Kyle. He like literally like, it was almost like if he could walk away,
Yeah.
you know, but he like shadowed away and he's like, yeah, Fuse got it.
Yeah, it's good. My captain's got him. 5-0 start for Falcons, 3 minutes in, a 2,100 gold lead. Everything has fallen apart for TNC Pro Team in the early game here. First 3 Martizi getting that kill up top, getting picked off by Kyle Teasy and Flap, and then everything going wrong with the turtle. Except, again, a great consolation prize in the fact that Lancy was the one able to secure that turtle. It minimizes the lead that Falcons could have gotten at this point, but they definitely still are in control and have the lead.
Yeah, the work around this, TNC might have to do something about it too. And you know, really, when you think about it, okay, what can they do? Well, Benny Cutie, he went down earlier on, so he's not going to have that easy start on this 1-1. So he can continue to farm up and hope that, you know, he's able to go ahead and capitalize on the 1-1 kit, especially with the crossbow of tank. You can almost do the same thing, I guess, if you mention with this the Ling instead of the Hayabusa that they had back in game 1.
Yeah.
But then that's the thing. I feel like Zaida, the pressure is there because you're down already. You know that Kyle Teasy's got a little bit of that lead. I mean, he did have 2 levels ahead of him. Kyle Teasy should be hitting that level 9 in just a bit, but really for Zaida, he's got to rely on the team to help support him, grab the buffs, and hopefully secure some of the objectives. It is only 1 turtle in the favor though for TNC, and they can continue to build up on that, but they're talking about a 2,000 deficit already in gold.
Yeah, and even more pressure for Zaida as they're trying to chase down Flap Teasy. Looks like they'll be able to secure the kill, but no, it spoke too soon. Flap Teasy already forced to use their Revitalize to get away. As I mentioned, one of the tanks of TNC Pro Team, the Hilda, actually is going to be the main tank in this scenario, as he's going to be the one providing vision for the Gacha for Yowi to go in. He's already 2 deaths early on. That means the moment Ogwin can see 3 Mar, he could just go ahead and tosses ultimate onto him, and that's already a sure kill that you're gonna build advantage off of. You just save your dashes to make sure you get out of the AOG of Yowi.
Yeah, especially if, once the third item is there for Ogun, might be the fleeting time could spell disaster for
Oh, he
TNC.
plugged him.
As Kyle Teasy gets the turtle, AOG is there. Tempest of Blades casted out by Zaida, but Yowi looks like is going to be the first man down. Kyle Teasy goes in with a weaky shadow kill, going to bring down Yowi. But Drumar Teasy answers back with an Ogun kill.
Okay, roam for roam trade. TNC Pro Team still getting chased by the members of Falcons. Let's see if they can get Lancey. Kyle Teasy goes in. CC immune. Hayabusa takes out the Juicin.
Good pickup there. You know, just when they get on the board, Falcons takes a little bit more, plus that objective. So you can see how things are going in favor for Falcons. This is where they'll go ahead and press a little bit more on the gas, looking to go get their first turret. So they have some more space to work with. 3mar is going to try to hold this down. Zyda's with him. So they should be able to hold this on. Oh,
already casted the weaky shadow kill. Look at the damage. Even Zaida, 1/4 HP lost, but he's surveying the scene. Went down, went with Tempest of Blades, but the response from Team Falcons just too much for them. Benecuti though in the picture now, as both teams will disengage.
What a read there. Kyle Teasy avoided the initial damage that Zaida can dish out. Coming down from the wall, he stayed in the shrub. Zaida tried to foresee it, but Kyle Teasy was like, all right, I know you're trying to predict me. I'm going to do the unpredictable thing, and I'm just going to stay here. Then I'm going to walk out. Then I'll get away scot-free.
okay.
The kill onto 3mar Teasy up top by Flap Teasy, and Kyle Teasy is really biting TNC in the neck. Because so far, 3mar Teasy is having a hard time trying to go out of the map, or even try and prevent Kyle Teasy from his usual jungling pattern. So Team Falcons already has that covered.
Yeah, they've got it covered. Right now, Falcons has the majority of this game covered. I mean, very similar to what we saw in Game 2, where they've got this pretty big gold lead. You know, 5,000 gold at nearly the 7-minute mark is quite massive to work against if you're TNC. The Turtle's going to be up here too, and Falcons will get in position for that. So again, you're banking on the fact that what can TNC do here? And really a lot of it is allow Zaida to not fall too far behind. And look for pickoffs here. Could be Flap.
There might be the trade. Flap Teasy already popped his Revitalize, but just look at the sustain. It's taking them a lot of time. Falcons was able to respawn. Ogun with the title strike. Zaida goes out with the Tempest of Blades, but they were able to take down Flap Teasy in exchange for Zaida and Yowi. Now Few's going to pick up one more. 3mar Teasy caught in the middle of 3. Ogun, Super Marco, Few chasing after him as Ogun stuns him out and feeds off the kill to Marco.
You can't blame TNC for going after Flap. But man, Flap Teasy held on so long. Lancey gets blasted. A double kill for Marco to cap it off.
Man, Super Marco, he's like, I want this one. And he goes, burns the flicker, will get the double. Plus that turret, so now Falcons furthering the lead. I mean, man, 7.5K ahead at the 8-minute mark. This is not what you want to go against if you're TNC and you're looking at that first lord in about a minute. The items, I mean, looking at it, they're so far behind in itemization. So this is the green light for Falcons to just take the side of the jungle.
Ogun, another jump in, paired up with a Tsunami Slap, and Yowi counters out with an AOG. Here comes Marco once again. Zaman Force paired up with a weaky shadow kill from Kyle Teasy. A mega kill from Kyle Teasy.
It's just violent yet again. Falcons have built up such a massive lead that if TNC Pro Team initiates, they will clap back immediately. We talked about this being an execution-based thing. Yeah, since Falcons executed the hell out of the early game so much better, they've just ballooned to a 9,000 gold lead, close to 9 minutes in.
Yeah, this is really similar to what happened during game number 2, even down to the fact that the jungler and the gold laner of Team Falcons both have 4 kills. There was a stretch in game 2 where they have equal kills, so now Falcons with a strong start again, holding on to a 9.7K gold lead, not giving anything to TNC at this point.
Hey man, 10,000 gold. You are as happy as you can be if you're Falcons right now. Leading into this Lord, you know you've got the pretty much automatic secure on this, because TNC would be kind of crazy to even try to contest it, especially with a Ling. You know, you got to go ahead and just plant Zaida on the opposite side of the map and just try to farm up, get some pressure somewhere, because you're not fighting Falcons. You're not even going for it, so you might as well just prep up for the defense. Now, the problem with that is because of this lineup the Falcons have, it might be a similar cause where this first Lord is a game-winning push just because of how far ahead they are. And the fact that, again, Oakland on the Kalea can just jump on in, force something, at least a response. And there's only one Purify over there from Lancey.
Yeah, not to mention 2 core items only for Benny QT. The Corrosion Scythe is also there for him. So in terms of damage output, it's going to take a lot for TNT to just burst down. Even Flap Teasy, like we witnessed a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, I think at this point they need to come up with a new boxer skin. It's just, he's carrying like weight plates. That'd be really cool. Like gym,
weight plates.
gym bro boxer.
Yeah.
Hey, that's an idea.
Right?
That's
right?
actually a good one.
Hey, yo, Moonton, hit me up.
Hit him up. He'll design it. You know,
Yeah.
I've seen him draw. It's pretty good.
Yeah, Renmar changed career. Now a designer.
Renmar the artist.
No, not at all.
Not at all. Well, right now it's the Lord.
You expect 3 Teasy and Yowi to be the tankiest frontliners for TNC, but
Oh, conceal?
2 Synchro Fishes for Marco is more than enough to half health
Are they
3
chasing
Teasy.
Benny?
Yeah, they are.
Oh.
Oh, they found 1-1.
Oh, Shield of Unity is there, and Uigi Shadow Kill to finish him off.
Yeah, you weren't going anywhere. They got the information from Kyle, and they're like, yeah, we're going for it. Pop the conceal. Roll on in. Lord is taking care of it, but there's the mid-turret going down, too.
Oh, they're just going to continue this.
Another jump in. Super Marco also with his Zaman Force even catches Lancey. 3 Teasy might be the next target here.
Oh, no.
Flap Teasy with a Shield Unity. They're working on them. A double kill for Flap Teasy. And a wipeout for Team Falcons. 2-1.
Well, it looks like the Falcons are pissed off after what happened in game number 1. 2 incredibly dominating games in a row, sub 15 minutes each. TNC Pro Team need to turn things around quick.
Let's throw it over the panel and take it through this.
Yeah, they really have to do something very, very quickly because it does feel like they are getting steamrolled these last 2 games.
Oh my goodness. Imagine the games just keep getting shorter, you know?
Shorter.
Like they keep getting shorter and cleaner as the series goes by, and all in favor of Team Falcons, by the way. I am also starting to believe that they really got pissed off after what happened in game number 1, and they're unleashing all that.
I mean, you can see a lot of that like in Super Marco's face. I haven't seen him smile today. So he feels like he's so locked in. He's so focused. And that's what you want to see, right? You want to see that from, again, these are the M5 World Champions. Yeah. They have so much. They went on the world tour, and they're trying to show that they still got it. And they have to show it against teams like TLPH, Onic, and everyone else.
And I wonder who our MVP actually is after that game. I know now because I looked over to the stage, but you will be finding out soon too. It's none other than Kyle Teasy.
That's right.
On that Kakashi Hayabusa. And I mean, look at this. It's just so clean. 506 on the Hayabusa. And this is, wait, is it higher by 1 compared to King Kong's GPM? We'll be double checking that later, but this is one of the highest.
Yeah.
Like it's 960 plus, and we rarely see those numbers nowadays.
I would say they're all almost on par with each other. Yeah. Especially since Hayabusa usually can really move around the map really, really quickly, just like a Joy can. So, especially with basically being uncontested in the jungle, because the enemy jungler is essentially...
Pantas aja.
Ya, tapi EVOS.
EVOS.
Lagi tryhard. Soalnya kayak ini digadang-gadang. Ya karena banyak juga kemarin yang kayak di interview pengen lihat
Ketemu
EVOS
EVOS.
gitu.
Bener lu di sana nih. Di sini nggak sih?
How much time a Ling needs before he's able to fully operate around the map. Like, he does need those items. He does need to rack upon the damage so he could serve as a decent threat up against Team Falcons. Because, I mean, you would think that one of the primary targets would be the mid laner, right? The gold laner even. But, like, Super Marco had such a great time in the laning phase, even up against Benny Cutie. I think that was a solo kill as well that took place earlier. So, if you want to look at the mid laner, however, that's Few, who has the Dominator's Descent. So how do you deal with that? Because if you look at the other members of Team Falcons, it seems like an immediate no. You can't go for Flap Teasy. There was a moment wherein Flap Teasy was able to tank the damage up against 4 members of TNC and just, like, nearly still survive all that, you know, like there was that moment, and there were a couple of other moments too where even for Open, like he doesn't seem like the best target to go after. So TNC, it was a struggle to figure out who do we go for, even in this kind of scenario. And mind you, Benny Cutie actually, in terms of the emblem combinations, did decide to go for the pull yourself together. Like earlier, it was a threat, right? Like the constant threat of the crossbow attack, and even clutch moments of just surviving, because the Inspire battle spell gives you a little boost, you know, in terms of like the life steal you could gain in terms of when you throw out those basic attacks. So it could provide an additional layer of survivability. So as confirmed, it is PYT, but it seems like it's been always that. Be inspired to try and survive, not to pose a threat against Team Falcons, because you could also barely get the stacks for the crossbow attack.
That's true. Again, when I was watching this whole game, to be honest, I was thinking exactly the same thing. Where I'm thinking, all right, who's the best target to take out here? I can't find a good one if I was in TNC's shoes. And I guess that's also what they're thinking as well in their minds. Like, all right, guys, so no one's actually a good target here. The easiest one technically should be Super Marco, but that's a Harry.
Should be, but it can't be, because he's just way too ahead. I mean, look at this. It's only been 11 minutes and 23 seconds, but he's only lacking one more item. So that's how well farmed he is throughout this entire game. And he's dealt a total damage of 32,000, whereas if you look at Benny Cutie, or and if you look at whoever dealt the highest amount of damage on the side of TNC, it's actually 3 more Teasy with a total of 18,220. So you see just how massive a difference there exists between Team Falcons and TNC in their execution of this game, even in terms of Kyle Teasy, you know, the MVP, the game MVP. He does a total of 40,000 damage against TNC. And who do you expect to tank all that? If you're on the side of TNC, it's really mostly Yowi, but like you have to think of so many things at once. You tank all the damage, you try to look for the counter engages, the step, because you're the only one who can do that. So it's become a very difficult game to pull off for Yowi, and there you go, the BP. Which guy was again Kyle Teasy, the carry as well. And so it's just an addition to the number of clean games that are pulled off by Team Falcons.
That was super duper clean. 2 games in consecutive where it felt like there was very little to no comeback for TNC, and that's a really bad sign, right? I mean, we're already talking about like how difficult it was for TNC to actually like get into a place where we could confidently say, you know, or sorry, can predict about them in a positive light. And you know, when you see games like this, you're thinking, all right, where was all the work that you put in for like 3 weeks of non-stop action, non-stop practice for your boot camp? It's so hard to actually just justify that. So I'm hoping that we might be able to see more stuff.
Yeah, or more recently, right? Where was the Game 1 version of TNC, which we saw just now, which actually took away that game from Team Falcons in such a dominating fashion as well, you know? But this is, of course, the more specific aspect of whatever took place in that particular game. And first things first, of course, is the gold graph, which I believe will be the highest so far in terms of this parity. So it just keeps getting higher, you know? But it's all the more terrifying if you're in the shoes of TNC, because if you would recall, in the first 3 minutes of the game, they were able to secure that early 5-0, and that already amounts to this gap which exists between both of these teams in terms of the gold difference, and it just came to a point where it again reached the 10k gold lead mark at 9 minutes. So if at 9 minutes it was already 10,000, it just kept getting higher from that point onwards, and that was something you could already imagine to be a scenario where you could barely find a way to turn things around if you were in the shoes of TNC, especially considering as their only potential for counter-engage was, again, the Gatot Kacha, Yowi on the Gatot Kacha, but he can't go in first because he gets immediately punished right after that. Moving on to the next, of course, we are going to take a look at the item progressions of both of these teams. And may I just say that definitely it has been a much easier time for Team Falcons to get their hands on their core items immediately. If you were to even look at Few, there was the immediate pickup of the Glowing Wand into the Divine Glaive in less than 10 minutes of the game, and that was where they were able to really show the threat of the lineup that Team Falcons has this early on. Imagine the space created by the Zask with these two items intact, so he has a decent amount of magic damage that can already be dealt against the members of TNC. On top of that is the Zaman Force that gets perfectly laid out by Super Marco because he doesn't have anything else to worry about, considering that the Dominator's Descent creates all the space for him already. And that's not to mention the amount of pressure that Flap Teasy and Owen are able to individually create, and Kyle Teasy's attempts to constantly go for the backlines, just answering every single problem they could potentially see from the side of TNC, whereas TNC, they could only do so much. You would think that you could go for the exact same route because you had Zaida who could go for the backlines, you had decent frontliners, you had the disruptors, and you had a mage who could potentially sustain the longer team fights. But it just came to a point that they were too far ahead that none of these members of TNC could already catch up. It took too long for Benny Cutie to catch up, and that one moment where they just were able to catch him in the top lane and not allow him to retreat back to the base, it nearly spelled the end there for TNC. And now we did mention the Zaz, so let us take a quick look at the mid-game statistics beyond the 8-minute mark for Few on the Zaz. So if you could see the average statistics of a mid-game in the mid-game for a mid laner, it is significantly higher for Few this time around. The total damage dealt more than twice, more than thrice the average, and the damage dealt difference 2,000. You see how high his kill participation was in terms, or relatively speaking, in terms of the game, and that was something that just allowed everyone else on Team Falcons to do their thing.
Yeah, it felt so easy for Few to actually get back into the mode. And usually when things are level, like if Few is usually on par with an opposing mid laner, it's usually Few who comes out on top. What more when the rest of Team Falcons are actually already ahead by like miles. At that point, it feels like Few can just steamroll.
Honestly, during that 8-minute mark, more or less, he had higher gold than almost all of the members of TNC, and that's just Few. Imagine what gold Kyle Teasy had, imagine what gold Super Marco had, so it was a very difficult game for TNC to come back from, no matter how much the statistics say that they're one of the teams who are able to prolong their games. This was a different story. It's nearly impossible for them to be able to do that in this game.
A completely different story. I feel like we could see a bit of a change of a narrative there, with same heroes, maybe, if we can do a repeat of like a very early on Wang Wang. But other than that, everyone else from Team Falcons is just like, every single lane was ahead by gold by thousands. So good luck finding a solution to that. So I'm pretty sure the drafters or the coaches and the analysts are probably overtime right now trying to figure that out on the side of TNC.
Yeah.
Because right now it feels like Falcons are playing very well with heroes that are very much their comfort picks.
Yep. And wherever you are, thank you for staying with us too, all the way to this moment.
Look at that.
Wow, wait, do you see that?
That's pretty cool. This is Clearhead Super Fan of the Day. Because guys, did you know that men get 5 times more dandruff than women?
What?
That's interesting.
Really?
5 times. So for those times, you need Clear. And that's Clear Men specifically. With triple anti-dandruff power for 100% dandruff-free hair.
Wow, congratulations to our Clearhead Super Fan of the Day. So now you know, if you do decide to come here, you can potentially bring home a lot of prizes. There's that. And because no one understands men like Clear, I don't know why I'm the one saying this, but power up your dandruff scalp, supercharged with Clear.
That's right. So Clear is really, it's been tried and tested. I've actually personally tried it. So does help out with dandruff.
You do this.
Yeah, you can do that.
You can do that.
Well, everything is,
Yeah.
so my hair is cool. Anyway, we have an MPL PH S&P University Watch Fest venue happening all around the country.
Yep, we have one at Coffee Spot on Irvin Garcia Avenue, Cubao, at Luzon. We have one at Pinmahal Building, Southwestern University, Pinma Cebu City. That's in Visayas. And we have one in SM City, Butuan, and that's in Butuan City, Mindanao. So we have one for Luzon, one for Visayas, one for Mindanao, wherever you are. If you're watching us online because you're too far from our playoffs venue, which is again Reed San Hotel Makati, then now you know you have, or you can opt to go for the watch parties happening here.
Of course, for our Watch Fest, you also want to win diamonds. Just watch MPL and get a chance to do just that.
Yes, diamonds, so you could catch up and get the Naruto skins for yourself. All you have to do actually is very simple, you know, you just post your reactions while watching the MPL live stream and make sure to include the hashtags that you see on your screen right below there. So it's just that simple. You literally put your phone there and you post your reactions while watching the MPL live stream.
Yeah, if you want an idea how to do it, we'll go to Hans's TikTok. That's MSL, hashtag MSLX, MPL Watch Fest, hashtag MPL VHS15, hashtag MPL Pangmalaasang Reaction.
Yeah, you gotta type that in. That literally translates to, oh no, how do we actually do that? Wait.
Strong reactions. No.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's like aura, you know? Like, no, I don't know.
I don't know.
You just, it's literally strong reaction.
Don't translate it because you need to type the exact one.
Yeah, you can just type the exact one.
So type the exact hashtags there. Why did you want to translate?
No, because I thought I could think of like how to directly translate it, but I'm afraid I can't. So
yeah,
that's all you need to know anyway. That there are a lot of prizes in store for you guys, whether you be online or offline viewers of the playoffs. But hopefully we do get to see you offline. You know, we have 4 more days.
Oh, and a big shout out to our restreamers happening all over the world, honestly, because we have restreamers from each and every single part of the country as well.
I mean, we also have an on-ground
Malaysia, everywhere. Yeah, we have on-ground streamers as well. If you guys are watching online, don't forget, this is only day number 1. We have 5 more days, or 4 more days after this.
This is only day number 1, and we are very likely to go 9 to 10 games. No, it's almost sure that we're going 9 games. What we're not sure just yet is if we're going 10 games.
Right.
We might just be going all the way. And I really love how like all these fans are still staying with us up until this point, because it's getting quite late here in the Philippines, honestly. But you know, like it just feels like they're that dedicated towards the Teasy support.
That's right. I think Philippine Standard Time is 10:30 p.m. That time check is brought to you by MPL Philippines.
Yeah, imagine that. It's already 10:30 p.m. in the evening.
We're not used to it, I guess, but in the previous seasons we did reach 11.
Oh yeah, and I think there was a time wherein you actually went all the way to day 2.
Yeah, we usually have day 2s as well. So we're going to day 2. Sorry, we're going to match number 4 with 35% win rate on blue side here, and we're gonna recruit the help of one of our sleeper agents from down under. It's Grandma Santa Cruz.
What am I a sleeper agent of?
The Falcons.
I'm not really a sleeper. If I'm a sleeper agent for Falcons, I'm the worst sleeper agent ever, because I am clearly a Falcons guy.
No. You're a sleeper agent for TNC, rather.
All right, okay.
You're shouting Falcons, but you already predicted TNC at 5.
Okay. And speaking of TNC at 5, they're the ones picking up the Dushin first pick this time.
Yeah. In this scenario, I'm okay with it, because the Kalea isn't open. It was manned out. But at the same time, this is Falcons actually, with the bans that they went, they accepted the fact that the Juicin will be going to the hands of TNC Pro Team. That isn't me being a fanboy. That's just like typical drafting pattern stuff, folks.
Yep. And for the nth time, we're seeing another Badang in the lineup, or immediately the first 2 picks once you're in the red side. This has been a very common trend, at least for this day, and Team Falcons Super Marco gets his hand on the Harris, even with the presence of the Granger still there. It feels like for the long drawn fights that TNC might want to go for, Falcons feel more confident with the Harris in their arsenal.
Some people would say that the first 2 picks is very badangable.
Yeah, it is. It's badangable.
People people say that.
Yeah, that's the thing now. Ever since SPS Mobile Masters, Badang's just been showing up, man. He's not going anywhere. The Teasy Pro team are going to try to run it back with a chip in their hands, juice it, and this time they have the Granger, so they'll be the ones playing with a little bit more range than safety, while Falcons are going to be up in your face with a Harriet. The question is, will Few get a long-range mage to pair it up, considering that the best close range, relatively, let's call her mid-range mage, is already in the hands of TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, but this is pretty interesting though, since the Badang and the Harris were options that were picked into the chip earlier.
Yeah.
But now they still decided to pick the chip, knowing fully well that they are going up against a very similar lineup. And there goes the pass.
This could either be another very quick game, sub 12 minutes, or if TNC Pro Team can execute really well in the early, somehow stop the Lucas from getting some quick kills early on, they'll be able to hold on to it. But then, yeah, that's their main condition. Just don't let Kyle go crazy and get kills.
Yeah, because imagine if Falcons just decides to allow Kyle to go crazy and just support him all the way. Like, there's still the Fire on this too, which is a great pickup against the chip. If ever Few does want to consider that, or they can go all aggressive as well and just like fully invest in the damage if Few wants to pick up another similar mid laner, which is the that never mind, because it's just not bad right now.
It's a little hard to do that win condition you guys are setting up, but because Kyle Teasy do be crazy most of the time, especially on heroes that allow him to really use that micro he has and that timing where, you know, he has very lethal timings. When he wants to go for someone and you have a hero that enables that, like a Hayabusa or a Lucas, he usually goes for it 100% of the time.
Let's see if Falcons will ban the Valentino or pick it up for themselves as the fourth pick. And nope, they ban it out. They ban it out instead.
Doesn't this like encourage you to pick those kinds of mid laners all the more now? Like, Team Falcons could just really be enabling Lucas, enabling Kyle Teasy and Super Marco, you know, like, and they have the right tools to already respond to the short. Because again, just by having the Badang, which again was picked prior than Chip even.
One more AoE, just so we can have a lot of fun. Obviously, this Badang is definitely more likely going to roam in this scenario.
A great ban there on the Matilda. If they want to go like stupid fast, snowball, aggro, you go jawhead for the roll.
Oh yeah.
But I still think it is going to be a Badang roll.
Right.
You pick up the Few pick now. Okay, so TNC Pro Team, let's see. They can still pick up the Esperanza again because they're up against the Badang Harith. If this is something with the shield, beautiful. Yeah, they're going fast, they're going aggro, they want to have this quick. Well, yeah, you need to consider Esme here. Esme are high loss. You can go full vis, has already been banned out. You can go damage. You just need to pick up something beefy and strong to hold the front line. You can even go Baksha for 3 mar with the Revitalize here. Baksha Esme for me.
Who's immediately out of the picture right now.
Yeah.
Because even if they go for like a big setter like Gatot, that's just gonna get, you know,
Is that Freya? Oh no, Masha, excuse me.
Sounds like Masha.
Alright.
I'm not sure if that's...
Wait. This reminds me of something.
What?
This reminds me of the shortcut and the Masha just coming out of the shortcut and looking for the target.
Yeah. This is the best approach TNC Pro Team could have gone for. They went for the tanky jungler. They paired it up with a Masha to provide extra damage. That's your backline access. Made this all in a post. Literally right before the playoffs. So TNC Pro Team, this is what they're going for. They're going all in with this idea. You get someone that can blast the Paramis right away if you want to force out the Netherrealm, or maybe even take Few out.
Yeah.
Or that's going to be a response to the Harith. Crucial pick here for Flap Teasy. Are you going to go damage or are you going to go duelist? No, they go tanky. They go high loss.
That's as safe as it can get, and I really like it because you're going to slow down the Masha a lot with your Ring of Punishment, so he can't go too crazy, and the Fredrin will also really suffer against you. That's from experience. I really love that lineup so far for Falcons.
They go for high
Was
loss.
that a last minute switch?
Yeah, it was a high loss roam and some EXP late Badang.
mean, it's a way better matchup now, though. Earlier, they had to avoid the Esmeralda, so I feel like it's going to be a better situation now, especially for Team Falcon.
At least for this one, they have a clear win condition for their skirmish.
Yeah.
Right? Throw that Masha in. Hopefully you can one-shot view or something. And hope he doesn't cast that another row.
Yeah, easier to execute here for Falcons, but I'm not counting out the possibility here of TNC forcing game number 5. There's something about their lineup that screams forcing game 5.
I like what I hear though. Let's roll over our casters. Let's get us game number 4.
We can't wait to jump into game number 4. Once again, welcome to this last series of the day. We already know what's at stake here, and it's match point right now for Team Falcons. Off of 2 dominating wins, can they cap out the series here, or will TNC rise above it all and take us to game 5? Renmar already shared his thoughts here. Ingan, what do you think of the team compositions?
I mean, I have to agree with Renmar that you can't count out the fact that 3 more Teasy, especially when he scales up, can one-shot the few, or even Super Marco if the flicker isn't available. But for Falcon, I mean, it's a proven and tested lineup, so if they play it safe. But wait a minute, but the QT though forced to use the flicker because, oh, one was there.
Yeah, forced the flick early. Slancy with a juice in also. Let's see if we are going to game number 5 or if Falcons will just run over TNC. Again, the strength of their lineup is their capability to end this sub 15 minutes if they get their conditions right and if they punish rotations and early skirmish errors from TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do that. But I feel like they have the makings. Like, TNC has the makings of a really good game here for them.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Lancey with a Jushin, like you already mentioned, but even that, I mean, the Masha serves a great purpose from 3mar. Hopefully he's able to execute it, because we could see even on the flip side, Falcons can handle that Masha well. Now, that's where also the chip kind of comes in, and you know, the last chip game we saw them play wasn't the best. You know, it didn't end up working out really well for them. So I feel like this might be, in a way, kind of like a redemption on some of these picks too for TNC to see if they can make it work here in this game 4. So this turtle's up. Zyda will go ahead and start it up. This is Fredrin that usually works so well, but Falcons might have an answer for this.
Continuous lantern flare there from Lancey as Flap Teasy still in the picture. Open now alongside Kyle Teasy with the Unleash the Beast. Good combo there for Falcons as they pick up a kill onto Yowi and to Zyda. A double for Kyle Teasy.
Okay, we can't forget about the damage from Lucas early game, can we?
Yeah, 2 early kills for the first turtle. That's not the start that you want to give Team Falcons. TNC's window is closing very, very fast. One of the things that they have to accept is if they lose the second turtle again, that they have to put all their eggs in the BenQT basket. Their lineup is built incredibly well for a Granger to shine. So if second turtle doesn't go well, they're gonna have to switch gears instantly, put all in for BenQT, because Falcons does not have the reach for that Granger. They have the brute force entry to just smash through the front line to get to the Granger, but they don't have the reach, and it's gonna be a tough team fight for them to do it.
Yeah, that's the hard part about it too, is the fact that those 2 kills went in the hands of Kyle Teasy, and because of Lucas jungle already is quite a threat, you know, early on. Now that he gets to scale up a little bit faster, especially against a Fredrin, so it's kind of going to be work for Zyda to go ahead and continue to try to keep pace, you know, with Kyle Teasy and Lucas for now. But like you said, I think it really does come down to what we see for that second turtle, and if TNC can go ahead and make the adjustments. Because again, even before that, they were lacking some of the crucial ultimates and utility that this composition will give them. Again, a lot of the eyes are going to be on Yowi and how he makes this chip work. Chip, anytime that teams take it, is either it works in their favor or honestly works against them for a lot of teams. So TNC wants to kind of slow things down.
Tried to go for an exit route there for Flap Teasy. Forced to use the flicker, but still got taken down by 3mar and Zyda.
Yeah, fantastic rotation there by TNC Pro Team. It was just a 2-man job to take down the Badang. You open up the top lane for more gold for the Masha and the Fredrin also to balance out the loss that you got, giving 2 kills away to the Lucas. So that was the right call for TNC Pro Team at the right time, and now Falcons has to find a trade.
Okay, Yowi pops his ultimate now. Here comes 3mar, but Kyle Teasy has the Unleash the Beast though. Super Marco being able to dish out the damage, but the first man down is Kyle Teasy. Next target might be Ogwin here. Couple of hits away, but Flap Teasy and Few comes here to the rescue.
All right, great pickup. TNC is doing the things that they have to get back into this game. First it was the pickup off top, then they get a response and they take out Kyle Teasy. Now bottom, Turtle's up, but now one could actually see TNC go and contest this. They should have a little more confidence in dealing with the next objective.
Yeah, we said earlier that the window of TNC Pro Team was closing fast. They've opened it up yet again very quickly. Delivering a kill onto Kyle Teasy. It's balanced now, 2-1-0 for both junglers. Zaida has caught up to the Lucas. Still a very, very slight lead, but at this point, yeah, you consider that caught up already. Falcons are going to be starting off the turtle first hand. It's going to be Chip in the bottom lane. Let's see if Yowi's going to go there or continue the pressure into Super Marco's lane.
Falcons working on the turtle. It's going to be uncontested. They're trying to go for a trade down and bottom, and they do so successfully, but the minions was able to clear out by Super Marco.
Can Falcons get the tower in the mid? Yeah, they can just go ahead and rush that, right? No, Zaida's there to defend. Good thing that Zaida was there to hold on to that mid tower, because if Falcons broke that quickly this early on, that would have been bad for TNC Pro Team. But so far, they've recovered very well from that first turtle fight.
Yeah, they're making these kind of small moves that they need to at least keep things from going out of hand, and that's the main point for TNC's lineup. They have to go ahead and give Benny Kudik time to build up here, because they don't really have any sudden damage that they can utilize. Now the utility with the chip is great, but even for 3-Mar, like we've seen this from the Masha before, where you're so valuable, especially later on.
Yeah.
Like you're just going for whatever target that is, and eventually that's going to be Super Marco. You take him out of the picture, or you get the Netherrealm out. There's Yowi jumping in.
Flickers in with the ultimate. Here comes the whole squad of TNC, but a good Netherrealm from Pew. They are able to take down Yowi and 3-Mar Teasy. Still no casualties for Falcons as they take the turret down bottom.
TNC overestimated their advantage there at the bottom, as they weren't able to check the shrub that Kyle Teasy was hiding, and Yowi was just like, yeah, this is a clear target, I'm going to go for these guys right away. But they didn't expect that the Lucas was right there. That also opened up the top lane for Flap Teasy to push, as they decided to go all in the defense in the bottom. Punishment there by Falcons.
Yeah, that's the punishment, and that's what I was saying. The chip is either going to work for you in situations or it's going to work against you, and that was one of those that didn't work for TNC.
Yeah.
The idea was right, but that's always the risk, right? You never know exactly where they're going to be setting up in the bush and surprising you with. And not only that, too, but the Revitalize. A lot of the times, we kind of forget about Hylos now in the current meta. He still does pop up from time to time. But the Hylos, with that pathway, with the Revitalize, helps out in those little corners and skirmishes that do break out. So now, last turn of the game, is it just going to be 3 for 3 for Falcons?
Yowi concealed, tries to go for the flank from behind. Netherrealm casted again by Few as Kyle Teasy gets the turtle. Yowi caught in the middle, getting ganked up by 5 as 3-Mar Teasy also falls down.
That is a world championship winning Faramis in the hands of Few, and clutch on the Netherrealm yet again. The great entry by Yowi snuffed out immediately by an even better utility Netherrealm by Few.
Can't sleep on the Faramis right now. Mid lane's being assaulted down. They're going to clear out the waves, though. So TNC will hold on to the tier 1 turret for now. Again, objectively, Falcons has been on point. Lord's going to be up in a minute and a half. How are we looking in the items?
All right, in terms of the gold laners, the lead of Super Marco is starting to balloon, but Ben Cutie is safely being able to farm. Hasn't gotten a death just yet. He's going to be left to his own devices to get more items in. While for the two junglers, 1,000 gold lead. Taking Kyle Teasy already up to a Queen's Wings, and that's going to make team fighting a little bit more deadly for TNC to deal with. Because now there's going to be Lucas, and even if you bring him down low, you can see him get health very quickly back up again.
And it all started with that double kill, like early on, right?
Yeah.
This is why Kyle Teasy is having a pretty good time on the Lucas in the jungle. Even though he was taken down earlier on, he has to be dealt with. So you see the Sea Halberd being picked up by 3-Mar right now to help with some of that. He's just waiting patiently here too, but again, this is mostly information.
Commits a thunderclap. Super Marco was able to flicker out. Netherrealm, but Yowi from behind. There's no more Netherrealm. Glorious pathway from Ogwin. Here goes Falcon and TNC. Malco got away. Few got bursted down though. But with the passive, he can be in the picture at any given moment now. That was one trade for TNC.
Worth? Yeah, so worth it. And it was few. The guy had so many stacks on his passive that he instantly just went back into the game.
Yeah. He's like, don't worry, I'll die because I'm going to be back.
That was such a great call by Few and Ogwin to just be like, all right, let's stay here. Let Super Marco recall away in the bush. I would not be surprised if that was Captain Few's call.
Oh, man. What it's going to lead into. They do get a turret up top for TNC, but the Lord's going to be worked on. Now TNC wants to go toe-to-toe with this. Mars making his way.
Here comes the glorious pathway paired up with Zaman. Forcing Unleash the Beast. They're just wrecking havoc. Trying to zone out TNC. Shockwave Blast will miss. But this one for sure will go to Kyle Teasy.
Yowi latches on. He hits the basic attack. Hits the ultimate as well. And TC Pro Team are going for the turn. 3 more TC finds Few. And more bodies are falling on the side of Falcons. Flap TC. His ultimate is not enough.
Super Marco desperately trying to evade that, but a double kill for 3 more Teasy. And a clapback for the Phoenix Army.
That is a massive win for TNC. That is a team fight they needed to happen. Yeah, the Lord went to Falcons, but man, TNC had to come online and they made it happen. So hopefully that's enough to get themselves back into this game. I would actually say they are back into the game.
You saw Yowi desperately just trying to chase after Kyle Teasy so he could latch in his enhanced basic attack so that he could drop down his ultimate, and it all worked out for TNC Pro Team. 3 more Teasy instantly being able to get a bomb onto Few as the Masha. One of the conditions we talked about. It opens up the map a little bit for TNC Pro Team, yes, but Falcons are still continuing their pressure in the center, taking down the tower as TNC had to deal with the Lord up top. But this is a very close game. A call. Fantastic by TNC Pro Team to clap back into this.
Yeah, a few steps closer for 3 more Teasy for that one shot. Sea Halberd plus Malefic Roar is a good sign for TNC, but Super Marco also picks up a Holy Crystal. So if you, proper timing of the Nether Realm could be beneficial for Falcons here, unless 3 more Teasy forces out the Nether Realm in a bad spot because of the Thunderclap.
Yeah, so this is going to be a longer game, I feel like, that we're going to see here. Already nearing that 12-minute mark. Falcons is making their way down the bottom side, but I don't think they're really going to get much push here. There's good push happening from Fremar up top. Okay, they do get the tier 2 turret. They might trade things out. They still have a minute for the Lord up, so it's really find what they can. These tier 2 turrets will be falling, so Fumar's been playing huge on the Masha, and we mentioned this back when the game loaded up. We were like, man, Fremar on the Masha, we've seen this win games, right? The Masha alone is quite devastating, so interesting. I think he just picked up recently, his item was what, the Malefic Roar?
Yeah.
So he just got that too, so that burst damage potential that he can do on Super Marco, maybe, you know, at least you get the Nether Realm out, and if that's enough to go ahead and get that utility out, that's a win for TNC in these team fights. So great usage.
Yeah, I mean, that is like the best strength of Masha is that the raw damage output that you can dish out forces out the reactions from your opponents. If you're not going to get a kill, you're winning the trade in the battle spell usages. They don't know the 3 Martinis here. See if TNC will try to make a play out of this. So they won't.
Well, not sure if I saw that correctly, but Ogwen picks up a fleeting time for the Hylos now. Lord spawn. A while ago, it was Kyle Teasy was able to pick up the Lord, but a good clapback from TNC, so they can replicate it, or better yet, Zaida out-retry Kyle Teasy.
Fleeting time. They want to play these glorious pathway much more often, not only for initiation, but for escape when they need to get the hell on out of there.
Yeah, they're gonna have to. So once again, objective is up. Falcons will start it up. TNC can go in and respond to this, and that's the thing too. Zaida being on the old Fredrin, you can kind of just hang out. You know, you don't really have to worry too much like we've seen from the Assassin junglers. But Falcons,
Yowi.
There's Yowi.
Great flap, Teasy commits the combo onto Zaida. But from the back, though, they might be able to burst out Kyle Teasy out of the picture. Nether Realm is there. Zaida went to pick up the Lord. Super Marco got kills, but he's trying to escape now. Fremar Teasy has to flicker out. Pedicuti dishing out the damage, though, as Flap Teasy has to flicker away. And TNC secures the Lord.
Yowi found the blade.
Recall gets stopped. He gets found down. A shut down by Few.
But you cannot change what has happened. TNC has secured the Lord and will march with it. It'll start as a 5v4 with Falcons favoring the 5.
but TNC Pro Team will have the Lord with them.
Now they're gonna have the Lord here. Again, what a turn of events. The way they made that happen, Yowi came in from that off angle, utilizing the chip, surprised them. We're gonna take a look at the replay here too. And the fact that they were able to take out Kyle Teasy. Both junglers were the focus for both teams.
Yeah.
And it was Kyle Teasy that got taken out first, and then Zyda. But Zyda, he finished the job. He got the Lord at least. And still, you know, we'll see if they can really capitalize on it. Oh no!
Clash is still going on. Kyle Teasy with the Unleash the Beast. Going to be 5-on-5. Glorious Pathway already dropped down. Three more. Teasy got picked off there by Super Marco, but exchange for Kyle Teasy. Flap Teasy with a beautiful combo, though. Next man down here is Yowi, but Zyda still leading the charge alongside Benny and Cutie. A triple for the Storm. Lord still sieging it. They might be able to take down an inhibitor turret.
Tim mana yang kalian dukung guys?
Something about the lineup of TNC
Apakah bisa
Pro Team
menyamakan kedudukan
that
TNC?
screams game number 5 that they can force it. Falcons slowly falling apart now as Benny Cutie has 5 stacks on the Skypiercer.
5 stacks for Benny Cutie, man. Remember, we've seen these gold laners go through the series already. Popping off on one game, another game they're struggling, and it's been this back and forth between both of them. Now this will say, for this one specifically, Super Marco's having a hell of a game in the hair, then Benny Cutie as well, but you're seeing the struggle, right? The teams are trying to get to these gold laners. 3mar to Super Marco. We've seen Kyle Teasy try to get to Benny Cutie, but Benny Cutie's positioning and the protection of the team are so good that you can't catch him. You know, and so you have this constant battle, and I honestly think it's going to come down to that, where are your gold laners still alive? Are they still able to pop off all that damage? And even dealing with 3mar, that's another thing that Falcons have to do. So we're 30 seconds away from that Lord coming up. And honestly, TNC has really found the adjustments they needed after that early game.
My mind is going back to that Lord take, the one where TNC Yowi was able to surprise Kyle Teasy.
Untuk
So
yang
use the flash
masih
step dash already. The basic
bantu-bantu
attack, I don't know if he
like-nya
was targeting
guys.
at the Lord, but the reason why he was
Support
brought even
kalian
closer to
akan
where Yowi
membuat
was
akun
coming in
ini
from the back was
tumbuh
because it was the
dan
enhanced
besar.
flash step basic attack that brought him back behind the Lord. He was in front of the Lord. It brought him behind the Lord, closer to Yowi, closer to Lancey, hence why he was taken down first as their other members of Falcons were going forward, trying to go for the kills, the chase, as Kyle Teasy was left behind, and now it has led to this, all of this. Falcons, though, rushing it. Can TNC stop? Falcons yet again.
Yowi again with a concealed Flap Teasy, paired up with a glorious pathway, also Retribution, battle like Kyle Teasy secures it though, a kill onto Yowi, clutch Netherland once again, Zyda caught in the middle, working on Flap Teasy, and Flap Teasy, Marco is down though, 3 members are out for TNC, Kyle Teasy has to walk away, getting chased down by Lancey and Benny and Oakwin, glorious pathway to escape.
Oh, what a play. It seems like deja vu almost for that one.
Yeah.
Yowi came in the same way, but hey, the Lord this time went to Falcons.
This time they were able to respond to it much better. It was a much more concentrated effort around the Lord, which meant Kyle Teasy was able to secure it for himself. They're delaying it as long as they could, the March shot, so that Flap Teasy and Super Marco can respawn. Hell of an effort there by TNC Pro Team. Thought that they could get the win. Benny Cutie is still deathless now with 6 stacks on the Skypiercer. This siege for Falcons is going to be easier said than done. It's going to be very difficult. We look here, Kyle Teasy, CC immune during that time. Hence why he was able to get the Retribution battle win. But that was a tough battle to win.
Man, again, like you're just seeing it in the replay, deja vu, and maybe we see that happen again. Like, because most likely TNC is going to clear this out. I don't really expect them to lose all the base turrets. I'm not even sure if Falcons will push it in completely. But that's the thing. I mean, 3mar's still down on the bottom side. They should be able to clear this out. Benny Cutie's still untouched, right? That's the main thing. We see the struggle of Falcons when they're trying to initiate those fights where how do we get to Benny? So they're going to hold the Lord here the best they can. It might go ahead and get that charge in on this turret.
Yeah.
Right now, Falcons going for it.
There comes the glorious pathway already dropped down as they burst down inhibitor up top, but Thrumar Teasy on the other hand forcing a recall from Flap there.
Yeah.
He also has to back off because the Lord has already exposed the base of TNC.
Yeah, you just balance it out. You're not going to force anything there if you're Falcons. Way too risky, especially with a threat of the Masha in the bottom lane. And even if you send one person to defend, that's one person that the Masha most likely will be able to blast down. So Falcons had to reset. TNC Pro team did what they could to hold on and defend in that scenario. They lose a tower, but they have not lost the game. Look at all of those damage items on the hands of 3mar. That is a Masha bomb waiting to happen.
I don't know if we'd call that a thunderclap anymore. Like, it's way more than just thunder, man. Like, and 3mar with, what was his last one? Did he go the Dragon Spear for his last item?
Yeah,
the last
that was
one?
a GDS in the
The
last.
GDS, so he went that. So that's the thing. And now that we get to this point where we're reaching that 20-minute mark and the Lord that's coming up here is the one that they want. Now, I think at this point, oh, hold on, see what's going to be used. Oh, they might go for 3mar here.
Yeah. Okay, Unleash the Beast coming in from Kyle Teasy. And he has to stay there. Shortcut there. 3mar Teasy was able to walk away. Glorious pathway. And a clutch nether run coming in from View. Kyle Teasy still in the picture. Super Marco trying to work on them. Who's going to fall down first? Yowi Immortality popped there. And Kyle Teasy falls down. But in exchange for Yowi, a godlike hit from Benny Cutie. And a double for 3mar Teasy.
It was greedy. They focused on the Masha, but he survives. TNC have taken down 4, and it might be TNC going to Game 5.
What's a captain without your members as TNC? A full 4-man charge. Few trying to delay, but Benny pops his immortality. They're clearing out the minions, and we will see a Game 5.
And I'll say it again, we are going to a Game of 5. Day 1 of the playoffs. We get 2 series going the distance, man. This is not the battle of the skies or the battle of the birds without Game 5. The number 5, the prophecy I dropped in week 2, TNC in 5, they're going to Game 5. They are. Panel, take it away.
Oh man! Play-ins day 1! What? 2 maxed out series, Rockhart! We're so happy we're seeing this, but it's just so unbelievably like what?
I'm honestly not surprised. I don't know what you guys are going on about. I'm not surprised. I see who's here. I see who's on the other side. I'm not surprised. But yeah, we're having a Game 5, ladies and gents. TNC versus Falcons in a fight. In that last team fight where you would expect them to win, TNC came out on top. 3mar TZ, it's our MVP on that Masha.
It's you! This is the guy! That when I saw that chip and that Masha combination, we just felt it. Like the likelihood of us going to a Game 5, the chances just skyrocketed, and it's literally 3mar TZ doing so much things for TNC. Even from the beginning, and especially towards the end. When you thought you've exhausted every single chance of TNC actually winning the fight, but forgetting that the portal was still standing in the midst of the team fight. So even when 3mar TZ went to recall, they just decided, or he was just able to catch up once again. And even from the get-go, right? Like they were trying to focus down onto Flap TZ during the first few rotations in the game, and it really worked well for them. It somehow denied Falcons of how fast they could have went on with this game, but still, you could not take away that Kyle TZ still won majority of the objective takes. He was still on point on the Lucas, and they actually got hold of the 3 turtles in this entire game. But literally the highlight, it really has to be Yowi and 3mar TZ throughout this entire game.
Yeah, 100%. Yowi, by the way, 3mar TZ could not have pulled off all of these stunts without Yowi constantly applying pressure, constantly pushing it out, and constantly giving so much space for his teammates. Even Benecuti, I think, did he die in this game? I think he barely died, maybe just once. I saw him 6-0.
3mar's hair is coming.
Come on, show us the stats, man. I know he didn't die here, so he's fine. He has a lot of Sky Piercer stats. But that's what we're talking about. 3mar TZ was enabled so much by Yowi. I mean, I know the camera was always onto 3mar here, but man, oh man, this was a team effort.
he blocked so many things, not just like whether or not Medicudi died for this game. He blocked Team Falcons from securing that 3-1, which could have potentially already put an end to this day. So we're literally going all the way. Yep. In the midst of in that
Apa?
Yeah, that was a GDS in the last.
Yes, so with that, so
Nice.
That's the thing, and now that we get to this point where we're reaching that 20-minute mark, and the Lord that's coming up here is the one that they want. Now, I think at this point, hold on, Seal's going to be used. Oh, they might go for 3 more here.
Yeah. Okay, at least the beast coming in from Kyle Teasy. He has to stay near. Shortcut there. Femar Teasy was able to walk away. Glorious pathway in the clutch. Nether Realm coming in from view. Kyle Teasy still in the picture. Super Marco trying to work on them. Who's going to fall down first? Yowi Mortality pop there. And Kyle Teasy falls down. But in exchange for Yowi, a godlike kill from Benny Cutie. And a double for 3 more Teasy.
It was greedy. They focused on the Masha, but he survives. TNC have taken down 4, and it might be TNC going to Game 5.
What's a captain without your members as TNC? A full 4-man charge. Few trying to delay, but Benny pops his immortality. They're clearing out the minions, and we will see a Game 5!
And I'll say it again, we are going to a Game of 5. Day 1 of the playoffs, we get 2 and the one that they want. Now, I think at this point, oh, hold on, Seal's going to be used. Oh, they might go for 3 more here.
Yeah. Okay, at least the beast coming in from Kyle Teasy. And he has to stay near. Shortcut there. Femar Teasy was able to walk away. Glorious pathway in the clutch. Nether Realm coming in from view. Kyle Teasy still in the picture. Super Marco trying to work on them. Who's going to fall down first? Yowi Mortality pop there. And Kyle Teasy falls down. But in exchange for Yowi, a godlike kill from Benny Cutie. And a double for 3 more Teasy.
It was greedy. They focused on the Masha, but he survives. TNC have taken down 4, and it might be TNC going to Game 5.
Rich guy. I mean, look at how close the fight has been, right? The GPM's down to line of 7. So it's been that close.
It was a hard game to fight. I guess your GPM goes down a lot, especially when you're trying so hard to survive.
Yeah.
So you don't really have access to your optimal gold sources like the mini jungle creeps and obviously the lanes, because you could get eliminated a lot of these times. So yeah.
This has been such an experience for all of us watching the first 2 series in the play-ins, but now I feel like we should be looking at the goal difference timeline once again to further expound on how close of a fight this has actually been between both of our teams. So if we were to look closely, there were certain team fights which allowed Team Falcons to actually gain the lead, but that was only from the 5th minute up until the 10th or more or less 9th minute mark. Because if you would recall, there was this team fight which took place during the 10th minute mark, which handed over a great opportunity to TNC to balance things out and even things out and potentially even kind of gain the lead, but it didn't necessarily happen. Perhaps not until the 13-minute mark, where you see this slight increase in terms of the lead that was in the hands of TNC. And this was the exact moment where Yowi, all the way from behind, got to look for Kyle Teasy, denied him of securing the retribution on the objective, and then securing the team fight altogether from that point onwards. And if we were to look at the item progressions overall, I feel like it'll be much of a highlight to look at the way that Few decided to build his items, because this isn't any typical support quote-unquote type of Faramis. He really went in for the damage, picking up the glowing wand around the 7-minute mark and immediately following it up with the lightning truncheon. So that just goes to show that they're really in it for the damage, they're in for the team fight, and they were ahead during these moments too. So that probably adds up to why they just felt confident in terms of just investing in the amount of damage that they could potentially dish out, because they need not worry about much coming in from TNC, not until the combo of 3 Teasy and Yowi eventually revealed itself and its threat
towards Team Falcons. And even up until those moments where they actually got to get their hands on Few, got to take out Few or eliminate Few, he had the stacks intact. But it seemed like he was already struggling towards the latter portions of the game to recreate that exact same scenario. Since TNC, they were just all out playing this aggressively. There was a 19-16 kill score that we're seeing for this entire game, by the way. So it was literally action-packed, and they just really went on with the team fight as much as they could, because that's where they would definitely excel. It's in the chaos, it's in the chaotic types and timings of the team fights that will literally catch Team Falcons off guard, so they could set the tempo for themselves, because they have endless utilities to actually keep regrouping and resetting to go in the fight again. And best example, of course, would be none other than the shortcut. So let us also take a look at a quick draft recap for both of these teams. So far, this has been, again, one of the literal game-changing picks that we've seen in this entire draft. But so far, the record, it seems like TNC is able to balance it out right now. They're slowly getting the groove in terms of how they're actually able to play things out. And I believe this is also a result of 3 weeks of preparation, of really trying to figure out how they are going to maximize and capitalize on the patterns of the tendencies of Team Falcons. But just the same, I'm really liking the adjustments we're seeing from Team Falcons as well. Their decisiveness to actually go for this kind of lineup, the Lucas, and our build-up towards the Fire Mist 2, which they decided to field into this game, it was just lacking because there was too much of an element of surprise from TNC and the things that they could do with the lineup that they had. But other than that, this was a well-fought game for both of our teams, and I believe that we are definitely in for a treat heading into game number 5. These are much of the things that these teams definitely have to take into consideration. I mean, look at the amount of heal that the Faramis was able to deal, the amount of damage taken by the Lucas himself, and not to mention the Masha only being the second time that it was picked this season in terms of the teams. This is only the second team to pick the Masha so far in the season, because the first time it was actually revealed to us, it was Twisted Minds who decided to show or field the Masha. So we're seeing just how much the teams have been constantly adapting and learning, especially from the other teams as well. And my, oh my, this is unbelievable, Rockhard. This is literally like peak Mlbb as early as day number 1.
100%. There you go. I don't know what.
What?
Oh, they see you on the
I think they're calling me.
They're calling you out. They just want to show you.
Hey!
Yeah, they just want to show you. This is just a bit of a trick, guys. Don't worry. You're not bugging out. This is not a production error. This is just Brigida, who is sleeping it out with us here in, she's literally sleeping, by the way, right now. We're just showing her on the Filipino broadcast, because Chantel is on the other side. Just want to highlight this. Don't worry. We'll go back to regular programming in like a few seconds. But yeah, that's essentially the reason why. So, you know, it is what it is. And we are going back into regularly scheduled programming.
Wait a minute. Oh my
Just so that you guys know. Just so that you guys know, okay? So, yeah.
I had to teleport.
Nice teleportation techniques, just like...
Thank you for the shortcuts.
Yeah.
The shortcuts.
Unlike the shortcut here, you know, you arrived in one piece.
Untuk mengejar dan tidak bisa selamat. Pertukaran terjadi, 1 tabungan poin kill bisa dibalaskan oleh EVOS, dan bahkan bukan cuma sampai situ saja. Platingan di arah top outer turret juga sudah mulai bisa dimiliki.
Ya, awalnya sebenarnya pas sebelum dapetin platingan bisa dibilang keunggulan buat White Eagles karena mereka dapetin gold laner.
Equal ya?
Iya, tapi ketika platingan goldnya udah diambil, ya EVOS akan memegang kendali permainan dan mereka juga akan langsung menuju ke area turtle. Ini akan jadi menarik ya, karena tarik ulur dari Matildanya akan benar-benar terasa di sini. Mampukah dia menarik VO EQ nanti untuk melakukan pergerakan defensif?
Oke, setidaknya mereka punya power ya di early. Tapi lihat depan sana, VO XP Retribution on point. Berhasil mereka membuat keuntungan untuk White Eagles.
Wow, early yang begitu manis. Angin segar menghembus kepada pemain-pemain dari White Eagles. Dengan bagaimana akhirnya Baxia yang ibaratnya adalah tank jungler ketemu sama assassin, dia bisa pegang objektifnya.
Ya. Apalagi di level-level awal ya. Akan berat tapi lihat itu dia Lele akan bertahan di mana PUX fail. Harusnya kita lihat di sini jangan sampai dia ada sisi. Selama masih nggak ada sisi, dia pasti akan tetap bersinar dan nggak boleh itu diadu kalau menurut gue untuk di awal ya.
Oke.
Freya tuh nggak boleh diadu di awal sih.
Nggak boleh sabarin ya.
Aktif banget sumpah.
Mode Valkyrie ya. Oke, tapi untuk sejauh ini ya memang gold dipegang sama White Eagles tapi nggak terlalu jauh sih, masih bisa dikejar juga perlahan, tapi teror dari Candy sudah mulai mencoba untuk mereveal keberadaan pemain-pemain dari EVOS.
Oke, langsung bakal coba dipaksa ke dalam atau tidak kita bakal menyaksikan, tapi lihat di arah top lane bakal coba dipaksa, lihat itu dia Freya yang benar-benar damage terlalu sakit untuk Is berhasil mengeksekusi. Mingguan depan sana ada seorang fancy Nancy mencoba untuk bertahan dan for part memory tidak ada rasanya sama sekali.
Yap, itu dia. Memang sama-sama bertukar ya untuk nyawa di arah top juga. 1 lawan 3 bukan hal yang mudah pastinya untuk dihadapi oleh Veo. Dan di arah bawahnya nggak hancur juga ya ternyata. Shine.
Oh, dibalaskan oleh Sign. Kejar-kejaran kali ini di udara. Dan bahkan kalau kita ngomongin ke arah seorang Ace dengan adanya Hunter Strike, dia butuh itu sih.
Iya, ini hustle dari Miro juga udah jadi ya, ngebuat dia akan jauh lebih sustain lagi. Bahkan sebenarnya di beberapa saat sebelumnya ada keunggulan leveling yang sempat dipegang sama Miro dan penentuannya akan terlihat di area turtle kali ini. AOG dari Aul akan sangat dibutuhkan, yang jadi masalah adalah spellnya kali ini nggak ready.
Wah, sakit itu bos.
Ya ini aimnya si Candy juga ngeri-ngeri sedep ya dari tadi, on point juga. Alright. Turtle sekarang sudah mulai terlihat.
Alright, Turtle terlihat, tapi seperti biasa, Baxia masih dalam kondisi yang maksimal. Dan kondisi kali ini para pasukan dari tim EVOS bakal coba untuk melakukan contest, tapi Brody udah punya Malefican dengan Avatar of Guardian berhasil mendapatkan Retribution Cut, dan berhasil steal terhadap Turtle mereka. Dan itu dia yang sempat kita bilang, jalan mulusnya jungle itu benar-benar dibantu oleh sosok seorang roamer.
Iya, setupnya ya. Oke, tabrakan terjadi.
Oh, tapi Veo terperangkap di depan sana. Dan satu pemain kill didapatkan oleh seorang Lele. Mundur ke arah belakang, jangan lupakan berpasukan dari tim EVOS di arah bottom lane dengan ada 4 player. Ini kondisi fancy Nancy, dia udah punya Malefican. Itu tidak boleh dilupakan loh.
Yap, tapi ya
pecah
tengah ya. Tengah.
Ini juga pecah nih, tengah bawahnya.
Bawah, tengah, tapi tukar atas tadi. Didorong sama Freya juga. Dan damage dari Miro sangat-sangat masih minim ya untuk nge-follow up juga. Oh enggak, tengahnya ternyata masih belum hancur. Tukarnya atas bawah aja. Trade yang cukup seimbang, tapi keuntungan dari EVOS ini cukup besar ya. Dengan secure karena turtle, terus juga dapetin point kill tambahan. Dan akhirnya udah ada sebuah War X juga nih di tubuh dari Lele.
Alright, tapi lihat. Para pasukan dari tim White Eagles, mereka yang tadi sempat memimpin, tapi semuanya langsung sirna. Bahkan dari segi goldnya, para pasukan dari tim EVOS udah memegang sampai 1000 gold difference.
Ya, udah 1000 udah lumayan kerasa tentunya ya. Dan ya Brody masih belum punya space sih.
Iya, meskipun ada Malefican ya yang menambahkan range-nya, tapi memang butuh momentum. Blood of Despair jadi prioritas buat Yu, tapi masalahnya
wow, my god, first damage dari Azumi yang benar-benar menelan semua apa yang diberikan oleh seorang Ace. Terlalu sakit dalam seorang Avatar of Guardian bersama traction pulse yang on point, membuat sosok dari seorang Miro tidak ada jalan untuk pulang bersama dengan seorang Baxia. Wombo combo combro, 3 chemistry skill yang sangat manis di depan sana.
Dan lihat makro dari Ash juga ya, dia benar-benar langsung potong wave di tengahnya untuk menabrak. Di menit ke-6.
Oh, pasif turretnya hilang. Dan tentunya kita lihat di arah bottom lane, informasi yang bisa didapatkan adalah di mana Freya-nya langsung berubah menjadi Valkyrie. Dan itu dia, Freya sudah ngangkat pedang, tapi kalau nggak ada target, tidak ada yang bisa dideliver sama dia.
Jadi yang sia-sia ya sebenarnya buat sekarang. Padahal secara output damage bisa dibilang dengan BOD itu akan lumayan membantu. Dan EVOS mereka kembali memegang kendali permainan dengan objektif kedua untuk EVOS. Dan nanti mungkin dari area lore juga bisa banget mereka mainkan. Karena sekarang udah mulai main secara solid 4 pemain atau bahkan 5 pemain nih kalau misalnya Shane-nya juga udah bisa ikut follow up. Tapi untuk White Eagles Esports mereka akan sedikit kesulitan dengan defend high ground yang nggak terlalu powerful.
Wah, itu dia, dengan adanya kondisi dari Soling Out Owl luar biasa membuat dapetin dia 1 poin turret di arah bottom lane karena show di arah top lane untuk seorang Freya. Ini menandakan pasukan dari tim White Eagles, mereka belum ada damage power.
Iya. Dan benar-benar tugas dari Freya ada ya turret aja ya. Belum ada di dalam satu buat team fight juga. Sementara kali ini dengan adanya inner middle turret yang bakal coba untuk ditabrakin sama EVOS, masih bisa di-clear dengan cukup baik. Belum ada poin kill tambahan lagi yang terjadi sementara dari segi item build-nya.
Wih, AC kaya banget, bos. 2.500 dia menuju ke
Sendirian.
arah sendirian dengan menuju ke arah BOD loh. Ini sih kalau BOD kayak begini ya ngomongin ke arah retail sih dengan tidak ada win of nature langsung meledak dia.
Iya ya, nggak cuma retail sih, ini yang dalam ancaman sebenarnya Novaria, Matilda. Keduanya juga dalam ancaman yang besar dan secara defensif Baxianya aja baru anti kiras.
Belum cukup lah ya. Dan belum ada ini ya, live band juga ya.
Iya.
Buat
Itu
Gatot
dia.
kacanya.
Langsung saja heavy crossbow. Untung BOD belum sampai, tapi yang sudah dipastikan tidak ada apa? Flash of the Oasis.
Gak ada ya?
Gak ada untuk Miro.
Ketahan juga tadi. Belum ada live band juga dari White Eagles, jadi Gatot kacanya sangat leluasa. Cijinya juga dengan War X dia akan semakin bisa pede lagi untuk tabrak di depan. Walaupun memang poke damage dari Kenny ini lama-lama juga menyebalkan ya, karena aimnya juga dari tadi bagus banget kok. Nah, baru selesai nih satu buat blowing one. Ganti.
Oke, selamat datang Bapak Lord yang terhormat. Kali ini lihat sending out dari seorang Owl. Dengan adanya sosok dari seorang Owl di depan sana, tertangkapkah dari Baxia? Nggak ada Baxia, juga nggak ada badan. Ini kalau menurut gua defense dari seorang White Eagles, mau nggak mau Freya-nya harus mundur sih, harus turun. Harus balik. Karena kalau Freya-nya tetap terus jauh dari kawanannya, 4 orang tuh masih kurang cukup menurut gua.
Dan pertukarannya juga nggak worth ya, karena dari tadi nanggung gitu loh. Dia ragu-ragu kan mau hancurin inner turretnya apa enggak.
Clear doang yang dia lakukan.
Iya, dan ya oke, Blade of Despair, oke. Selesai untuk Ash.
Serem sih, nggak cuma itu ya, concentrate energy untuk Shine juga sudah mulai hadir dengan 2 poin kill dan 1 assist, jadi tinggal menunggu waktu untuk mereka ngedorong wave-nya. Dan ingat di area atas juga passive turret udah nggak ada, dan ini akan memperkuat lagi push dari EVOS.
Flicker.
Oke, lihat sudah ada satu flicker yang dikeluarkan. Tapi lihat membuat para pasukan dari tim EVOS kali ini benar-benar perkasa. Tapi biar top lane, mampukah mereka mempertahankan best turret? Kalau best turret tidak bisa dipertahankan karena udah tidak ada lagi only defense damage yang terlalu sakit dan free dari seorang side. Apa terapkan dia masih mendapatkan satu Baxia. Baxianya kali ini dengan ada total path memory. Hilang semua ya. Semua ingatan yang dulu, tapi itu dia. Win of Nature save the day for this time. Membuat para pasukan dari tim EVOS. Mereka masih bisa selamat. Sedangkan dari seorang Miro. Roar dari wanita misterius. Berhasil menutup jalan seorang Miro.
Dikejar Azumi.
Oh, distraction yang mahal sih. Distraction yang mahal sih. Dia distraction yang mahal supaya sosok dari Miro bisa pulang. Tapi lihat, recall yang on point and Miro still survive.
Sinetron ya?
Untung belok tuh
Iya,
ya.
terus kayak sinetron gak sih? Kita saling ngeliat tapi mereka enggak gitu loh.
Iya.
Kalau ketangkap sih beda cerita soal jawaban.
Gini-gini.
Lumayan banget loh ini, mereka bisa menahan, setidaknya memperpanjang waktu dan ngasih kesempatan juga untuk seorang Miro, karena kan tadi 2 poin eliminasi ya, total udah berhasil disecure oleh Miro.
Ya tadi dicicil sama Piunya juga gak sih? Dia
Iya.
tadi langsung jadi pasukan yang berani mati
Berasa
dia di
tuh.
depan.
Dan oke.
Oh ini sinetron ya?
Tapi kalau Azuminya nggak ke kanan,
Beda cerita
itu
tuh.
dia kejar itu.
Iya.
Dapet itu sama Ash.
Makasih ya Azumi.
Terima kasih, thanks to Azumi, ya kan. Miro dengan dapetin double kill setidaknya at least sudah punya power. Karena tadi kita lihat win of nature-nya itu digunakan ketika melawan seorang Freya.
Ya, karena kayaknya emang udah lumayan, apalagi sekarang si Halbert nih akhirnya ya, untuk mulai menurunkan semua shield yang dimiliki.
4.000 bang.
4.000, siapa?
Ya tapi
sendiri.
Nggak, tapi ini beda juga sih, kayak tank jungler sama assassin jungler ya.
Iya
Pola
sih.
farmingnya juga beda. Cuman ya ini didukung juga dengan setup dari teman-teman yang lain sih.
Ya, tapi ke arah gold laner juga ini lumayan berasa ya, 1.200 ya, setengah item lah. Ini bisa lebih unggul, win of nature bahkan dari Fancy Nancy lebih safe, lebih aman dari serangan-serangan kalau misalnya dari view SPO nih terutama.
Itu dia. Ngomongin ke arah mid laner, bahkan satu-satunya yang mengungguli kali ini adalah Freya ya, yang cukup jauh, tapi mid lanernya masih catch up. Walaupun nggak beda banyak, 80 perak, 100 perak. Itu the best yang bisa dilakukan Candy setelah lihat tengahnya. Melompong bos tengahnya.
Oke. Lordnya udah langsung spawn sih dari EVOS ya di arah tengahnya. Fancy masih coba untuk membersihkan lane bawahnya dulu biar 3 lane push bisa dimaksimalkan oleh EVOS.
Tapi tangannya jangan sampai di-clear nih. Biar waktunya sama. Dan itu dia. Triland Push akan coba dikawal oleh para pasukan dari tim EVOS. Dengan kondisi dari seorang Aul udah mendeteksi para pasukan dari tim White Eagles di mana mereka berada. Langsung ada S di depan sana. Dapat gantian. Curtain Calls yang on point berhasil mendapatkan para pasukan dari tim White Eagles. Dan ini bencana. Best terbuka dengan sangat bebas. Tapi tidak mau terlalu terburu-buru karena mereka tahu Freya bisa dengan sengaja dapetin 1 point kill.
Oke, masih ada 1 wave yang bakal
Freya?
untuk ditunggu.
No, jangan sampai masuk lebih dalam lagi. No. Karena berbahaya banget. Tapi base-nya terbuka dan bebas. Dan EVOS melaju ke babak playoff. Kemenangan 2-0 tanpa balas.
Dan berarti ini memupuskan kesempatan untuk Todak Ladies melaju ke babak playoff tentu saja.
Wah, ini cukup menyakitkan pastinya untuk Todak yang sudah berjuang. Tapi untuk EVOS, 1 tim Indonesia terakhir yang akan mengamankan slot ke babak playoff dan menjadi penutup juga dari grup B dan menjadi penutup juga untuk grup stage dari Battle of Gamers. Tapi game kali ini adalah game yang luar biasa. Memang lumayan di awal ada perlawanan nih dari White Eagles, akhirnya mereka udah mulai menjawab. Tapi ya seperti biasa EVOS juga punya jawabannya sendiri. EVOS juga akhirnya keluar ya dengan teamfight mahal yang mereka berikan.
Berarti 8 dari tim Indonesia, 6 diantaranya lolos.
6 ya?
6. Vitality, Vesaka, Falcon Stega,
Onyx,
EVOS, Onyx, Faren Ixon.
Udah.
Udah 6.
Iya, 6.
Dua yang gak lolos itu adalah White Eagles dan Kraken.
Oh iya. Wow, luar biasa ya
Tapi sumpah ya, EVOS ini bermain dengan disiplin banget sih untuk kali
Iya,
ini.
iya.
Dia luar biasa bermainnya.
Pepet bang.
Iya sih, tapi karena White Eagles juga berat. Itu dia kenapa beratnya untuk mengharapkan, Todak yang berat untuk mengharapkan orang lain gagal.
Iya, susah sih kalau udah ngarepin orang lain susah.
Karena kita udah taruh ekspektasi di orang lain itu udah sulit.
Iya.
Di luar kontrol kita.
Iya benar. Ya makanya ketika kita ngelihat dari EVOS, mereka bisa memanfaatkan kesempatan mereka dengan baik kan. Karena ini kesempatan mereka satu-satunya dan 2-0 loh. Ini nggak bersisa sama
Dun sa Pansa X-Borg, aside from the jungler backsha na possible dito kay Zaida, pwede sila mag-free drain ulit eh.
Ay, oo. At sisilipin natin yung stats dito ni Kalea sa kamay ni Ogwen. 50% win rate, hindi ganun gaganda ang win rate niya. Pero again, it's not about the KDA eh. Kapag roamer ka, gusto mong gumawa ng mga game-winning plays and sometimes it involves sacrificing yourself. At hindi malayong ginawa na ito ni Ogwen ng maraming beses para sa Team Falcons. Harith ang na-lock in dito for Super Makmak. And now, the XP lane pick ang hinihintay natin. Ano ang ibibigay mo kay Black Teasy?
Parang naiisip si Badang, okay Badang para dito sa Team Falcons. Alam mo, yung mga picks ng TNC, very reactive doon sa Kalea pick ng Team Falcons kasi kung titignan mo lahat, parang backsha lang yung pinakamabubuhat niya talaga. Pagdating sa, or pinaka-masasetapan, ang bumubuhat is yung, technically bumubuhat din, but yeah, yung gusto ko sabihin, backsha yung pinaka-masasetapan. And, Franco!
May iba.
Grabe, matutulog na lang, puno pa rin ang surprise. Time check, 11:26 p.m.
Wow. At alam mo, siguradong matatapos ang araw na to nang nagsisimula na rin ang Day 2. Welcome to game number 5. Ang pinakahuling laro ng play-ins ng ating Season 15 playoffs. And it's down to the wire once again. Magtatapat na naman sa himpapawid ang dalawang ibon, the Rising Phoenix and the Soaring Falcons. Looking at the heroes, Tupi, anong may expect natin?
Well, ang dami kong expectation dito sa Franco ni Yowi. Matagal na wala ang mga suppress heroes sa meta natin dahil sa mga assassins. Hinintay ko rin na makabalik to. MPL ID ginagamit ang Franco. So, yung threat ng Franco with those suppress, hindi pwede basta-basta lang pumasok yung mga diversion, yung mga quad shadows dito ng Falcons.
At tignan natin kung mailalabas nga ba ni Yowi ang Rising Phoenix dito sa laban na to o matutuloy ba ang paglipad ng Soaring Falcons. Punta tayo sa ating casters.
Only one will soar higher.
Is it going to be TNC or Team Falcons? Lahat ng yan malalaman natin dito sa final game ng ating match number 2. 2-2 score. It all boils down to the final round.
Grabe to, history in the making. Sa day number 1, dalawang game 5 ang ating matutunghayan at labanan sa himpapawid, hindi pa rin tapos to.
Ito nga yung sinasabi nating testament game eh. Imagine mo, for the longest time, ginugusto ng TNC yung playoff spot. And to think that they're able to force a team such as Team Falcons into the last game sa isang laglagan na match sa play-ins.
Pilayan ng pakpak eh, no? Na nakikita natin, ayaw nilang bumiyahe talaga ng matagumpay ang isa't isa. Pero ngayon dito, kaninong pakpak ba ang unang matatanggal?
Oo, nakakatakot dito. Naka-Franco si Yowi. Pero do take note ha, itong Franco ni Yowi, as much as hype as it is, last time na ginamit ito was in the playoffs din. Na Franco, last time na ginamit ito sa playoffs was MPL Season 12 and it was on a loss. So, magandang arc to para kay Yowi kasi nagbabalik siya sa Pilipinas, ipagtatanggol niya yung Franco niya.
Oo nga pala, no? And nakita na, alam naman natin si Yowi, gustong-gusto niya talaga yung mga ganyang hero, yung may mga setup, yung may mga panggulat, and yung gulat na ito, nabanggit nga ni Shandil kanina, imagine mo yan, mag-aalas 12 na ng madaling araw, may panggulat pa rin ang TNC at Falcons.
Pipikit ka na lang sana. Pagdilat mo, oy Frank, bigla last pick for TNC. And all in all nga, ito yung pangpawi na performance. O Gwen?
Boy pa si Owen dito, ha? Pero andito rin si Flap and Few to the rescue. Pero wala nang hindi na magkakaroon ng skirmish pa kasi bagong mapupuntahan nila.
Alam mo, Athena, Burits, hindi lang hindi lang gulat sa hindi lang sa gulat habang pag pumipikit ka, may kasamang kilig. Kasi yung zone na ginagawa dito ng TNC, parang sure hit eh. Sure may tatamaan ng hook kasi kapag inangat, alam mo na kasunod niyan.
Diba? And with that, nakikita natin yung nilalatag na plataforma. Oo.
Wow.
Kasi gusto pa rin tuparin ito ng TNC nga. At
Ayan
ngayon, pagtupad na naman. Gwen na naman ang pagdidiskitahan.
Oh my gosh. Hindi nakagalaw dito si Owen. Nanigaski din, pre. Nanigaski din.
Yan ang plataforma ng TNC, Nanigaski. Kapag umangat, wala nang galawan kasi ang kasunod niyan, hook at kagat.
Nilalagyan ng tiyan lahat ng dulo ng pangalan. Gwen Chan.
Ay,
Nanigaski. Diba? At ngayon para sa TNC Pro Team, more on somewhat yung comfortability papasok siyempre dito para kay Yowi. By the way, ito po yung all-time hero stats ng isang Franco.
Oo, naalala ko dati, ang nag-aangat niyan, 3 tao. Si Ogwen, si Rene J, at si Yowi.
Oo, si Yowi. Nako, aabangan natin ha. May mga may mga pasilip na mga hook. Actually, nagamit ni Yowi yung flicker niya doon sa naging attempt dito kay Super Makmak. Pero ang ginagawa na ni Ogwen dito kahit pa paano, hinahanap niya talaga kung saan may posibilidad na pumunta dito si Yowi.
Kaso siya rin yung hinahanap, oh.
Uy, Ogwen. Wait lang si Sai. Tinamaan na naman ang Iron Hawk and the Bloody Hunt.
Wow!
Patay siya dito sa kamay ni Very Cutie. Ngayon si Super Mac papamaniba ako ng kill. Napag-isaman Force, hindi naman siya kakamit ng lesyon. Lapis yung mahabol din. Natapakan ba itong Cyclone Eye? Nilalayo na dito yung mga miyembro ng CNC na gustong lapitan si Kyle. Grabe. Action pa rin kung action.
Alam mo, sobrang taya din ng lineup ng TNC. Ang daming pang-enable ng hook mula kay Yowi. Kahit yung bangga ni Zaida, even yung ultimate ng CC kapag kayo ay natali, tapos magkaibang direksyon kayo na pupuntahan, medyo masarap i-hook yun eh.
Stack up kayo,
Stack up, tumalon talaga eh.
Tsaka dagdag mo pa dito si Lancy. Diba, sinabi natin, hold, meron pang mga balibag serye na mga nagaganap na. Grabe. Pero for Team Falcons, away na somehow, paano nga ba iiwasan yung ganito? Siyempre, hindi na yung iwasan yung hook. Yung ganong instance na lang.
Feeling ko talaga dodgeballs eh. Kumbaga, similar to sa ginagawa ng TNC kanina nung Game 4 dodgeballs. Yun ang laro ngayon ng Falcons. Hindi sa iiwasan mo yung kabuuan ng TNC, pero iiwasan mo yung mga plays na kung saan lamang ang TNC. So kunwari, nag-objective dito ang TNC sa may baba, doon ka sa taas.
Oo, kaya ngayon, tutok muna tayo ulit dito sa Turtle na kung saan namumotensyon. Flap Teasy onto the front line. Hinahawakan na ng Teasy yung pagong.
Okay, 5,000 yung buhay ng pagong. Ogwen, ginamit na rin kagad ni Teasy ko yung shadow kill. Malayo na naman kukuha dito yung pagong. Pero mamatay din si Ogwen. Ang baba ng buhay ni Chi Martini. Habol na ba siya? Hindi. Pero nakaabang yung hook ni Yowi. If in case, nahabol pa dito si Kyle. At ang Falcons ay napatayan lang ng isa.
Grabe yung damage. Imagine mo si Ogwen napatay ng back siya at ng CC. Wala pa si Benny Cutie. I mean, may tulong ng konti si
Lancy. Pero even though hindi umabot si Zaida with the retribution sa turtle, nakuha ni kay Teasy yun. Si Zaida, sabi niya, sige, si Ogun na lang re-retrain ko.
Diba, and actually, yun yung maganda na lang din na nagiging trade-off para sa TNC at ngayon si Teasy pa.
Ayan na, dalawa, nagsalo dito para kay Kyle. Doon sa kanyang shadow kill. Hindi mamamatay ang dalawa dahil sobrang kulat dyan. Pero matras lang eh.
Parang nag-exhibit yung ano eh, no? Nag-exhibit lang si Trima at Zaida. Kyle, testing mo gano'n ako may kakunat.
Umagana pa. Pero ngayon, diversion, paangat lang dito kay Teasy. Medyo aalalay siya din, syempre, dito kay Super Marco.
Oo, ibibigay na nila yung isang lane dito kay Kyle TC. Total, 5 minuto na rin. And isa to talaga sa mga naging habit ngayon ng mga junglers natin. At yung XP, sasama na kung kanino man niya gusto sumama. At ang napili dito ni From TC is Super Makmak para nga maalalayan.
At ngayon, for TNC Pro Team still, medyo bumababa yung threat ha. Kasi nga katulad sinabi ni Midnight, it's all about the dodging here para sa Team Falcons. Hindi iwasan sila as a whole, pero yung ganong klase ng mga lalamang nga yung TNC.
Oo, doon ka sa kabila. Kumaga, trading. Trading ang macro game na nilalaro ngayon ng Team Falcons. And hinihintay lang nila yung timing or yung power spike ng Haret. And ngayon, patapos na yung Feather of Heaven, I believe. Just a bit, no? Grabe naman. Sobrang init ng ulo ng Falcons.
Talagang desidido eh, no? Kinunsilan na. Baka nga naman may mag-react. Kasi wala nga naman silang idea eh. Kung nasaan. Ngayon, meron na. Kasi nasa may bandang ibaba.
Diversion.
At marami, diversion play gagamitin. Abutan ba nila dito? Itong si Lancy. Pero si Kyle TC nakaabang pa.
Mabibait ba? Mabibait ba?
Hindi na nila
Papabarik
lalaban.
sila.
Yawi nakaabang din. Okay.
Pero nakakakaba yung mga ganun ha. Yung gig, una, conceal play, pagbasag tore, biglang diversion, apple pababa.
Oh, taka hindi lang yung ano eh, yung alam mo yung kada gagawa sila ng play, kakabahan ka talaga kasi last game to eh.
Tama naman nila.
Oh, ito yung literal last game. Hindi,
Ayan na.
Hindi ito yung ayaan nyo ng RG na last game. Ito literal last game to para sa kanila.
Do or die for Falcons and even TNC. Katulad nga sinabi ni Yowi,
Hoy!
puro lang ng 2!
Tinamaan ng Iron Hook and Bloody Hand. Si Super Makmak pa. Nice target para sa TNC Pro Team. Ngayon naman yung Shadow Wheel nagamit din. Dalawa na mamamatay. Trimmer TC as well. As Lancy ay tutumba. Flap.
Yowi!
Matapos ang pagpapaulan ng Iron Hook ni Yowi. Tinamaan pa si Pew.
Grabe! Si Yowi laging nakakahanap ng paraan. He finds the way. Kahit hindi siya naka-Joe.
Yowi is the answer ko kanina. Ang sagot, back siya ngayon. Yowi na.
Grabe yung hook na yon. Dalawang magkasunod na hook na tumama doon sa mga crucial na hero, crucial na tao. At yun na nga eh, napakabilis na para sa TNC na tunawin kung sino man ang makakagat.
Grabe to. Ay, yung mga ganong crucial play from TNC, ito yung mga ano eh, yung mga tempo shifter. And ang malala dyan, buo na yung Winter Crown. So available na yung Bloody Hunt Winter Crown combo kay Yowi, undisrupted crowd control mula doon sa Franco. Pero syempre, hindi pa rin naman surefire win yan for TNC kasi for the side of Team Falcons, tumataba pa rin naman si Super Marco. They still have that Hayabusa to deal with Benny Cutie. Pero sa series na to, kita natin, napakaganda lagi ng pwestuhan ni Benny. Even if may bait, even if kaya nilang hanapin dito yung 1-1, ang tanong kasi dito, hindi kung makakalaban pa ba yung TNC o hindi. Kasi so far, protektado ni Benny dito si Yowi.
And with that,
Baliktad.
nakakita tayo. Pwede rin naman.
Oo,
Vice versa. Importante, they've got their backs din naman talaga sa isa't isa. Parang hindi racing. Diba? They always got their back. Pero ngayon, balik tayo sa TNC. We see some flashy moves talaga. Sobrang flashy na napapawaw pati yung audience. Pero for Falcons, lamang sila sa number at gold.
Alam ni Kyle TC na lamang siya eh. Pero mahapdi rin damage siya, yes. Pero hindi niya rin ipipilit basta-basta kasi alam niya na may threat at na bloody hunt mula kay Yowi. At naka-winter crown na to. Ayan na, tumama na naman yung iron hook. At ngayon, inaibalibag. Black TC ay papasok din. Kyle TC normal hits lang. Ang ibibitaw niya ngayon na patay na kagad. Si Owen nakalipad. And si Zaida ang magiging next na target. Nailista na kagad ng Team Falcons. At si Black TC ay tutumba sa kamay ni Benny.
Yung mga quality ng kills na nakukuha dito ng TNC ay nagpapaganda sa kanilang buhay. Even to mataas na yung goal dito. Oy, di pa tapos. Grabe si Grabe si Yowi, pumipredict pa.
Dugong palaban, pre.
Oo nga eh.
Pasukot lang lagi.
Si Maymay nagising, napakante.
Napadugong palaban, pre.
Napadugong palaban eh. Sanay sa digmaan. Dugong palaban.
Diba? Lahat ng pwedeng ilaban, nilalaban na dito ng Team Falcons. And as we've mentioned nga, hindi lang basta flashy, quality kills for TNC.
may pili din talaga dito ang TNC, no? Actually, kung titingnan mo, may choice na nga sila na hindi na mamili. Kapag ka tinamaan ng Iron Bloody Hand, kahit si Flap Teasy pa yan, kahit si Ogan pa yan, kaya nila patumbahin, no?
Yan yung mga typical shot call na, pre, kahit sino.
Kahit sino na yan.
Pero kaya ako nasabing quality kills, kahit pa ang laki na nung hawak na gold lead dito ng Team Falcons, na-clear na kasi ng TNC dito yung una nila condition, which was to get the Winter Crown na Franco. Ang next na pinakamalaki na ng power spike dito, once na lumabas na yung Wind of Nature kay Benny Cutie.
Yeah, and kanina nakita nga natin nung TUT nagpapasiklab dito ang bagyo. And now, going back, dito tayo sa unang Lord. Malamang isasayaw lang din muna to ng Team Falcons, keeping their sights. Kaso kailangan silipin yung mga bush na to,
Ay, minamadali, Again, si Yowi Chan may Winter Crown na. Sino kaya magiging target niya? Nagamit din Tsunami, Slam. And kahit di si malayo makukuha yung Lord na yon. Lapagin Zaman Force. Si Benny Cutie masyado malayo. Shadow Kill nagamit ng ating Diddy kahit easy ngayon. Si Pew, tamang bitaw lang ng dispersion rotation ng dalawa. Si Titoy na nakabitaw na rin. And si Benny Cutie mata magiging next target nila. At sa kanya naman ng Diddy kahit easy. At mahabol nga nila. Pew ay makakakuha ng hit. Sabi na yung version play, asan din dadalhin. At ang kubunan ng TNC ay unti-unti tumutumba. 4 na ang namatay.
Nakahanap ng paraan ang Team Falcons, dinaan sa may crewan, dinaan sa pendutan. Hindi tumama yung hook flicker mula kay Yowi. And after that, hinabol kagad na si Zaida after bangkain yung Baxia Shield Unity. Hindi siya nakalapit dun sa Lord. And dahil dikit-dikit yung TNC, ang sakit nung damage output na tanggap nila mula dito kay Few with the duality procs. And then, yung Winter Crown. Mula kay Flap Teasy, sinolo niya yung crossbow of tongue.
And with that, even the star factor dito na hindi nila mahawakan kasi Kaltizi, how do you catch a Hayabusa with this kind of mechanics? Kaltizi yan.
Hirap niyan, Tsaka ramdam na rin natin yung hirap para sa TNC. Right after lang nung isang malupit na clash na ipinanalo dito ng Falcons. Sino gagawin,
Kasabi pa lang natin, ayun, keeping their sights here sa pinakababato. Apa lang yun,
Sakit.
Hindi na natutuwa si Trimmer.
Dispersion and rotation pa lang, pre.
Kailangan niya na ng Athena Shield.
Diba? At ngayon, para...
Bigyan mo na kaya.
Bigyan mo na.
Wait lang, nagkakaspa ko. Pero para sa Team Falcons, hindi nila kailangan ng mga shield game kasi kailangan sila yung bantayan ng TNC still having that 6K gold lead midnight.
Kaya nga yung 6K gold lead na to, alam mo, parang technically kaya ilaban sa ng TNC, kaso may random na duality biglang na nararamdaman dito yung TNC. Yung bilog na nilalabas nung Louie, kailangan nilang ingatan kasi tama ka, vacuum, sip-sip malala. Hindi lang yung TNC, pero yung chances nila manalo dito sa game na to.
Wait lang, Okay, may plano ata sila dito. Lumabas din sa, naalala ko tawag dyan, Yowi Bush
Ang dami niya, may Blacklist Bush din.
May Blacklist Bush.
May Albert Bush.
Wait lang,
Nakita ba ni Lancy?
Sila nakita! At kapatid nakakakasyado kailangan dito ni Teasy. Ngayon, atrasan ng TNC Bro Team, 30 seconds para doon sa Lord. Lapag yung Zaman Force. And wala nang pakialam ang Team Falcons dito. Kunin na natin lahat ng mga resources na nasa paligid.
Very smart move yun.
Ang masaya dyan for Team Falcons is medyo cleared yung condition nila to get the next Lord. Pero di pa sila tapos.
Kung sila gamit. Okay, diretso ata sila dito sa Torres sa may bandang itaas.
Open!
Yung Tsunami Slam, Flicker as well na gamit. Atras muna dito ang Phoenix Army. And this time ay yung Lord ay pabuhay na rin. Sabi nila, tara, turn kaya tayo. Side na dito ay humahabol. Nagamit yung 30 pushans. And si Kyle Teasy ngayon, available na rin ang Blades of Heptasis. Aagawin pa yung Purple Buff.
Maganda yung ginawa ng Team Falcons doon na force out nila yung flicker mula kay Yowi. Walang threat onto the Hayabusa. So this is likely gonna be a free Lord for Team Falcons unless may drive-by na mangyari, which is very, very hard. Manapakalabo niyan. And Team Falcons, again, with this Lord, they will have the chance to crack the base of TNC. So dito sa paparating na, laban na to, if hindi madepensahan ng TNC yung kanilang base, sa labas ng kanilang base, baka makakita tayo ng inside the base diversion play mula kay Pew.
Malamang sa malamang. Pero as you've mentioned nga, layer by layer, pinifeel sila dito ng Team Falcons and it's up to them
na mag-shield up muli. Dagdagan yung mga walls na yan to defend.
Yeah, mayroon na naman ah.
labas, sa
Grabe,
labas.
isipin mo sobrang sakto, yung maliit na bush na yan, 5 silang nakatambay
Kaya
doon.
nga eh.
Tinalo pa ang jeep na shaman.
Oo, yung jeep nga, shaman pre, papagpagin mo pa yun eh.
Sabi niya, usog ka, usog ka, usog ka.
Kasya pa to.
Kasya yan.
Kalahati na yung nakalagay.
Oh, pag mali ka ng pwesto kasi may nakadungaw na ulo eh.
Oo, yun nga.
Pare-pareho lang yun ang bayad. Pero ngayon, ito yung gusto na pagbayarin, yung TNC. In-extend nyo yung laban. This is the final game, do or die. May Lord sa taas.
Oy!
O yun na, nauna na ata. Okay, nagamit yung winter crown. Bait lang pala yun. Pero Lord lang ata magiging target dito ng CNC Pro Team. Papansinin pa nila, pop yung image dito ni Ogen. Pasok si Kyle Teasy, atras din uli. At hahayaan na nilang mapatay yung Lord na yun. Pero may next round pa, round number 2. Andito yung minion, pero hindi na nag-go ang Falcons at hahayaan na nilang ma-defensa dito ng CNC.
Wala ako magsha-shadow yun eh. Delikado yung
Delix eh.
shadow ni Kyle Teasy ron. Medyo ano lang no, unfortunate for Benny Cutie. Wala siya ron nung nag-Winter Crown. Si Flap Teasy. Could have been the stacking mechanism for the crossbow flanks. Pero again, lumalaki lang yung problema nila by the minute. Lalo pat hawak ng Team Falcons dito, yung Luoyi. In terms of macro, lamang na lamang dito yung Team Falcons kasi hindi lang sa cross-map play yung meron sila, pero yung surprise teamfight factor na yung pwede kang baliktarin. Nakakala mo naglo-lord pero teamfight ang habol ng Team Falcons.
Yeah, hawak nila yung ganong card kasi nga with the Sluyi pick para kay Few. And against all odds nga kanina, sobrang worry din lang kasi bilang yung flicker, may flicker na si Yowi rin.
Ay, oo nga pala, no? Medyo threat yan. Ayan na yung labas, ha? Sa labas nag-diversion play! At makikita-kita tayo ni si Marchini. Sabi na, sige, si Yowi na lang kagad ang puruhan natin. Ngayon, ay magpupuruhan nga talagang literal ang CNC Pro Team na naman kagad ang napatumba. Buhay pa rin. Papasok nila sila si dito. Dalawa ang makukuha ni Kyle Teasy. Meron pa sila mga minions. Ready ata sila tumay ba?
2 left to defend for their base. Kakayanin ba to ng TNC Pro Team dahil nandito na sila Kyle Teasy?
Oh my gosh! Namatay si Benny Cutie at si Trimar na lang ang natitira. Pipilitin niyang pigilan ang paglipad ng Falcons pero hindi magpapapigil at sila mag-advance sa next round.
Soaring higher than ever. Team Falcons will still survive our playoffs.
Napakatinding day number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Ang ating natunghayan. Grabe!
Sagad to the bones. 10 games. 5 games each.
Yung ating bayan, ramdam nila yung gigil sa yakap ni Flap Teasy dun kay Kyle eh.
Oo nga eh.
Pamutikan kasi sila eh.
Alam mo, halo-halong emosyon, halo-halong nararamdaman yung lamig dito sa Champions Arena na pang-ibabawan ng init ng dalawang kupunan na to.
But still, props din sa TNC dahil na-force sila onto a game number 5. Itong match number 2 natin for the day. And still giving... Sa great performance. In a span of 3 weeks preparation, grabe. 2 weeks nga eh. 2 weeks preparation, grabe na yung naging improvement nila.
Yeah, this is how close the fight is in MPL Philippines. Even though di pa sila nakatalo ng top 4 team, to put the series on a stage like this, umabot tayo sa point na muntik nilang ilaglag ang Team Falcons. Palakpakan pa rin natin ng TNC.
They still did a great job in Sornay and finally after years nakapasok sila sa playoffs but sadly though ay mag-goodbye muna sa kanila sa mga susunod na araw ng ating playoffs dito sa Championships Arena. But before all of that, syempre, before we say goodbye to TNC, ay makakasama na natin sila on our stage kasama ang ating mga hosts.
We've ended the second match of the play-ins at kasama ko ngayon ay walang iba kundi ang TNC Pro Team. For the last 5 seasons, they were not able to make it. At kitang-kita naman ang suporta ng Phoenix Army because you guys have made it this far. Yowi, I know that there have been a lot of people supporting you right from the start, lalo na nung nagpunta ka, kayong lahat sa TNC Pro Team. Anong masasabi mo sa Phoenix Army?
Thank you so much sa sumuporta sa amin hanggang dulo. Babawi kami next season. Thank you.
Maraming salamat. Once again, keep your head high. This is TNC Pro Team. A valiant effort from the Phoenix Army, but unfortunately, Jamie, their journey ends here. And with that series, our victors, Team Falcons!
Guys, I see the smiles from ear to ear. Congrats! Guys, I see the smiles from ear to ear. Congratulations! Wow, what a series.
You know what? Let's talk
Pagod
about
na ba kayo?
Teasy first.
Okay pa. Napagod ba kayo? Okay pa. Pagod? Pagod. Pero congratulations. Guys, you won. Flap Teasy. Unang-una may mic ka na. Ikaw na tatanungin ko, no? Anong nangyari sa game 1? And dahil ba doon lumabas yung gigil nyo na manalo in the succeeding games? Flap?
Sa tingin ko po sa amin na po rin talaga yung game 1 na naliparan lang kami ni Benny, naka-maniac. Kaya doon kami nabawian.
Okay, pero bumawi naman kayo, guys. Look at where you are now. Hans.
Alam mo, parang gigil ka nga kanina pagkatapos
Na-feel ko yun.
Hindi ko alam kung nakita nila, pero nakita ko kasi. Pero baka hindi naman nakita. I think, ano yun?
Naging lang po ako, emotional nung last game kasi nasa isip ko, munti ka na kami.
Hindi ka na kayo. And again, that was a really tough series na naipanalo nyo. With that being said, nabanggit mo sa akin, way back nung nandun kayo sa holding area or waiting area, that this is a team that you really wanted to, continue to pursue a lot of achievements. What is it with this team now compared to your first week na nagbago sa team nyo over time to get you to this point in the playoffs?
Sa tingin ko po yung nagbago sa amin parang mas lalo kaming ginanahan kasi parang mas nag-connect kami sa isa't isa. Kasi ilang years na rin kaming magkakasama through ups and downs Kaya yun, feel ko yun yung nagbago sa amin na parang lahat kami connected na sa isa't isa.
Alam mo, kitang-kita yon, Hans. Kitang-kita na talagang motivated sila as a team. You're right, Flap. Now, I want to talk to Kyle Teasy naman. Bukas, ang makakalaban nyo ay Team Liquid Philippines. Clash of the Titans na naman ito, Kyle. So, paano nyo masisigurado na makakabawi kayo sa Team Liquid Philippines? Anong gagawin nyo?
Siguro po itutuloy lang po namin kung ano po yung napag-practice namin para manalo po kami bukas. Kung manalo. Kaya good luck po sa amin bukas.
So pagpatuloy lang. Okay, so may mensahe ka ba sa Team Liquid Philippines, lalo't na upper bracket semis na to? Lalo na kay Carl Teasy, what's your message for him?
Good luck sa idol ko dyan. Nagkatapat ulit tayo. Lagi tayo magkatapat.
Oo nga lagi kayo magkatapat, Carl. Or actually, Kyle kontra kay Carl. Tinan mo, nagpapaghalo ko na kayo. Now I wanna go to Few this time. Few, this is an opportunity for Team Falcons to go to MSC once more. Itong roster na ito, how important is it for you to make it into MSC and for you to redeem yourselves as representatives of the Philippines?
Para sa amin sobrang importante din talaga nung MSC sa amin. As a team tsaka individual na rin. Kasi goal din talaga namin makakuha ng MSC na trophy tsaka yung prize pool din malaki.
That is the goal, not only for Few, not only for the rest of Team Falcons, but I guess for everyone. They share that same thought. Gaya ni Kyle Teasy, makakaharap mo ang dati mong kakampi na si Carl Teasy, and I feel like this is a team na nakasama nyo rin sa Riyadh way back then. Ano masasabi mo naman kay Carl?
Masasabi ko kay Carl, good luck sa atin. Sana tayong dalawa ulit yung mag-represent sa MSC.
And with that being said, we will now leave it to you guys. Once again, your winners, Team Falcons! You may now take your walk of victory. And with that win, you may now take your bow. An impressive showing from Team Falcons in yet again another 5-game series.
I know, the word is right, Hans. You nailed it. Impressive indeed. They deserve that win. But what a good fight too, right?
They did put up a good fight, and they are going to be moving on to the next round of the playoffs. But let's move back to our panel. Maraming salamat sa ating mga host. Nagbabalik na nga tayo dito sa ating panel for the final time this night sa ating pang-10 laro. Umi nga pala kasama dito si Tupe at Chantel. Kanina pa natin ginagawa to. Tropa na nga natin yung mga napapanood natin. Kaya pumunta, nanonood dito sa ating serye. Ang ating MVP, by the way, I see Kyle Teasy with another perfect game. 608 ang kanyang KDA. At kapansin-pansin kung gaano nga ba kalupit ang mga actually, yung mga Ugi Shadow Kill niya kanina na masasabi nating nakakalusot sa mga kakaibang anggulo ng TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, and napansin naman natin, no, talagang hindi gumana yung Franco pick against the Hayabusa. Hindi man siya nakapitan minsan dito ni Yowi. The reason why, one of the reason why, bakit sila nag-Franco, probably mahuli yung malikot na Hayabusa. Pero hindi nga yun nangyari dahil nga napakabilis ng kamay dito ni Kyle Teasy. One more thing, pinipili din niya yung mga plays kung saan pasok siya with the quad shadow at pinatiming din niya kung nasaan etong si Yowi.
Oo, alam mo, may mga nang babox out na nga sa kanya dito eh. Nang babox out na dito yung Baksha, nandito na rin si Lancy na talagang humaharap na rin. Pero again, yung mga angulo talaga na nakikita natin mula dito sa quad shadow ni Kyle Teasy ay sabihin na lang natin very efficient yung usage niya sa abilidad na to. At bukod pa dyan, no, si Flap Teasy nagbibigay din ng napakagandang spasyo for Team Falcons. Have to say, no, yung bagong Teasy brothers natin dito ay talagang tested na rin ng ilang years. Kumbaga, masasabi natin na overnight na talaga. As much as masakit pakinggan na yung dating TC brothers na Carl TC at Flap TC ay syempre may naiuwi na rin naman sa Pilipinas. Iba na rin yung napagsamahan ni Kyle TC naman at Flap TC para sa Falcons at para na rin sa mga dati nilang team. At ramdam na ramdam natin yan ngayon. It was a tough game para kay Ogwen sa simula ng larong ito. Not really a great KDA dahil kumokonekta ang halos lahat ng mga hooks na binabato dito ni Yowi. But eventually, nung umabot na nga tayo sa mga latter stages of the game, yung sacrificial play ng pag-flicker in at paghahanap ng mga kills ay talagang naging napaka-okay para dito sa Team Falcons. Hindi kinailangan ni Ogwen na magkaroon ng magandang KDA. Ang kinailangan ni Ogwen ay makakuha ng mga targets whether or not mabubuhay siya o hindi.
Oh, tsaka no, sobrang crucial kanina nung last team fight nila, nung meron siyang nabuhat. So pinili talaga niya, di ba parang there was an attempt for TNC to actually defend. May potential naman na ma-defend nila, but because of that setup play from Owen, napilit nila, actually pinihit niya yung isang player para mapunta doon sa area nila. And eventually, doon na nag-deteriorate yung defense ng TNC. And kung mapansin natin dito for Team Falcons, no, we have 2 winter crowns para sa kanilang itemization, both Flap Easy and Few, specifically to counter out Benny Cutie na rin. And yung kay Few, hindi siya pala for Benny Cutie, just in case lang na mapunta sila sa area na biglang mapupuntahan. And you also have a suppressed hero din kasi on Yawi's hands. And in total, for Team Falcons dito, sobrang laki na naging lamang nila in terms of gold. Even sabihin na natin in terms of objective taking din, having been able to secure 2 turtles, 2 lords, and even all the turrets. Yun yung medyo nakakalungkot for TNC because they weren't able to actually secure an objective against Team Falcons.
Sa dami ng wow moments kanina nitong TNC, tila baga hindi talaga binitawan ng Falcons yung kalamangan nila with the numbers, with the objective, lalo na yung Torre. Napakaganda ng depensa na pinakita rin ng Falcons.
Oo, at yung pinakita nga ng Team Falcons dito, once again, ang ating carry, Kyle Teasy, pati na rin ang ating BPI Rich Guy, dalawa sa mga madalas nagkakasabay, no? Kapag carry ka, kadalasan ikaw din ng BPI Rich Guy. And of course, yung sandbag na si Zaida na naka-back siya kanina, talagang sumasalo lamang na damage ng point ulit na nanggagaling din dito sa ating BPI Rich Guy. Walang iba kundi si Kyle Teasy. Tumagal man ang laro na to towards the mid-game, I would say around the 15-minute mark.
hindi naging bumaba ng masyado yung naging GPM dito ni Kyle Teasy. Dahil base din naman sa ating mga stats, kapag tumatagal talaga ang laro, bumababa na all the way to an average of 750 to 800 ang mga games kapag umabot na talaga ng late game. Kaya napaka-impressive pa rin talaga na umabot nga ng 800 plus ang GPM dito ng ating BPI rich guy na si Kyle Teasy for our clutch Game 5 victory for Team Falcons. Parang ito yun no? Inabot doon sa punto na naging emotional na si Flap Teasy na para bang muntikan pang mawala yung tsansa nila para makabalik sa MSC.
Tsaka napaka-importante yun na medyo na-shake yung feelings ng Team Falcons. Ibig sabihin, parang may chance na baka mawala din sila sa usual decision-making pattern nila. So, kudos of course to both teams, specifically Team Falcons.
At ngayon, babalikan natin, no? Ano nga ba yung tumatakbo? Ano yung mga emotions na nararamdaman ng Team Falcons sa kanilang winning calls? Punta na sa Infinix Mic Check.
Nabalihan kami Kaya, walang pinag-tropa. Kapala ko, boy. Tatlo. Nice! Chill. No. Makakalipat ba? Sige, wala. Tarang ka, boy. Tara. Walang lipad. Ay, so, next seconds ko naman, pre. Sa kanya. Ay, balay pa ngayon to, ha? Sige, kakaros lang. Prangko, boy, natakot ko. Prangko. Kaso sa likod, ha? Patalihan na ka, ha? Sige, okay lang. Tatalon ako dito. Shushin, patay na. Tapol ta.
And they had to end it with a bye-bye. Ramdam mo naman kasi talaga ang emosyon ng Team Falcons sa kanilang mga winning calls. Grabe, ibang klase pala yung pakiramdam ng nandun ka na sa Game 5 na literal magbubukas na at may laro pa sila bukas.
Oo nga pala.
Bukas mamaya na yan.
Mamaya na, sorry, tama. Hindi,
In 3 minutes.
pa. In 3 minutes.
Sige, mamaya mo sabihin niyo bukas pag magbababay naman tayo sa kanila.
Sakto, no?
2 minutes.
2 minutes na lang at
diba?
bukas na agad. Buti na lang na-call mo yun, no? Pero grabe yung upsets today. If I'm being honest, hindi natin in-expect na aabot po tayo ng ganito katagal. Para sa pinakaunang araw, 3 weeks tayo walang MPL. Na-miss namin kayo. Na-miss din namin to. Pero grabe naman yung pagbalik sa dito.
Parang lang talaga to. Sobrang na-reset yung mga teams. To the point na sobrang mas naging mataas tuloy yung expectations for day 2, which is
happening in 1 minute.
Oo.
Isang minuto na lang at magde-date na po. Pero jokes aside, parang ang taas ng pressure for both Aurora and DLPH na mag-perform kasi grabe yung games today, no?
Well, butas ng karayom yung dinaanan ng Onyx Philippines and Falcons sa para lang makaharap nga itong Aurora at TLPH.
At ang case ng maganda dito, no, kung sakali mang bukas ay madapa, meron pa pong lower bracket. Kumbaga, hindi na nila kailangan isipin na laglagan na agad dahil bukas medyo chill naman tayo. Hindi man chill yung mga teams na papanoorin natin, medyo at least meron pa lower.
ito ang masasabi natin sa mga matchup for tomorrow. Yung Onyx tsaka Aurora, rematch din siya na isang grand final. Same goes with Team Falcons and the TLPH Season 13, Season 14 naman yung first series natin. And it's just a best of 5 this time around. So parang mapigaan na to na mga pwede pa nilang ilabas pagdating dun sa ating tournament. But definitely for Team Falcons and Onyx, nasagad din sila ngayong araw. So kailangan nila makapagpahinga ngayong gabi.
Pigaan man, hindi naman buwis-buhay dahil nga may lower bracket pa para sa dalawang teams na to. Pero sabi nga ni Kyle Teasy kanina na magkatapat na naman sila ni Carl Teasy. So yung match-up, yung rivalry ng dalawang grand finals, Season 13, Season 14,
diba?
Sobrang kaabang-abang.
At hindi lamang ang mga players natin ang may mga laro dito, meron din pong playoffs. Ang every week din natin inaabangan na Infinix Fansik Laban, one of my favorite segments dito sa MPL na hindi natin napapanood sadly. Pero ito po yung bakbakan ng ating mga community teams na mukhang sa semifinals ay magtatapat na ang Minds at Phoenix Army. Kung natalo man ang mga Minds at pati na rin ang Phoenix Army sa loob ng MPL sa Champions Arena, sa Fansik lang pa naman sila pumapauli.
To be fair, at saka sa mga bago nanonood and ngayon lang nakita yung standings natin for Fancy Club or itong bracketing during regular season, majority or most of the time din ay baliktad yung sitwasyon doon sa counterpart naman nila na team na sinusuportahan. So doon naman babawi yung Phoenix Army and the Mines. Pero bukas, makikita natin yung sa Cavalry. So it pala yung ano nila, and even for Green Falcons.
Tapos ang nakakatuwa dito, yung mga community members ng The Minds and Phoenix Army, kahit ba eliminated na, sadly, ang kanilang mga teams ay meron pa silang ilalaro dito sa ating MPL or Champions Arena. It has been such a long day for everyone at napaka-exciting ng mga games na napanood natin. Final thoughts, ano ba ang na-experience nyo sa araw na to? Ikaw muna, Tubay.
Well, para sa akin, in-expect ko. Wow. Kasi na talagang ganito kahigpit yung laban. Sa 3 linggong pahinga ng mga teams, malamang sa malamang marami talaga silang napaghandaan. And then, syempre, si Chantel and si Brigida na.
Ako in-expect ko na din. In-expect ko na baka mag 5 games, pero hindi ko in-expect na gantong klaseng 5 games. Na lahat ng mga games natin para naging juggle talaga between the teams. Hindi siya very one-sided na itong game na to nanalo isa, ibig sabihin sa kanila pumabor yung laban. And ang pinaka-final thought ko dito is kung hindi nyo napanood yung day 1 at pinanood nyo to during the replay, ibig sabihin aabangan nyo na yung susunod natin ng mga live stream kasi mas maganda siyang ma-enjoy na talagang habang nangyayari siya. At kaabang-abang kung sino ang tatawagin na champion ng Season 15.
And of course, ang ating magiging representatives din para sa MSC. Unang araw pa lamang ito, Chantel, Tope, at nakakita na agad tayo ng 2 teams na nawala. Sadly, hindi na magpapatuloy ang kanilang journey para sa ating playoffs, pero pinakita nila na ang future para sa TNC at pati na rin sa Twisted Minds ay talagang napakaganda. So aabangan natin ang pagbabalik nila next season. Sa ngayon, titignan muna natin ang pagpapatuloy ng ating mga top teams. Muli, nga pala kasama si Tope at si Chantel. Ipapatanong namin kayo muna sa main stage kasama ang ating mga hosts.
And with that first day of the playoffs, we now have our final 4 teams. Kilala na natin kung sino nga ba ang maglalaban-laban para sa upper bracket semifinals.
Which of these teams are destined to emerge from legends to immortals in the Champions Arena?
And that is going to be our first match para bukas. It's Aurora Gaming going up against Onyx Philippines. The Trailblazers of the new era are bound to meet again.
Then we have Team Liquid Philippines versus Team Falcons.
But of course, we can't forget the valiant effort of the 2 teams that that unfortunately will no longer be continuing. That's Twisted Minds and TNC Pro Team. Kahit na ganito man ang nangyari, they showcase the true spirit of lakas ng Pinas here at the Champions Arena.
Tama ka dyan, Hans. Tapos man ang kanilang kwento sa Season 15, but we are pretty sure that their stories to become legendary will continue.
But Jamie, now is the time to look forward because more wins and victories, more defeats and crushing moments will happen tomorrow. Muli, ako si Hans Galeria.
And I'm Jamie Fournier. Kita taugma for Day 2 of MPL Philippines Season 15, the playoffs.
Sama-sama nating tunghayan ang
Lakas ng Pinas!
We'll see you guys tomorrow.